Chapter 51 A Fierce Analysis. Myra had just registered a mission for Macao, and after listening to the president's explanation of the whole story, she said, in other words, the president took advantage of Rod's financial difficulties and persuaded him to take the mission again. Don't make it sound like I'm chasing him away, but that's pretty much what happened. Makarov said, help me choose a suitable one. Myra looked at Rod. What kind of mission does Rod want to try? It would be best if it had a high safety factor, could go on a trip that wasn't too far away, wouldn't take too long, and the reward was. Here, Rod paused, well, isn't that too much? So you know. Makarov sighed, nimbly jumped down from the counter, forget it, you decide for yourselves. Rod was like a graduate who was interviewing for a job for the first time. In the eyes of the president, this was an ordinary job that was just like that, but Rod was full of anxiety and felt that he didn't know the specific content of the job, what to do specifically, and what to do if he couldn't do it well. Actually, don't pay too much attention to what the president said. Myra didn't want to persuade Rod to take the task. In her opinion, there was no harm in practicing for a while longer. Everyone in the guild is free. Even if it's like Nabu, the president won't force him to go out. I just don't want to become like that, and I can't always live on borrowed money. Rod said. Please help me choose one within my ability. It should be okay to make more preparations. Okay, Myra could see Rod practicing every day and knew his strength very well. However, for the first task, it would be best to familiarize yourself with the process and play a little training role. Well, take care of the newcomer a little. Myra took out a task list. This is it. Rod looked over. The task list had wanted written on the top, and below it was blank. Empty. Well, because there is a commission for today that I haven't had time to write down yet. Myra picked up the pen and leaned over the counter to write stroke by stroke. Today's commission? It should be issued when she and the president go out, right? Rod's eyes slid and moved with her pen tip, and lines of beautiful handwriting appeared. Escort mission, escort the client to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Curaçao, and return safely. Reward, 20,000 J. Scheduled departure time, 8 a.m. on August 23. Commission time, August 22. Go to Curaçao. Curaçao, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, is also known as the Flower City and is the most prosperous city in the country. Of course, Rod has learned this important common sense. If you want to go to Curaçao, take a carriage from Magnolia to the west and you can arrive on the same day. It will be faster if you go downstream along the canal. The key is that no matter by land or water, the most common routes are similar to official roads and national roads. Even civilians can travel back and forth without worries, and the safety factor is quite high. Either life or property. This will add many uncertain risks to the journey. Rod thought, he had to figure out the reason why the client was targeted before deciding whether to accept it. However, just after his well-reasoned analysis, Myra's pen tip moved slightly and wrote the last line. Client, Myra Jane Strauss. Rod raised his head, ah. Myra looked at him and asked with a smile, ah what? Myra, this Rod didn't know what to say. Is this creating a task when there is no suitable task? Myra said, I am indeed going to Hawaja tomorrow, and I just want to find someone to go with me. Just tell me, and the people in the guild who are willing to accompany you will line up from the counter to the door. Ah, you are very good at praising people. Myra asked with a smile, is Rod one of them? Of course, after all, I have always been taken care of by you. Rod said, there is no need to specially issue a commission. Myra raised a finger and shook it gently. Don't worry, under normal circumstances, when an inexperienced newcomer goes out to work for the first time, the guild will arrange for a senior wizard to accompany him. To help newcomers familiarize themselves with the work process and deal with emergencies. As for me, I am also a senior wizard. Although I can't fight, you can ask me any questions during the mission. So, Mr. Rod, the Wizard of Fairy Tale, do you want to accept this commission? I accept. Rod smiled. Good intentions should not be let down, but it feels like a gigolo. Then, as the president's assistant, I agree to your acceptance of this commission. Myra deliberately spoke in a very formal tone. She took out her seal and stamped the commission form, and then filled in some information in the register. This means that the commission has been approved by the guild and officially handed over to Rhodes. Myra handed the stamped commission form to Rhodes. Okay, now you can take this to see the client, Miss Myra Jane Strauss, and then confirm the details of the commission. Rhodes took the commission form, his eyes stayed on the red seal for a second, and then looked up at his client. "Oh, you are the wizard of fairy tale who is responsible for handling my commission? I'm sorry, but in order to confirm your identity, can you let me see the commission form and your guild emblem?" Why did he even use the honorific? Is he so into the role? Rhodes nodded mechanically, handed back the commission form he had just received, and lifted up the half sleeve of his left arm to show the emblem. "You are indeed a wizard from fairy tale. I am so rude just now." Myra put her hands together and bowed lightly in apology. After hesitating for a while, Rhodes chose to cooperate with her. "You are welcome, Miss Myra Jean. You are going to the flower city of Crocus, right? Have you made specific arrangements for the trip?" Myra said carefully like an ordinary girl. "Yes, the original plan is to take a boat tomorrow morning and arrive in the afternoon. You need to stay overnight in Crocus, and then take a carriage back the day after tomorrow morning, and return to Mag in the evening. Noria." "Excuse me, Master Wizard, do you have any suggestions?" Rod felt uncomfortable being called Master Wizard with such a pitiful tone. "Please don't call me that. I have no objection to the itinerary. I just want to know why you hired guards. Are you being targeted by someone?" Myra shook her head. "No, not really. I just think it's not safe for a girl to travel far away alone, so I'll leave my safety on the road to you." "Okay, I accept it." Rod gave the drama queen opposite him an inquiring look. "Is that okay?" Myra returned to her usual smile and stretched out a palm. 50 points, failed. "What?" Myra cleared her throat. Now it's time for the guidance of the senior wizard Myra Jane. Chapter 52. First, the attitude was too stiff at the beginning, which would leave a bad impression on the client, and even scare the other party and affect the reputation of the guild. Sorry. Rhodes was not into the role at the beginning, and he was definitely stiff. Second, he showed the client the commission without confirming the client's identity. He should at least ask the client's name. This is true. Rhodes did not think of such a thing. He directly assumed that she was the client. First complain, then reflect. Rhodes realized that Myra was telling him the standard process of connecting with the client, not just for fun. And third, the remuneration issue may be written incorrectly and temporarily changed. This is a matter that is easy to cause disputes, so it must be confirmed in person. "Okay, I remember it." Rhodes nodded, thought for a while, and added, "Thank you Miss Myra Jean for your guidance. Good reading." Myra took the opportunity to put on airs. "Well, good attitude, add 10 points, you barely passed." Just as Rod was about to say something, Lucky's voice suddenly came from the side. She deliberately pinched her throat and imitated Rod's tone. "Thank you Miss Myra Jane for your guidance." Ha ha ha. Lucky and Sally, a part-time waitress, laughed together. Hey, Rod felt his ears burning, and felt very embarrassed to be imitated by others. Myra's face was normal. "Lucky, Sally, I will trouble you at the tavern tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Sally said, "Don't worry, I will also catch Izzy tomorrow." Lucky said, "That's right, Sister Myra can rest assured to date." Myra corrected, "It's work." Yes, Lucky and Sally laughed and took the wine ordered by the guests and left. This kind of teasing was not painful. Rod didn't even blush. "By the way, I haven't asked you what you are doing in Hwaju?" "The weekly Sosala is going to hold a 15th anniversary celebration in Hwaju." Myra said, "I received their invitation to attend tomorrow's party, and I will probably have to perform a show, such as singing a song." "Oh, I see. Big companies invite celebrities to perform shows to warm up the annual meeting and anniversary celebration, increase cohesion and influence, etc., right? Then I'll make some preparations." Rhodes said, "Ferry. I have already booked the boat, and the carriage can be rented in Hwaju." Myra said, "Rhodes just needs to prepare for the trip." It was indeed a trip packaged as a mission, or a tutorial for novices. "You make me look stupid as a guard." Myra said, "The escort mission is like this, as long as there is nothing wrong, it's completely fine, just relax. Fortunately, my common language has improved, otherwise I can't understand what you are saying." "No, the possibility of an accident cannot be ruled out." Rod decided to be vigilant tomorrow. The next day, Rod and Myra met at the guild and set off on time. Myra wore a white long-sleeved shirt for women today, decorated with a narrow tie of the same color, which was simple, beautiful, and sunproof. She wore a yellow A-line skirt, which covered the hem of the shirt and perfectly highlighted her slender waist. A small shoulder bag of the same color as the skirt hung at her waist. The light pink high-heeled thong sandals made her feet and exposed ankles look even whiter. After leaving the guild, Rode naturally took Myra's suitcase, leaving her hands free to put on the beige sun hat in her hand. Myra adjusted her hair under the hat and asked casually, "How is it? Are you nervous for your first long trip?" Rod replied, "I am not nervous at all because I am accompanied by the senior wizard Miss Myra Jane Strauss." Myra laughed, then the client, Miss Myra Jane Strauss, is relieved. The two of them played yesterday's internal joke like a tongue twister, talking and laughing. Myra noticed that Rode would lift up his backpack after walking a distance, and asked, "By the way, what's in that big backpack? It feels heavier than my suitcase." Rode said, "Some necessities for a long journey, I'll show you when I get on the boat, and there are also things prepared for you." "Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. You don't need to find a special ferry to take a boat in Magnolia. The ferry that Myra ordered is on the canal. Waiting by the small bridge." It was a small boat with a canopy, and there were about 4 or 5 people in the boat. The boatman was a middle-aged man who looked quite kind, wearing a straw hat, and his face was full of traces of wind and sun. Rod handed Myra's suitcase over first, jumped on the boat with a big bag on his back, and then turned back to hold Myra's arm. Myra also grabbed Rode's arm and used it to stand firmly on the boat. "I'll leave it to you next," Myra said to the boatman, and then she and Rode bent down and got into the boat and sat opposite each other. "Then please sit down, let's go," the uncle boatman shouted, untied the rope, and used the oar to push the boat on the shore. The boat left the shore and went downstream. Under the boat bottom that the boatman could not see, a river crab swam forward quickly, and it was 500 or 600 meters beyond the boat. This was what Rode released to explore the way. He put the river crab in the canal before going to the guild to meet Myra. Now Rode will continue to let the crab explore whether there are bandits or monsters lurking ahead. "When you go out, be careful." After observing the bottom and surface of the water from the crab's perspective, Rode retracted his attention. Myra put her legs together and sat sideways in a very ladylike posture. Her sun hat had been taken off and put aside. She was now curiously looking at the big backpack that Rode took off, wondering if he had been infected by Urza's habit of carrying a lot of luggage. "Come, take a look at what I prepared." Rode opened the backpack and saw crystal balls one after another. The curiosity in Myra's eyes turned into shock in an instant. This is exploding magic crystal." Exploding magic crystal, a disposable magic prop. As the name suggests, it is a thing that explodes, and its use is roughly equivalent to that of a grenade, but its power is far beyond that of an ordinary grenade. "Yes, I borrowed it from the guild warehouse." "Why do you want to borrow this kind of thing?" "Because I don't know much about offensive magic, I may not be able to summon wild monsters in time, so I bring these just in case." Rod took out 2 magic crystals and stuffed them into Myra's arms. "You also take 2 for self-defense, just smash them hard if something happens." "You probably won't need this." Myra tried to keep smiling, so what he meant by preparation was this. However, Rode had another surprise. He opened a few crystal balls and took out a book from the bottom. There is also a magic book. As long as you open it and inject a little magic power, you can activate the magic in the pages. We each carry one with us. Even the magic book. Rod was still rummaging through his bag, and the boatman who was controlling the direction of the ferry at the stern was trembling. Chapter 53 Tower Card. Myra held 2 magic crystals in her hands, a magic book on her lap, and looked at the things in Rhodes' bag, and said helplessly, "Rhodes, the things you prepared are enough to blow up a small village. We are just going to participate in the celebration." "When I borrowed these things, the president said the same thing." Rhodes thought for a while and said, "I just feel safer this way. I originally wanted to ask the president to help draw a few defensive magic circles on my body, but he said there was no such thing, so he kicked me out of the warehouse, alas." Well, I think I can understand the president's feelings." Myra wanted to return everything in her hand, but after thinking about it, she took a small magic crystal and put it in her bag. "Thank you for preparing so carefully. This is the safest time I have gone out recently." Rhodes regretfully put away the crystal ball handed back by Myra. "This is also a last resort. When I am as strong as Natsu Urza, I won't need these things." "Wait a minute, you didn't make any other preparations, did you?" "Nothing special, just 2 swift crabs." Rode lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. One is exploring the way ahead, and the other is hiding at the bottom of the boat. If anything happens, I will immediately carry you and jump off the boat and run away. Thank you. Myra was a little worried about what would happen if Rode really took on the escort mission in the future. If there is an attack at that time. Myra looked at Rode's backpack. Well, I hope the criminals are fine. Oh, in addition to material aspects, there are also some metaphysical preparations. Myra kept smiling and listened to him quietly. Because everyone said that Kana's divination is very accurate, so I asked her to do a divination yesterday. Rode was not superstitious before, except when he was playing games and drawing cards. But now he is in the world of magic, and magic such as prophecy and divination also exists. It doesn't cost money anyway, so I believe it a little. Speaking of Kana's divination, Myra was still a little interested. What was the result? It's the chariot, the king chariot that overcomes obstacles and wins. Rod said. Kana said that the chariot represents never give up, and success is achieved through hard work to overcome difficulties. If it is a fortune telling for travel, then the fortune is very good. If it is a fortune telling for work, then you will be more confident with your confidence and rationality. Isn't that great? Myra said, since the fortune is very good, why do you need to prepare so many self-defense weapons? Because you need to overcome obstacles, and you must be rational to succeed. Rod pointed to his backpack. Am I rational enough? Too rational. Myra sighed softly. Now as a client, I am very confident that you will succeed in this mission. That's good, I'll be a little more alert for a moment. Rod connected the vision of the two river crabs, and a split screen appeared in his mind. He carefully observed all the passing ships nearby and every pedestrian on the shore. Looking at Rod's state, Myra remembered the president's instructions. The purpose of going out this time was to let Rod relax a little, but it's okay to bring some consumable magic items for self-defense, but would anyone use magic reconnaissance all the time when traveling? He even thought of fortune-telling in advance. If he could be half as cautious as Rod at that time, Lysina might not. Compared to the powerful but conceited and reckless self at the beginning, maybe it would be safer to team up with Rod? Lysina's face appeared in his mind. Myra hugged his arms. It was all my fault. Myra, Myra. Myra was awakened by Rod's voice. Sorry, I was distracted. Did you find anything? No suspicious people. Is it cold in the cabin? Rod saw Myra hugging her arms and pulled out a coat from his bag. Fortunately, I also prepared this. That was Rod's only coat. In fact, if Rod wanted, he could stuff all his clothes into the bag. There were not many anyway. Thank you. Myra did not refuse and put the coat in front of her. The smell of the sun made her feel warm. It was the best comfort to feel the care from her companions in sadness. It's not even noon yet. The cabin may be a little humid. Do you want me to light a fire for you? Rod's fingers passed through the air. Each letter had a big magic word fire formed, and then shrank to the size of a fist and turned into a burning flame. Myra laughed out loud at the contrast. This was the first time Rod showed her three-dimensional text magic. He didn't expect to learn it like this. The boatman behind finally couldn't stand it anymore. Don't play with fire in the awning. What's wrong with this person? Not only did he bring a large bag of explosives, but he also played with fire in the cabin? Are you really not afraid of detonation? Sorry. Rod waved his hand to make the flame disappear. The boat went downstream, and the sun gradually rose. Even with the awning blocking the sun, the air gradually became hot. That's why we took the boat instead of the river crab. It will take some time to reach the flower city. Myra opened her suitcase and took out a food box. I made some simple sandwiches this morning. If you don't mind, let's eat together. Although the taste is not as good as Mr. Cook's. You can cook. This is also natural. Rod remembered that Myra bought ingredients for Mr. Cook last time. It's probably not that Mr. Cook lowered his standards, but Myra is really good at these. Don't look at me like this, I took care of Elfman. Myra picked up a sandwich and handed it to Rod, but in fact, Elfman is also good at cooking. Rod took the sandwich. In fact, he brought a few loaves, but at this time, even a fool knows how to choose, and turned around to throw the bread to Worm to eat. Elfman, no cooking? Rod tried to imagine Elfman wearing an apron. He couldn't imagine it at all. Is it that unbelievable? Myra laughed. Didn't I say that Elfman is a very gentle child? Although she said so, Rod thought it was a sister protecting her brother's image. He smiled and took a bite of the sandwich. Hey! What's wrong? Does it taste bad? Myra checked the food box. The preservation magic should not have failed. Let's not talk about the preservation magic, this taste is a bit familiar. Rod tasted it carefully. It's delicious, different from what I usually eat in the guild. Myra smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. I thought you were used to Mr. Cook's cooking and would not like mine. So that's how it is. So she made the sandwich that day. Rod recalled the day when he just woke up, the taste on his tongue was the same, and the smile in front of him was the same. He took another big bite, chewed quickly, and complained to himself in his heart. What a cliché love story plot. Chapter 54, a classic story of being tricked. Times like eating and resting are often the easiest times to be attacked by criminals, and Rod knew this very well. So during meals and the sleepy time that followed, he became more vigilant. Order the river crab to cruise in the canal carefully, and occasionally extend its tentacles to observe the situation on the shore more clearly. This book was first published on, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. In such a tense mood, the destination was reached. The boatman uncle docked the boat. The front is Kurika's. My boat does not have the authority to travel freely in the royal capital, please go ashore here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. One thanked you for your hard work, the other thanked him. The boatman watched Rod put the suitcase on the boat and helped Myra to the shore. The boatman propped the boat on the shore and then rowed hard, quickly moving away from the two dangerous people. It was so exciting. These two people were carrying enough weapons to destroy a small village. Dangerous goods. When he came to book the boat yesterday, he thought the girl was very beautiful, but today he didn't dare to look at her more than once. What a good job. Be careful when you meet the wizard of fairy tale in the future. Rod looked at the boat that left quickly in confusion. He won't pick up a few passengers or transport some goods on the return trip. This feels like a loss. Myra adjusted her sun hat with one hand and pinched the small crystal ball in her bag with the other hand. She looked at Rod with a smile in her eyes. Yes, why? Compared with Magnolia, Kulokas has more of the style of a big city. The whole city was built on a relatively flat high ground, with thick walls built outside. A river meandered in from the southwest entrance of the wall and directly reached the inner city, that is, the moat outside the palace wall. Then it flowed out to the drainage outlet in the southeast corner, rushing down along the high ground, forming a small waterfall. Rod and Myra came from the east of the city and just happened to see the waterfall wrapped in water vapor reflecting colorful light. It's so beautiful. Myra couldn't help but stop to watch. Yeah, it's a pity that it doesn't match the city wall. Rod wanted to say that the water outlet was designed like a sewage outlet, but it felt too ruinous. He sent the two crabs on standby back to the Summoner's Rift. It's not easy for the swift crab to sneak in. We have to wait until we enter the city to summon it again. Myra stopped Rod's idea of continuing high-intensity reconnaissance. It's too conspicuous to summon wild monsters in the city. This is the capital. Don't worry about public security. Relax. Okay. Rod didn't insist. He was mainly worried about whether he would be intercepted at the city gate because of the pile of dangerous goods on him. It turned out that he was overthinking. The guards in charge of guarding the city gate simply asked about their identities and purpose. This rough security check made it difficult for Rod to believe that the public security here would be good. But if you think about it carefully, the Kingdom of Fiori has been a neutral country for more than 160 years, and there has been no rebellion within the country. The royal power is very stable, and most of them don't have much sense of crisis. Flower beds can be seen everywhere on the streets of the royal capital, and the windows of the houses are also filled with flower pots. There are also carefully maintained small gardens at the door. This place is called the Flower City for this reason. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers everywhere, definitely good news for those who are allergic to pollen. Of course, the world of magic may have a solution. Rod carefully observed the surrounding environment. What should I do next? Senior Myra Zhen. Hehe, according to the senior's experience, we should go to the hotel first. Myra shook the invitation card that she had just used as a pass. The magazine has helped arrange it. I don't know if it was because Rod's eyes were too fierce, so he didn't encounter any troublemakers or people who approached him on the way. Kurika's Garden Hotel, one of the best hotels in the royal capital. This is where the Sosarum magazine held the celebration this time, and it is also where Myra and Rod will settle down. Rod looked at the exquisite fountains and tall buildings, which were almost as large as the landmark cathedral in Magnolia. What a grand sight! Is the magazine so rich? Myra said, of course. After all, Sosura is the most popular magazine in recent years. The two entered the lobby side by side, and the service staff warmly welcomed them. A handsome male waiter politely offered to help with the luggage while helping them to lead the way. Rod declined politely, fearing that if this guy didn't pay attention, the hotel would be gone. This is your room. Please keep your key. If you encounter any problems during your stay, please let me know. I wish you a pleasant stay. The waiter gently opened the door, handed the key to Myra, and said goodbye politely. Rod blinked. One room. Oh, the magazine didn't know I was going to bring a companion, so they only prepared one room. What should I do? Myra showed an embarrassed expression, put one hand on her collar, and her voice became pitiful. Rod won't take the opportunity to do anything excessive, right? For example, a night raid or something. Black-bellied, drama queen. Rod, a gentleman, put down Myra's suitcase decisively. I'll go get another room. Well, I was joking too. This hotel is obviously not one I can afford now. Myra sighed with a smile. It's all Kana's fault. Rod is not as interesting as before. How much do you want to see people make a fool of themselves? Rod said, so I should thank Kana. To be honest, Kana really doesn't treat brothers as outsiders, especially after drinking and hugging each other without taking it seriously. At first, Rod was not used to it, but later he became a buddy everywhere. Shy? Unless her head is directly in her arms, not including the one wearing armor. Rod? What are you doing? Myra put the suitcase in the room she had chosen, and when she came out, she saw Rod looking around in the bathroom, kitchen, and reception room. Rod said, check if there are any magic crystals for surveillance. There may be a perverted reporter who wants to get your first-hand information. Well, it's really possible. Myra found that Rod's awareness as a guard is really super qualified. The two checked carefully and found no abnormalities. Myra asked, the celebration will start in the evening. Do you want to rest first? Rod glanced at the shoulder bag on Myra's waist and the sun hat in her hand. It was obvious that she wanted to go out. He raised his arm. I've been sitting on the boat all the way, I want to move around a bit, how about you? Myra really smiled, it's a rare opportunity to come to the capital, I want to go for a walk, do you want to join me? Rod said, of course, I'm a guard, I'll follow the client's arrangements. Chapter 55, Life-threatening, she's pretty. Oh, isn't this Myra Jane? Sure enough, you've also received an invitation. Before Rod left the suite, he heard a slightly frivolous female voice in the corridor. He rushed out in 2 steps and blocked Myra, holding the pendant in one hand and raising the exploding magic crystal in the other. In front of him was a girl with big golden waves, wearing a purple low-cut wrap dress, with a delicate face. Just looking at her face shape, she looked more aggressive than Myra. At this time, the other party looked at Rod, who suddenly appeared, and her expression was obviously a little surprised. Who are you? No, she looked at the dangerous items in Rod's hand, what do you mean by that? Wait a minute, Rod. Myra hurriedly grabbed Rod's right hand, fearing that he would throw the exploding magic crystal away. She is not an enemy, she is Jenny from Blue Pegasus, and also the photo girl of Weekly Sosura. Sorry Jenny, this is my companion Rod, because of your sudden appearance, there is a misunderstanding. Myra saw Rod put away the things, and then introduced Jenny. I remember, Jenny Liolette, the signature girl of Blue Pegasus. Rod's little notebook has information about this person, and because she is in the same guild as Mr. Hibiki, Rod has a little extra attention. Like Myra, she is not good at fighting, but she is very famous as a model. Now she is still the first in the list of mages who want her to be their girlfriend the most. However, Myra's popularity has soared recently, and there is a tendency to threaten Jenny's position, although Myra doesn't care much about this messy ranking. Sorry, I'm very vigilant, I was rude just now. Rod apologized for taking out the grenade without permission. It's not a matter of being rude, right? That's the exploding magic crystal. It's definitely the exploding magic crystal. Jenny is about to explode. What a psychopath, who would suddenly take out the exploding magic crystal in a hotel. I've heard that the people of Fairy Tale are very messy, but I didn't expect it to be so messy. Rod frowned, something was wrong. When this woman was pointed at by the exploding magic crystal, she didn't make any moves to fight back. Is her vigilance so low? And afterwards, she just complained a few words, and she didn't prepare for attack or defense at all from beginning to end. Is this reasonable? Sorry, I'm a little nervous because of the journey. Rod continued to apologize. Myra explained a few words in a gentle voice, and Jenny's anger soon subsided. Forget about this matter. Jenny just casually exposed the fact that Rod almost threw the exploding magic crystal in her face. She didn't look reluctant at all, she really didn't care at all, and even immediately pulled the topic back. Anyway, you are here to attend Sashera's anniversary celebration, right? Yes, so you are too. That's right. Jenny suddenly became full of momentum, and tonight I will show the best fashion show, and then completely defeat you. Myra said slowly, but today is just a celebration, there is no evaluation session, right? To celebrate the 15th anniversary of Sashera, a special issue will be published. We, the invited guests, will definitely be on this issue of the weekly magazine, and then I will defeat you with absolute popularity and firmly hold the first place in the rankings. Myra acted as if she suddenly realized, so that's it, come on. Jenny immediately let out a breath, and said angrily, what kind of attitude is that? Cheer up. Because I don't plan to perform a fashion show today, I can't compete with you. Myra herself is not very interested in taking photos and being a model, she was just invited to do a part-time job. It was just an accident that she was on that list, and I don't care. That's it, we have something else to do, see you tonight. Myra said goodbye with a smile, then turned to Rode and said, let's go. Wait a minute you. Jenny stamped her feet in anger. Is she a little too competitive? Maybe, we've only met twice. Myra said, how about it, is she prettier in person than in the magazine? A fatal question. Rode thought for a while, I didn't notice it, because she's too weird. Strange? Yet, when ordinary people see a stranger take out the exploding magic crystal, shouldn't they run away immediately or knock me down? Why is she just standing there? She's also a wizard, right? Is it really okay to have such a weak sense of crisis? Well, Myra didn't know what to say. Normally no one would suddenly take out the exploding magic crystal when seeing a stranger. And shouldn't Jenny, a famous beauty, be excited when seeing her, and then shake hands and ask for her autograph? Judging from Rode's reaction, he should have recognized her. His attitude did not change at all. Rode realized a terrible problem, am I the weird one? Myra suddenly stopped, put her hands together and prayed like a girl, and raised her head slightly towards the guild. Great, President, your goal has been achieved. Myra. Rode reminded, the President is still alive. That's not the point. The President deliberately drove you out to do the mission just to let you know that ordinary wizards live a relaxed life like Jenny. They don't necessarily need to have powerful strength, and they don't need to carry firepower that can blow up a village when they go on a long journey. After thinking for a while, Myra added, of course, it is necessary to be cautious during the mission. Although you went a little too far today, it can give people a different sense of security. Well, I understand. Rode said, thank you for the President and your hard work. I will observe it again. Myra. That's fine. It's a good start for him to leave Magnolia in advance. After trying more commissions in the future, he will naturally return to normal, right? In the fragrance of flowers, the two walked through the streets, watching people coming and going, and enjoying the birds and flowers. Although the majestic palace in the center of the city cannot be entered at will, it is also nice to take a look nearby. Myra calculated the time and suggested, it's still early, let's go to the commercial street. It's a rare trip here, and I want to buy some clothes for Elfman. Okay. Rod didn't care where to go, but he was a little envious of Elfman. It's really good to have such a sister. Although she usually doesn't care when Elfman and his companions fight and suffer a loss, although she still laughs when she sees the President slap Elfman into the ground, although. A dear sister, is that right? In the animation, a line was added saying that Myra is Jenny's predecessor and the person she admires, but I read the comics and went through the timeline and it doesn't seem reasonable. Although Myra is 1 year older, Jenny is a professional in modeling, and Myra should be considered a junior. Chapter 56. I understand the truth, why are you with us? Seeing Jenny entering the same clothing store as them, Rode couldn't help but want to take out the explosive magic crystal again. Stalker, it's okay to blow it up, right? It's a big problem. Myra pressed down Rod's backpack to prevent him from really doing it. Google searched can. Jenny, are you here to buy clothes too? Jenny didn't hide it. No, I came to see you on purpose. Myra asked, anything else? Of course it's a showdown. Jenny said, even if we can't compete at the anniversary celebration, I will beat you in private. Rod looked at the surrounding environment, and many people began to look at this place, which was not private at all. Since you are so persistent, I can't refuse any more. Myra didn't know where the fighting spirit came from. What do you want to compete? Just choose clothes in this store and match them, and then find an impartial referee to decide the winner. Jenny pointed at Rod and said confidently, in order to convince you, he will be the referee. Me? Rod was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why he suddenly wanted to compete, he decisively grabbed Myra's wrist and raised it. The winner is Myra Jane. Okay, call it a day, and the loser is out. Jenny went berserk, it hasn't started yet. Myra giggled. Jenny took a deep breath to calm down, although he is the referee, the result is not what he says. Do you understand what I mean, Myra Jane? You are really cunning, but I accept it. I am looking forward to your expression when you lose. Myra and Jenny looked at each other, and there seemed to be lightning between their eyes. Jenny lifted her hair, then, Mr. Referee, please specify the theme. Theme Road didn't understand what the two had agreed on, and casually pointed to a sign hanging nearby, leisure area, let's do this. Leisure? A very common topic, but the more common it is, the more difficult it is. Jenny smiled confidently and walked towards the leisure area, wait and see. Since I have decided to compete, I will not lose. Myra also went to choose clothes with full enthusiasm. The two seemed to have found some fun, only Rod was not so happy. It was originally quite fun to accompany Myra shopping, but suddenly someone showed up to make trouble. This competition involves choosing clothes and changing clothes, and I don't know how long it will take. Although Jenny is also very beautiful, but what's the use of a light bulb being beautiful or not? Just when he was about to wait for a long time, the two beauties gave him a surprise. Transform. Transform. Do you use transformation magic to change clothes? What's the meaning of dress-changing magic? Dress-changing magic means putting on the corresponding clothes. Transformation is just a change of appearance. Myra said, it won't be hot if you transform into a cotton coat in summer, and it won't be cold if you transform into a swimsuit in winter. Jenny also said, what a fuss. Professional models use transformation magic to achieve the effect of changing clothes in order to improve work efficiency. They can even secretly beautify themselves when they transform. Okay, don't talk about such boring things. Let's judge each of our outfits separately. Jenny said, please try to give a fair evaluation. Rod looked at Myra. Myra smiled and said, just speak your mind well, we have a way to decide the winner. Is there any magic that can detect lies? Rod thought of Wallian, or the ability to listen to people's inner voices. Thinking that lying is meaningless, Rod looked at Jenny and told the truth. Miss Jenny's outfit looks good. Jenny gave Myra a smug smile. Then Rod looked at Myra carefully again, the white vest shows the figure very well, and the light blue shirt makes it look simple and clean. The light blue denim shorts show off the slender legs without conflicting with the color of the upper body clothes. The black belt is neither loose nor tight, perfectly showing the beautiful waist, and the black handbag is also a good match. Add to that the baseball cap and long ponytail on the head, the breath of youth is about to overflow, full marks. Myra stroked her cheek with her right hand, oh, I'm too straightforward in praising you, I'm a little embarrassed. You guy. Jenny's teeth were clattering. She said very good looking and Myra wanted to describe it in 3,000 words. Although the judging criteria did not depend on what Rod said, this differential treatment was too infuriating. Myra smiled nastily, Jenny, how about it? Jenny was not convinced and said, come again. Rod looked at the two in confusion as they returned to the casual clothing area. It was obvious that Myra won this round, but what was the judging standard? It shouldn't be that simple. A few minutes later, the two chose their clothes and returned to transform again. Rod adhered to the principle of honesty and looked at Jenny and gave her the evaluation of very beautiful. Then he looked at Myra carefully and praised her from head to toe. After Myra chose a skirt and turned around in front of Rod, Rod honestly gave her a full score and an extra 10 points. The two's continuous transformation competition attracted many onlookers. Although it affected the business at this moment to a certain extent, the store manager was almost laughing silly. It was a pie in the sky for two super beauties to change clothes and show various clothes in his store for free. He was already considering later, the customer flow exploded, and it was time to provide quality service. The onlookers watched the excitement here and tried to rate them from their own perspective. From their discussions, the number of supporters of Jenny and Myra was actually comparable. It was just that every time after Rhodes' sincere evaluation, there would always be a considerable number of people who were swayed by his opinions and changed sides on the spot. The guy spoke very sincerely, and it sounded really reasonable. After the last round, Jenny lifted the transformation magic and returned to her original appearance. Damn, I chose the wrong referee. The result of this match has nothing to do with what Rhodes said or how much he said. The only criterion is how much amazing there is in his eyes. This is a difficult criterion to judge, but Jenny can tell. As a girl who is often watched by many eyes, she has a keen insight into various looks. Jenny originally thought that Rhodes and Myra were from the same guild and must be very familiar with each other. In this way, no matter how Myra changes her style, it will be difficult to surprise Rhodes. Because men are all like new and dislike old. And she has a face and figure comparable to Myra, and she is not familiar with Rhodes. This is a huge advantage, which must make him more likely to be amazed. This is almost a must-win contest. But Jenny suddenly realized that she had overlooked an important factor that could affect the battle situation. If she had known earlier, she might as well have chosen a passerby as the referee to play a fair game. Jenny regretted it. Chapter 57 A Little Joy. So, I won. Tisk, I lost. Myra was very happy. Jenny's expression of reluctance but having to admit defeat was so funny. Then it's time for her punishment. Punishment? I didn't say anything like that before. Myra said as a matter of course, since it's a match to decide the winner, how can there be no punishment? Okay, don't move. Jenny closed her eyes nervously when she saw Myra's hand reaching for her face. Her scared expression was a little cute, and the audience couldn't bear to look away. Myra bent her finger and flicked her forehead. Boom! A red mark appeared on Jenny's forehead. She covered the place where she was flicked. It hurts. Myra imitated Rod's tone just now. Okay, loser out. Damn it, I will win back. Jenny left angrily. How dare he flick her forehead in public? Did he think she was a child? Jenny swore that she would have another match in the future, and then make a more shameful bet to make Myra Jane lose face even more. Sorry, I was in a whim and delayed it for so long. Myra said to Rod. It doesn't matter. We are here to have fun anyway. This is quite interesting. Rod said that he watched Myra's dress-up show and it was worth it today. Jenny, I didn't participate, right? Myra looked at the crowded store and suggested, let's change to another store. Rod nodded, good suggestion. They. Clothes and accessories that Myra and Jenny had just tried on suddenly became popular items, and were snapped up by a group of young men and women. The store manager and service staff managed to maintain the atmosphere, but when they wanted to find Myra and Jenny, they were gone. How about this one? Without the idle people, Myra could finally choose clothes carefully. The purpose of this trip was to buy clothes for Elfman. Suits? I don't think they match Elfman. Rod tried hard to imagine how Elfman would look in a suit, but the next picture that appeared in his mind was him doing the bodybuilder's action, and his clothes burst in a second. But I want to see the effect. Myra thought for a while, how about Rod helping me try it? Me? There is a big difference between my figure and Elfman's, right? What does it matter? I can just buy something a little bigger when the time comes. Myra said, help me. Wait a minute. Myra called him again and went back to choose a bunch of odds and ends. There are also matching shirts, ties, brooches, and handkerchiefs. Put them on together. Okay. Rod walked into the fitting room with a bunch of things and poked his head out again after a few seconds. Myra, don't you have transformation magic? Can't you just change into Elfman's appearance like you did just now? Yes, Myra thought for a while, but I used the transformation magic too many times just now, and the magic consumption is a bit serious. Really? Rod was suspicious. Is transformation so magic consuming? Myra put her hands together. Yes, please. Oh. Rod closed the curtain again. When he came out again, he was already wearing a suit and leather shoes. He looked straight, capable, and free and easy. Myra's eyes lit up. Rod in formal clothes looked completely different from usual. It was just that some details were not handled well. Rod held the tie in his hand and said embarrassedly, "I don't know how to tie this." This semester he did choose the social etiquette elective course, which seemed to have some common sense about suits, but he hadn't learned it yet. Myra smiled and said, "I'll help you." She came closer, turned up Rod's shirt collar, and gently tiptoed to tie it around. This almost hugging action made Rod's heart beat, and the tip of his nose seemed to be lingering with the fragrance of Myra's hair. I didn't see how she tied the knot, but at the end she gently pulled it and pushed the tie knot to the collar, and it was tied. Rod used the action of adjusting his collar to cover up his embarrassment. Myra gently pulled the suit jacket again and stuffed the end of the tie inside. "This is not over yet." Myra took off Rod's brooch and pinned it on the collar of his coat. She also folded her handkerchief neatly and put it in her coat pocket, pulling it out a little. After doing all this, Myra gently smoothed the wrinkles on Rod's clothes, stepped back 2 steps, and looked at him carefully with her hands behind her back. The feeling of a husband going out and his wife helping him to tidy up his clothes is terrible. Rod asked unnaturally, "How is it?" "Very handsome, a lot more mature all of a sudden, and this color doesn't make him look old. He looks like a social elite at first glance." "A little bit." Rod turned his head and pulled his collar. "Let's take a look at something else." "Well, I'll continue to bother you." Rod continued to be a clothes hanger. Although it was troublesome to change clothes, he enjoyed it. After a busy period, Myra finally chose 2 sets of clothes, selected the size according to Elfman's body shape, and asked the clerk to help pack them. Seeing that it was almost time to prepare for the evening activities, the two left here and returned to the hotel. Just as they were leaving, Rod suddenly noticed that Myra was carrying 3 bags. "Ah, did you find it?" Myra turned sideways, with a little surprise and regret on her face, leaned forward slightly, and handed one of the bags to Rod. "For you." Reaching out to help carry the bag, in an instant it became reaching out to receive a gift. The feeling of surprise was indescribable. Myra continued, "It's the suit just now, because it feels very suitable for you. Just consider it as a thank you gift for helping me try on clothes." "This is too expensive, thank you." Rod chose to accept the gift. "Although the more I thought about it, the more I felt like a poor boy accompanying a young lady shopping and was casually given a set of luxury goods, but I'll just return the gift later." According to the president's meaning, he is already capable of handling some commissions with good rewards. "I have to take a real mission when I go back. Be more stable, it's better to find a strong teammate." With the friendship of being punched before, I don't know if it will work to hug Urza's thigh. While thinking, the two have returned to the hotel. There were people coming and going in the hall, and many people stopped to greet Myra when they saw her. From their appearance, they should be reporters and editors from the magazine, who had come here in advance to make preparations. The two went upstairs, returned to the room to rest for a while, and prepared to go to the banquet hall where the celebration was held. At Myra's request, Rhodes changed into the suit he had just bought and left his dangerous backpack in the room. However, Rhodes felt unsafe, so he still carried a thinner magic book. Before leaving, Rhodes moved the table and chairs, freed up enough space, and summoned a river crab to stay and watch the backpack. Fortunately, the room was big enough, otherwise it would be difficult to release the river crab. Chapter 58 I'm not interested. Jenny, what a coincidence. When the two went out, they met Jenny again by chance. At this time, she had changed into she wore a gorgeous long dress and adjusted her bangs, probably to cover the red mark on her forehead. This time, Rod didn't take out a grenade because he didn't bring a bag. "Watch the performance tonight, the most popular one, humph." Halfway through her words, Jenny lifted her skirt and went downstairs. Suddenly, she remembered that Myra Jane didn't care much about today's performance, so it was useless to say it. Rod asked, "How much strength did you use to hit her? Maybe she will hold a grudge for a long time." "It only took a little strength." Myra made a gesture suspected of insulting Korea. She just lost the game and was unwilling to accept it. "It's okay. The guests invited today are not only Myra and Jenny, but also some models who are less famous than them. One by one, the outstanding models are dressed up in charming, sexy, or cute styles, each with their own characteristics, and they all seem to be planning to show their style today. In addition to the models, some actors and singers who have been promoted in Sosura Weekly have entered the venue one after another." Rhodes had a brief understanding of the entertainment industry in this world. There are magic crystals used to show movies here, which are very popular. Therefore, excellent movie actors are also sought after by many people. Loki was even complained by the entertainment company for attacking female artists. Myra said so. The spacious banquet hall has been decorated, not to mention the lights and decorations, and signs such as celebrating the 15th anniversary of the founding of the magazine are hung in front and behind. There is a semicircular stage in front of the hall, and a big red curtain separates the front and back of the stage. There are more than a dozen large round tables in the hall, filled with exquisite meals and various drinks, but there are no seats, probably because people who want to participate in the celebration walk around and communicate freely. Myra and Rhodes entered the venue together and did not attract much attention, because she was not the only girl with a male companion. The banquet hall has long been formed into various small circles. Only when you see someone you are interested in getting to know, or someone you admire to a certain extent, will you temporarily leave your small circle and try to say hello. Over there are reporters and editors, most of them are talkative. Over there are some novelists, there may be some weirdos. And the celebrities over there may be a little difficult to talk to. Myra carefully introduced several small groups to Rod, and then went backstage to prepare for the performance. Rod couldn't follow the backstage because he might be kicked out as a pervert. He didn't have any feelings for the celebrities such as actors and singers here, and planned to find an inconspicuous place to eat quietly until Myra's performance was over. But it seemed that someone didn't intend to let him have peace. "Hello, I'm Rapporteur, a reporter from Sashera Weekly. Are you a wizard of fairy tale?" A man with glasses and a side-parted hair, a camera hanging around his neck, and a small notebook in his hand spoke to Rod. Rod felt it carefully and found no abnormal magic fluctuations, so he answered cautiously, "Yes." "Great." Rapporteur was a little excited. "To be honest, I had the honor to go to Fairy Tale a few months ago, and I didn't seem to see you at that time. Are you a newcomer?" "Great. I guessed it." Rapporteur said excitedly. "Then are you interested in accepting my interview? If you go to Sosera, it will be very helpful for your reputation. Fame equals information disclosure." "That's too unsafe." Rod planned to reject him tactfully. "I'm sorry, I have no interest in becoming famous." "Ah, too bad." Rapporteur scratched his hair uncomfortably. "I have been rejected 7 times today. If I can't spend the remaining 10,000 J interview fee, the editor-in-chief will scold me for not working hard enough." "Interview fee? Does your powerful magazine still pay the interviewee?" "This is not the point, the point is 10,000 J. I am short of money recently." "Well, I mean, I'm not interested in becoming famous, but I admire you as a reporter who works so hard, so it's okay to cooperate with you reluctantly. What's so scary about the disclosure of information? Just disclose false information. 10,000 J, I can give you a good return gift." "That's really great, thank you very much." Rapporteur was overjoyed. So before the celebration began, a simple interview quietly began. First, basic information such as name and age, there is nothing to hide. Then it was about magic. "I use summoning magic, summoning some strange animals to assist me in completing my work." Rod summoned Worm to show his face, and Rapporteur took a few photos. "So cute. So what is your level of strength in the guild?" "It's hard to compare with the old members, but I'm definitely the strongest among the newcomers. No other newcomers have joined in recent months, so Luo is the strongest newcomer without any problem." "So cool. The strongest newcomer in the strongest guild, great news headline. The editor-in-chief will like it." Rapporteur continued to ask, "The summoned beast just looked cute, so what is your strongest magic?" "In a very dangerous canyon, there is a bottomless river, where people live." Rod described the place where the river crab lived in an exaggerated way, saying that it was a powerful monster he got last month, far more powerful than all the summoned beasts he had before. "No lies." At the end of the interview, Rapporteur asked to see the powerful river crab. Rod went with him to the hotel yard to show it. Fortunately, the river crab was big enough and ugly enough. The huge crab claws, long tentacles and spike-like protrusions on the shell were all very intimidating. Rapporteur took a few close-up photos of the crab claws, and Rod earned 10,000 J. "Good man." The interviewer and the interviewee sighed in the same way. The celebration started with a dance by 15 beauties. The dynamic music and hot dance moves quickly heated up the atmosphere. Rapporteur actually wanted to go back to sort out the manuscripts, but it was not easy to miss such a major celebration, so he stayed to entertain Rhodes. However, once the show started, he could no longer care about Rhodes. He took up his camera and took pictures while marveling at them. Rhodes was a little worried about whether he would have enough film. Do the cameras here use film or magic crystals? Putting aside his doubts, Rod ate while watching, mainly eating. He needed to replenish some energy after a day of running around. While working hard to eat, he also took time to applaud with the crowd. After the opening dance, the president gave a speech, which was nothing more than some congratulations, encouragement, and thanks. If he didn't know someone and didn't want to listen, Rod would eat quietly. Until he finished speaking, the lights on the stage changed and shone on the most central position, and Myra appeared. Rod put down the tableware and wiped his mouth. Eating was not a particularly urgent matter. Chapter 59. Myra wore a yellow long skirt with beige laces and bows, simple, generous and beautiful. She held a guitar and looked at the audience applauding and cheering under the stage. When she saw a foodie who had just put down his cutlery and waved at her, Myra smiled and greeted the audience before sitting down. She gently lifted her legs from the slit of her skirt, perfectly covering the parts that should not be exposed, and then her fingers gently swept over the guitar strings. A little bird flew over, its head turned into a microphone, hovering in front of Myra. When the prelude sounded, Myra entered the stage, and the hall became quiet, and everyone listened to the music on the stage attentively. Finally, she opened her mouth and sang a gentle and healing song with a clear and pleasant voice. Myra sang so devotedly that her expression and tone changed with the lyrics and the emotions of the song. Sing the emotions in your heart into everyone present's heart. There were many excellent singers present, but even they couldn't help but applaud Myra sincerely at the end. I only wish to fly higher and higher. I believe in you so much. From now on, weave our beautiful memories together. The last few lines of lyrics had a huge impact on Rod. Just think rationally, the lyrics of the whole song are more like all the companions in the guild. The most touching ones should be the first two lines. Because I still have my destination, because I still have people waiting for me. The guild is everyone's destination, and there are people waiting for everyone to return in the guild. Fairy tale is such a place. After the song was finished, Myra bowed and thanked the audience, then left the backstage and went around to the banquet hall to find Rod. How is it? I just learned guitar not long ago. Is it a bit embarrassing? Of course not, it sounds very good, plays very well, and sings very touchingly. Rod said, just now, several reporters were so moved that they were about to cry. It's not that exaggerated. Not at all. Rod took an empty plate and took out several kinds of food and put them in front of her. You must be hungry. I've tried these and they taste great. Not only do they taste good, but there are not many soups, syrups, fish bones, and other things that are not easy to eat. Rod carefully selected them, not only to take care of her taste, but also to take care of her image in such occasions. Thank you. Delicious. Myra narrowed her eyes slightly. In terms of recommending food, Rod is completely trustworthy. Rod chose some food that he had not tried yet, and asked casually, are there any other arrangements later? Just say hello to the familiar editors. Myra said, but it's better to wait until the celebration is over before leaving. And Myra blinked, and there is also Jenny's finale performance, aren't you looking forward to it? I don't have any special expectations, but for Mr. Hibiki's sake, I should respect her efforts. Otherwise, if she asks me which outfit is the most eye-catching today, and I say it's a yellow dress. Rod looked at Myra, I feel like she will kill me. Myra looked at her outfit, laughed, and said in a nasty way, why not answer like this? Devil. But it feels very interesting, and Rod also laughed in a nasty way, okay. Two demons appeared on the field, and Jenny shuddered in the backstage. The celebration lasted until about 10 o'clock in the evening. In fact, the actual process of various programs, leaders' speeches, and some employee interactions ended before 9 o'clock. The rest of the time was spent on socializing, drinking, and making noises. Of course, it was noisy, far worse than in the guild. Rod accompanied Myra to complete the necessary procedures and returned to the room to rest. Myra drank a few cups in the evening, her face was slightly red, but unfortunately she was not drunk. No, it was fortunate that she was not drunk. Because of this, there were no popular benefits in the evening. It was just unlocking Myra's pajamas skin after she got out of the bath, which was not worth mentioning. The next morning, the two packed up and went out together to hire a carriage with a compartment that could block the sun and rain. Rod confirmed that the driver was an ordinary person, and the two horses pulling the carriage looked healthy and had no problems. Myra was almost used to his style, and waited quietly for him to finish the inspection before paying and getting on the car. This is the disadvantage of going by land. The Kenyan swift crab is too conspicuous. Although he said so, Rod still sent 2 river crabs to scout the situation, one in front and one behind. Because if we go back by boat, we will be against the current, and today's weather is not suitable for sailing. Myra ignored the question of the swift crab and only answered the reason for taking a carriage. Besides, how to rent a carriage is actually a small experience that Rod needs to accumulate. By the way, this is for you. Rod took out a paper bag from his backpack. Myra wanted to say that there was an exploding magic crystal in her handbag, so there was no need to take anything else. But when she opened the paper bag, she found that it was not the magic book she imagined, but a small black shoulder bag. Oh, is this the envelope bag from the store yesterday? Myra was a little surprised. When? I passed by the store when I went out for morning exercise this morning. It's just passing by on purpose, Rod said. It's a return gift, but I don't know your preferences very well. It's true that Rod didn't know very well. He just remembered that this bag appeared in Myra's outfit twice when Myra and Jenny were competing yesterday. Jenny might have been so angry that she didn't notice it at the time, otherwise she could have asked for a point reduction on this ground. Thank you, I like it very much. No wonder, I said I went out for morning exercise in the morning, but I didn't sweat at all when I came back. Myra hugged the bag and the paper bag together, and her eyes curved. I'm glad you like it. Rod breathed a sigh of relief. His reasoning was correct. At least the gift was not wrong. Just as Rod was about to say something, he was suddenly startled and shouted to the front, "Stop, stop!" The driver held the reins firmly, and the 2 horses neighed softly, and the carriage slowed down and stopped quickly. Myra, who was sitting sideways, tilted her body due to inertia, but quickly stabilized. She asked, "What's wrong?" Rod said, "Someone is blocking the road ahead." Myra lifted the curtain hanging on the car window, stuck her head out and looked out, only to see a relatively flat but slightly curved dirt road. Looking forward, she could only see a dirt slope, and no one was found. She asked in confusion, "Where?" Rod said, 1 kilometer away, 2 people, one holding a wand, the other holding a flute, they should be wizards. 1 kilometer away. Myra thought of the Kenyan swift crabs that Rod had sent out, which were very reliable for reconnaissance. Chapter 60 Gangsters. Just. Rod and Myra claimed that they wanted to take a break and breathe, and asked the coachman to wait for a while. The request was not excessive, and the coachman did not refuse. He cooperated and drove the horses to the shade to rest. Rod and Myra walked a little further away. The coachman could only see Rod's back from his angle, and Myra's figure was blocked. The coachman lit a cigarette and shook his head gently. Young people nowadays. In fact, the two were just discussing things normally. I've seen the vision of the swift crab behind me. There are no other vehicles on this road at the moment, so their target is likely to be us. Myra frowned, but why? Can you confirm their identities? Unknown people. The man holding the staff has the emblem of Phantom behind his neck. Rod raised his eyebrows. The swift crab was discovered, they were a little alert, but they didn't care and let it go. Phantom, is it the Phantom ruler? Myra knew that Phantom and Fairy Tale had some old grudges, and the wizards of the two guilds would occasionally have some minor frictions when they met. Rod nodded, well, it is the strongest guild in Fiori together with our Fairy Tale. He remembered the information of the Spectre President and several aces, and these two were obviously not among those people. Rod thought for a while, I have 3 plans now, come and help me with the advice. There are people in our guild who cannot rush forward directly after encountering something, but propose plans first, and propose 3 at a time. The President will be very pleased. Just in case, Myra asked, among the 3 options, it should not include rushing over to throw the exploding magic crystal, right? How can I be so cruel? Seeing a wizard standing in the middle of the road, I want to blow him up. Dark guilds will not do this, right? Jenny may have something to say. The first option is the easiest one. Since we know their position, we can just go around them. Rod said. This can directly avoid possible conflicts without any danger. The disadvantage is that we can't figure out where he is. Their purpose, if we avoid this time, there may be a next time. Myra nodded, and if they are not targeting us, but the guild, then other companions may also be in danger in the future. The second plan is to continue walking, and when they attack, we will immediately counterattack. At that time, they are the ones who provoke the conflict and will be dealt with by the council. But we don't know what their magic is and how strong they are. We may overturn and affect the driver. I don't recommend this. If Urza or Natsu were here, they would probably choose this. As long as they are right, they will fight first and talk later. Myra felt that she and Road were not suitable for such impulsiveness, because they brought too many explosive magic crystals, which could easily cause deaths. Then the last one must be the safest. Then torture them severely to see what their purpose is. If they can't be dealt with, it won't delay us from taking a detour back to ask the president to deal with them. As long as they are not the signatures of the Phantom, the president will definitely not be needed to deal with them. Myra thought Road could handle it by himself, so she nodded, then I'll leave it to the guard. Do you need my cooperation? Miss Myra Zhen, please take a good rest. I brought some snacks and will treat the coachman a little. Please don't worry. Myra smiled and said, yes, Mr. Road. Road immediately started to act. First, he moved the river crab in the back to the front. Before fighting, open the vision to prevent being caught alone. This is called anti-gank awareness. Then he summoned 2 groups of stone beetles and asked them to burrow underground. After that, 2 groups of shadow wolves came and let them use their expertise to sneak between the roadside trees and the bushes on the field. Finally, another group of razor beaks came and let them disperse and fly low, ready for airstrikes at any time. As for the last group of razor beaks and 2 magic swamp frogs, Road had to save some magic power for reserve power, and he couldn't drain himself before the battle started. Myra watched the monsters leave in groups, wondering whether the enemy was 2 or 20 people. Behind the small earthen slope, 1 kilometer away, the wizard holding the flute asked, Star, we have been waiting for an hour, when will they come? The wizard holding the staff said, be patient, Pharaoh. From Flower City to Fairy Tale, you will definitely pass by here. Even if you are slow, you can get there before noon. Oh. Pharaoh pressed the hole on the flute boldly, and suddenly said, have you seen the big crab just now? It's so strange that it's running around on land so far away from the water. What kind of species is it? Who knows, it must be a common animal nearby. Star pointed with the top of the staff, isn't that another one? Philo licked his lips and pretended to put the flute to his mouth, catch one and try it. We haven't had breakfast yet in order to stop them in advance. Don't do unnecessary things. Star said. As long as we can make Fairy Tale look bad, we will have a chance to be transferred to the headquarters. Then we can meet Mr. Gajeel. The powerful Mr. Gajeel. Hey, why doesn't that crab leave? Could it be that it thinks we are food? The size and appearance of the river crab are so intimidating that the 2 wizards became nervous and picked up their weapons to fight the river crab. Just then, the ground under the feet of the 2 men shook, and 2 ancient stone beetles broke out of the ground, clamping the lower backs of the 2 men with their pincer-like mouthparts. Wow! Monster! What is this? In a panic, one of them raised his staff and the other blew his flute. At this time, 2 more stone beetles broke out of the ground, attacking their staffs and flutes. Just then, a light bullet flew out from the pentagram at the top of the staff, and a sound wave bullet flew out from the hole at the end of the flute, hitting a stone beetle each. 2 stone beetles fell to the ground, split into 4 mini stone beetles, and continued to charge according to Road's order. What kind of monster is this? The 2 were already a little panicked at this time. The full-strength attack at the critical moment actually increased the number of enemies. Without knowing the information, this kind of monster that keeps increasing in number will naturally make people's scalps numb. But they had no choice but to continue attacking. But 6 shadow wolves jumped out from the bushes on the side of the road again. 4 ordinary wolves bit the wrists of the 2 people respectively, making their weapons fly out of their hands. 2 two-headed wolves stood in front of the 2 people, and the 4 mouths roared in low voices to the 4 ears respectively. The 4 mini stone beetles continued to perform the task of eliminating your weapons rigidly, rushing towards the 2 flying weapons. 16 pestle-like insect legs stomped down, breaking the staff and crushing the flute. He was bitten and couldn't struggle, his weapon was completely crushed, the ferocious wolf head roared in his ear, his nose could smell the fishy smell of the wolf's mouth, and his cheeks could feel the wolf's saliva splashing on his face. "I'm dead." Star fell into despair and gave up struggling completely. Faro simply rolled his eyes and fainted. A total of 6 red-haired strange birds, 1 big and 5 small, flew low and landed on the ground not far away. The master's order was to launch an airstrike when the opponent resisted fiercely, but now they had nothing to do. Rod, who observed the battlefield through the river crab, showed an incredible expression. "I was so well prepared, but they..." That's it. Chapter 61. For these two ghost wizards, Rhodes' evaluation is stronger than Jenny's combat awareness. At least after being bitten by the ancient stone beetle, he can immediately make an attack action and try to get out. In addition, it is not safe to only know the magic of holding. Once the props have problems, it is too powerless. I have to make 2 preparations when I go back. First, I have to get a stronger chain and never take off the necklace when I sleep. Second, I have to find a suitable ability magic quickly. As a summoner, I must at least have the combat power to tear a dragon apart. What's wrong, Rhodes? Myra noticed that Rhodes's face changed and asked, "You look very bad. Is the plan not going well?" "No, it's too smooth, even a little unbelievable." "Isn't that good? Rhodes is really strong." Myra did not forget that the purpose of the president letting Rhodes out was to help him boost his self-confidence. "To some extent, maybe I should thank those 2 unlucky guys?" Asked, "How to suppress the corners of your mouth and stay cool when being praised by girls for being strong." Rhodes didn't suppress it anyway. Fortunately, he was just happy for a moment, not drifting or forgetting the main business. "A sneak attack doesn't count, and the 2 of them have some problems. Should we take those 2 back to the guild and hand them over to Lakai for interrogation?" "Lakai just likes to collect torture instruments, and doesn't have the hobby of using them." Myra tried to correct Rhodes' thoughts. "Don't have a strange impression of her." "Oh." Seeing that Myra emphasized it seriously, he believed it 90% first. "Then let's ask, but I'm worried that they won't tell the truth, otherwise give it to Valian." "Valian can only read stronger voices, and can't completely read other people's thoughts," Myra said, "and recently you know Valian's situation." "That's right. The turmoil of the last incident hasn't completely passed. There is actually a simpler way." Myra thought about it and used transformation magic. "Just ask them like this." Rod looked at the man Myra turned into. "Is this one of the ace wizards of Phantom, Gajiel?" Myra said, "I have seen his photo in a magazine. He should not be discovered in a short time." Rod was very happy to see Myra's intelligence and flexibility. His only concern was, "But it is not safe to let you face dangerous people directly." Myra's eyes seemed a little helpless. "This matter is related to the conflict between the 2 guilds, and it is also related to whether everyone will go on missions smoothly in the future. The sooner we figure it out, the better. Once something concerns a companion, it has to be done." Rod had no choice but to nod. "Then let me prepare." 10 minutes later, Gajiel and one of his masked followers appeared in front of Star and Faru. At this time, Star and Faru were buried in the soil, leaving only their heads on the ground. The monsters responsible for guarding them fled in fear after seeing Gajiel. Gajiel turned around and gave his little follower Rod a look, as if asking, "Is this what you said about getting ready?" The little follower's smile was blocked by the mask, so he could only shrug lightly, "All for safety." "Ga Mr. Gajiel." Star suspected that he was dreaming. He was saved by his idol at the moment when his life was almost over. The little follower took a step forward very sensibly and asked a little arrogantly, "Do you know Mr. Gajiel? Is he from Phantom?" It is normal for members of a guild like Phantom, which is so large and even has branches, not to know each other. Star said quickly, "We are from the Kektis branch, Mr. Gajiel, please save us." The little follower was still asking questions for Gajiel. "Why are people from the Kektis branch in this place?" Star had no doubt about the identity of the masked little follower, and even envied him for being able to ask questions for Mr. Gajiel. "Because there is a commission that needs to be handled in the Flower City, and we just happened to see that there were people from Fairy Tale showing off in the commercial street yesterday. That kind of guild that plays house can actually be on par with our Phantom. So we are waiting here in advance today, wanting to teach them a lesson and make them look bad." Star angrily criticized Fairy Tale's nonsense and stupidity, and praised Phantom's strength and formality. Gajiel and the little follower looked at each other. Were these 2 people also present in the match with Jenny yesterday? And they took so much effort, risking creating friction, armed resistance, and being investigated by the council to ambush them. Is the purpose so simple? The little follower frowned and said, "You want to teach them a lesson just for such a boring thing?" Star was stunned. How could it be boring to teach Fairy Tale a lesson? Going against Fairy Tale is what the Phantoms would do whenever they have the chance. Because he highly admired the Phantoms, Star had learned from the information before joining the guild that one of the important reasons for the establishment of the Phantoms was to compete with Fairy Tale. As a Phantom, he actually said that such a thing was boring. This masked man is not right. He is not worthy of being by Mr. Gajil's side at all. The little follower thought he had said something wrong and was suspected by the other party. Suspicious, just about to make up a few words. How did Star shout angrily? How did someone like you get into the headquarters? Mr. Gajil, he doesn't deserve to be by your side, let me follow you. Ah, this is confirmed, this person's purpose should be that simple. Gajil finally spoke, if he doesn't deserve it, do you deserve to ambush Fairy Tale but end up in such a mess? Mr. Gajil. Star opened his mouth dryly, he didn't even see anyone from Fairy Tale. Gajil made a precise addition. That expression, doesn't it mean that it wasn't the work of Fairy Tale, you were just attacked by those ordinary beasts? Star's face flushed red, how could it be an ordinary beast, it must not be an ordinary beast. But when Mr. Gajil came, the beast was scared away, is it really that the two of them are too weak? Stop embarrassing yourself here. Star was scolded and felt ashamed. Gajil walked up to him and squatted down, tapping his temple with his finger, and Star fell asleep immediately. Sleep magic, one of the minor magics Myra mastered, is far less powerful than Mist Gang, but it is usually okay for self-defense. Faro, who was already sleeping next to him, was also tapped in this way, under the influence of someone, it is better to be safe. Gajil stood up, and in the flickering light and shadow, he returned to his appearance as Myra. She silently choked with one hand, it's too tiring to speak in a rough voice. Myra raised her head and found that Rode was staring at her, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? No, I'll wash my eyes and get Gajil's face out of my mind. Myra smiled slyly, and her head turned into Gajil's appearance again, is it this face? Puff. There was a conflict between the first president of Phantom and the first president of Fairy Tale. The current president Joseph and Makarov also have some hatred. The two guilds should be considered as feuds, but Fairy Tale doesn't like to take the initiative to find trouble, Phantom likes. Chapter 62. The two magicians of Phantom are much simpler than Rode imagined. They really don't like the people of Fairy Tale, so they want to teach them a lesson, and because they don't want to cause trouble in the capital, they specially ran to the wilderness to block the road. Maybe they still want to stand out or make achievements in their guild. But it doesn't affect their simple motives, simple plans, and simple lies. Rod is not sure what the guild's attitude is towards this matter, so he has to ask Myra's opinion on how to deal with these two people. Myra thought for a while. At most, we can complain to the council. After all, it's just a conflict between a few of us, and it hasn't risen to the level of direct war between the guilds. And even if we complain to the council, we may be bitten back by the other party, plus the council's attitude towards our guild. Rod understood what she meant. This kind of trivial matter can only be attributed to a fight between children. If it really goes too far and alarms the council, they may be punished with 50 slaps on each side, and the presidents of both sides will write a self-criticism. Since Fairy Tale is more capable of causing trouble, the president of our own guild may be scolded more severely. So the best way is to pretend that nothing happened. We just picked up two people who were attacked by wild beasts on the road. Myra nodded, that's about it. If you are still angry, you can beat them up at most. Rod looked at the two people. There were marks on their waists from the mouth parts of the stone beetles, and wounds on their arms from the bites of the shadow wolves. I don't know if they were broken. Because they were dragged into the ground and dug out by the stone beetles, they were covered with dust and looked miserable. Forget it. What's the point of unilaterally beating people who have no ability to resist? Rhodes said, how long will it take for them to wake up? Myra said, if no one comes to disturb them, the magic will be lifted in less than half an hour. When they wake up depends on their usual sleep quality. Then let them sleep well here. Rhodes said, how about asking the coachman to bypass this place when we go back? There are no ferocious wild animals near the main road. Rhodes hopes that they will encounter thieves and robbers passing by. So bad. Myra smiled, I agree. She didn't have any extra sympathy for the two people who wanted to teach her a lesson. Welcome back, Myra. It was already evening when they returned to the guild, and the guild was bustling. Myra was warmly welcomed as soon as she entered the guild, while Rode was warmly interrogated. The leaders were naturally Wakaba and Makeo. You are so cunning. You actually went to Hawaju alone with Myra. Damn, I'm so envious. It's a mission, an escort mission. Of course not. The suite we live in has separate rooms. Damn it, it's actually a suite. Duel. Rode thought that a duel was not a bad idea. The two he met on the road were too weak, so it would be nice to practice with everyone. Elfman, come and say something. I just heard from my sister that Rod did a great job as a guard. Elfman clenched his fist and bent his arm. He is a real man. Elfman betrayed. What did you say? How can you put the word betrayal on a man? Originally, he was chasing Rod to ask about Myra, but in the end, the topic went off the track and they started fighting, leaving Rod aside. Small scenes, I'm used to it. Rod, can you come over here? The president, who was sitting cross-legged on the counter, waved to him, and Myra stood beside him, as if she was going to get into work mode right after she came back. President. Yeah. The president nodded. How did the mission feel? Rod thought for a while. Overall, I was happy. The president smiled with relief, and the children who stayed at home every day finally felt the fun of going out, which was great. But Rod changed his tone, but it's also quite dangerous. You can be spotted even if you just go shopping. It's very troublesome. The president's smile disappeared. The annoying ghost came to make trouble at this time, so why not just fight with them? When he was young, Makarov was also a powder keg that could explode at any time, but his temper was restrained when he got old. In addition, he had to take care of so many children, and he had a lot more scruples when doing things. If Myra and Rod came back with injuries today, Makarov would definitely bring the whole guild to fight without saying a word. But the two were safe. Makarov thought the matter was not that serious. Moreover, according to Myra's description, the two guys who wanted to find trouble suffered a lot, and in the end they didn't even know who beat them up. Rod did a good job, but his style of doing things was a bit willing to protect his companions is the biggest plus point in fairy tale. Makarov admired Rod more and more. By the way, Rod. Myra suddenly remembered something. Give me the letter of entrustment, and then the final process of the task. Oh. Rod put his backpack on the counter and opened it, and took out magic books and crystal balls from it. Makarov's face became darker and darker. Do I really admire this kid? Oh, President, I haven't used these, I will send them back to the warehouse later. This kind of props, as long as they are not consumed, do not need to be paid for, which is a small benefit for guild members. But Makarov is now considering whether to charge a little rental fee to help Rod change his bad habits. Here. Rhodes took out the letter of entrustment, handed it out, and immediately took it back. He asked, should it be handed over to the client now, or to the president's assistant? Myra laughed. Now it is the client, Myra Jane, who signed to confirm that Mr. Rhodes completed the task, and paid the task reward. Lockie and the other two little sisters watched Rhodes and Myra complete the task like playing house, and smiled like an ant. Hee, how come they become so tacit after going out once? I have to interrogate Sister Myra later, hee. Myra took out the money from her wallet and handed it to Rhodes, and then took out the task record book to write down the time of task completion. Rhodes felt a little hot holding the two big bills. Can this really be counted as a mission, President? Why not? Makarov asked with a smile. Myra, did Rhodes' mission violate any rules? No, President. Myra showed the commission form and record book. All the processes were confirmed by me personally, and they are absolutely in line with the guild's rules. Then there is no problem, don't worry. Makarov jumped off the counter and left slowly. He was going to investigate the ghost. Yes. Rhodes felt their kindness, thank you. But it's not good to just accept the money. Rhodes thought about it and asked Myra, how about treating you to a meal in a few days? Myra seemed to understand Rhodes' concerns and nodded, okay, I'm looking forward to it. Olakai and the others looked at Rhodes with admiration. Why could this man invite Sister Myra out for dinner so naturally? And it was so easy to succeed. The world of fairy tale is different from ninjas and pirates. Generally speaking, there is still a set of laws, and wizards are not allowed to take other people's lives easily. For example, when the council activated the magic spirit power, because it might harm civilians, several members argued endlessly, saying our sins will be written into history. There is also the star spirit Leo, who indirectly caused the death of a scumbag woman and was willing to use his life to atone for his sins. No matter who you are, the weight of life is very heavy. The worldview is probably like this. I hope no one will ask me why the protagonist didn't just kill those two people to silence them. Chapter 63 Work. Myra found some excuses to drive away the booing Lakai and others. Whispered to Rode, if you want to treat us, what about the rent? She hasn't forgotten the reason why Rode wanted to take the task before. Rode said bitterly, take another mission in the next 2 days, please keep an eye on it for me, I will also ask if anyone wants to form a team. Myra smiled and said, okay. Rode is always moving forward, the president doesn't need to worry too much. It was still early before the guild closed, so Rode went to the backyard to do some iron and boxing. He didn't exercise his muscles properly in the past 2 days, which made him feel uncomfortable. He stopped after exercising for a long time, took a shower in the guild's bathroom, and returned to the tavern to chat with Marcus and the others. Today, there were enough people, and Rode only needed to lend a hand occasionally. With Rode here, the topic of conversation naturally turned to the matter of him and Myra going out alone. But Rode's main purpose is to remind everyone to be more careful when going out to work, so he tried hard to bring the topic to the matter of the Phantom. The Phantom people actually did this kind of thing. Arzik was a little angry, and then a little envious. But it's not very cool to perfectly protect the people you want to protect during the team-up. He wanted to invite Bisksa to team up with him, and then protect Bisksa well, in that case. Rod looked at Arzik's expression and secretly reflected on whether he had ever shown such a stupid expression. The Phantom guys are really annoying. Nabu condemned the Phantom and comforted him. But this should be considered an occasional incident. The probability of wizards from different guilds meeting is not high. Rod glanced at the person who was speaking, and said carefully, Nabu, it's hard for me to believe you when you say this. Nabu was stunned. Hey. Marcus laughed, that's right, Nabu. You have to complete at least 1 or 2 tasks to be qualified to say this. Rod, this is for you. Lidus suddenly handed Rod a piece of paper. Rhodes took it, and the painting on it was the scene when he and Myra went out together. At that time, Xiao waved at the backs of the 2 people. Everyone in the tavern was noisy. Lakai and a few others gathered together and covered their mouths to laugh. There were also a few people looking at the door in surprise or envy. Rhodes and Myra stepped out of the guild gate with 1 foot, turned their heads to look at each other, and said something. The smiles on their side faces were as bright as the sunshine that morning. Lidus said, because I think the scene at that time is beautiful, I drew it down as a souvenir of your first work. It's a great painting, Lidus. Rhodes was full of surprise, I will keep it well. Lidus was also very happy. The expression on Rhodes's face when he saw the painting was the best compliment to him. Nabu was still arguing with Marcus that he was not going to work, but he wanted to find a job that only he could do. Lidus, I go in and out every day, why are there no paintings of mine? Lidus adjusted the brim of his hat and said slowly, if you decide to go out to work, I can draw as many paintings as you want. Nabu slammed the table and stood up, you look down on me, I'm going to check the bulletin board now. Rod couldn't help but remind him, don't be impulsive, think about it before you choose. Lidus said, don't be nervous, I bet Nabu will be back in 10 minutes. Marcus smiled and said, no, there are a lot of tasks on the bulletin board today, maybe 20 minutes. Fairy tale famous scene, Nabu is looking at the bulletin board. Fairy tale non-existent scene, Nabu goes to work. Rod still doesn't understand what psychological problems Nabu has, he is obviously quite strong. His spirit summoning magic, bear spirit, can give Nabu the power of a bear, and that punch is so powerful. Rod has to besiege a few more wild monsters to defeat him. Although it was less than 2 days, everything feels familiar after returning from a long trip. Not only in the guild, but also at home. Familiar tables and chairs, familiar beds, familiar sandbags. Seeing the sandbags, Rode punched again. Exercise and meditation cannot be put down, and the exploration of Summoner's Rift is also the same. According to the previous progress, a red or blue should come in a few days, and it is not far from the little dragon. Early the next morning, Rode went to work in the guild as usual. After finishing a bunch of trivial matters, he went to the bulletin board to take a look. The highest rewards are generally to defeat huge monsters, capture dangerous criminals, etc. There are many tasks with rewards of up to 1 million. However, the difficulty of these tasks is close to S level, and even if Road dares to take them, Myra will reject them. The tasks with low rewards are more messy, and most of them are tasks within Magnolia and nearby villages and towns. What about field irrigation, collecting rare flowers and plants, capturing perverts, finding lost items? Road looked at them one by one, either they were not his areas of expertise, or the rewards were not enough to cover the loss of work. It's not just him. Many people have this trouble when looking for tasks that suit them. While he was absorbed in reading, a hand with a ring reached out and tore off a task of catching a pervert. Rod turned his head and saw a handsome guy, Loki. Hello. Loki had retreated 5 meters away before he finished saying hello. Rod was unhappy. It was not a good experience to be treated as a dirty thing. I said you should know that my magic is different from the magic of the stars. Well, sorry, I'm used to it. Loki took the task list and walked to the counter stiffly. Do you want to form a team? I have someone who is good at searching. Swish. Loki appeared in front of Myra as if the fast forward button was pressed. Single person task, catch the suspicious person who follows and harasses the client. Myra looked at the task list and nodded, and Loki rushed out of the guild like the wind. Rod. Okay, it's not so easy to untie the knot in your heart, although I don't know what the knot is. Rod decided to go to the backyard to practice magic for a while and wait and see if there will be any new commissions today. Oh, I have to let Worm go to the kitchen to eat and drink first. In the afternoon, the guild was still noisy. Natsu just showed off a special flame-set meal and leaned on the table with satisfaction. Gray was not here today, which was awkward. I wanted to punch him in the face. Harpy also ate 2 grilled fish and held a round and bulging. Natsu opened his wallet and poured it on the table. A few coins fell down, and there were 2 light banknotes. It was less than 10,000 J in total, which was probably enough for him and Happy for 2 or 3 days. No choice, go to work. Natsu stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. Find a task that can be played happily. Happy raised his cat paw. Love. Chapter 64. What is Myra afraid of? Work, work. Natsu rushed to the bulletin board with full energy. Hey, Natsu, don't push. Nabu was the one who was pushed away by Natsu. It's okay, Nabu. Happy spread his wings and flew over. You are not going to work anyway, let Natsu see it first. Nabu said angrily, damn it, I must find a suitable job to show you today. Love. Happy said perfunctorily, Nabu will say the same thing tomorrow. Defeat the rebellious beasts and the beast leaders, protect the village, the reward is 300,000 J. Natsu tore off the task list, this is it. There are fights, the reward is high, beasts are usually afraid of fire, Natsu chose this kind of task is the most suitable. Myra, I want to take this task. Defeat the rebellious beasts, and Myra thought for a while. The client said that the beasts are very large, it will be very difficult to go alone, do you want to team up with others? Natsu said as a matter of course, I team up with Happy. Happy raised his hand, love. Myra smiled, that's the same. Happy was dejected, that's too much. Happy is a good helper. Myra touched Happy's head, but it will be much easier if you find another reliable companion. Team up. Natsu thought seriously. Myra would not lie about this kind of thing, she must be like this when she said it is better to team up. Happy looked at his companions in the tavern, who are you going to team up with? Makao? Wakaba? No, Natsu denied with a look of disgust, those 2 are reliable, but annoying. How about Kana? She'll spend all her rewards on alcohol. Marcus. Too nagging. Then Happy suddenly realized that everyone's personality was so troublesome. Of course, Natsu himself was also a trouble. Hey, Myra, is there anyone who is suitable to team up with someone like Natsu? Natsu didn't hear anything right and said angrily, hey, Happy, don't talk like I'm disliked. Happy covered his mouth with both hands and complained to Myra in a low voice. Because Natsu always sabotages, his rewards will be deducted, so many people don't want to team up with him. Happy. Natsu rushed over and grabbed Happy's face. Should we ask Rod? He is looking for someone to join his team, although he doesn't like the mission. Myra was not sure if Rod was willing to go on this mission, but it would be reassuring to go with Natsu, right? Natsu thought for a while. Rod seems to have a lot more interesting monsters recently. Happy objected, but he can't summon fish. Don't we have crabs? Natsu pounded his palm and turned away. I've decided, let's go find Rod. Happy hurriedly chased after him and shouted, Natsu! Crabs and fish are different. Fairy Tale Guild Trivia. During the break, Rod's spawn point is either in the backyard or in the library, so it's easy to find him. Rod! Are you there? I smell you. Natsu's loud voice rang out in the library. Natsu? Stop shouting, this is the library. Rod put the Encyclopedia of Magic in his hand on the table. What else is it called, smelling my body? Do I have such a strong smell of sweat? Natsu said as a matter of course, smell is smell, anyway, let's team up. Happy added, Natsu has a good nose. Rod remembered the last time with Valian, and Urza seemed to have mentioned Natsu's sense of smell. Okay. He didn't dwell on it and asked, what's the matter with teaming up? There is a very interesting task. Myra said it would be better to find a reliable person to team up with. Love. The most reliable wizard still in the guild is Rod. Happy said exaggeratedly, although you can't summon fish. Natsu hugged Happy and covered his mouth. That's right, Rod is the most reliable. It's a very happy thing to be praised for being reliable, but there's something fishy. Is Natsu usually such a talkative person? Oh, since you said so, then I will. Rod looked at Natsu and Happy's expectant eyes, then I will go to Myra to ask for details. Happy sighed in Natsu's arms, so lame. Natsu complained, Happy, your plan is completely useless. It must be that Natsu is not sincere enough. Hey, pushing the responsibility to me again, Natsu is too much. I heard everything, you two. Rod didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't Natsu a hot-blooded and reckless person? How come these two guys, when recruiting people to form a team, actually use tricks? And they conspired in front of him. I really want to try to team up with you anyway, let me ask about the mission first. Rod picked up the book, wrote down the pages, closed it and put it back, and then left with Nizabai. The mission location is in Danjabiamu village, also known as Shiulan village, a small mountain village less than half a day's drive from Magnolia. I heard that there have been good harvests there in recent years, but there are many ferocious beasts on a mountain near the village. Recently, they often rush down the mountain like crazy. The hunters in the village can't do anything about the beasts, so the villagers dare not go out to harvest the crops. If this continues, the crops will rot in the fields and the villagers will be in danger. Myra said while paying attention to Rod's expression to see if he was against the beasts. He was relieved when no one reacted to this word. How about it, do you want to accept this mission? Rod didn't rush to decide, but continued to ask, are there only ordinary beasts in the herd? Myra said, that's the case at the moment, but some villagers have seen beasts similar to the leader of the herd giving orders on the mountain, but they didn't come down the mountain. Natsu urged, Rod, how long are you going to ask? Beasts and such, just beat them all away. He now felt that Rod had a strange personality like other companions. It will be done soon. Rod continued to ask a few more questions until he had drained all the information Myra knew about Dendrobium village. He thought for a moment, okay, I'll take it, Natsu. Natsu. Zzz. Natsu lay on the counter with his arms resting on his head, sleeping soundly. Happy popped his snot bubble. Natsu, Rod agreed. Natsu woke up and jumped up from the stool. Okay, let's go. Rod was a little envious of Natsu, who could cheer up immediately after waking up. Myra registered the task information and handed the commission to Natsu. Be careful on the road. This is Rod's first time to carry out this kind of task. It depends on you and Happy to take care of it. Leave it to me. Natsu did not refuse. The president often gave newcomers to senior wizards to take care of them for a period of time. It's just that it's too rare for Rod to join the guild for almost 2 months and only go on a mission once. Happy looked at Myra and then at Rod, and whispered, there's a leg, tongue flick, ... Happy. Myra looked at Happy and smiled kindly. A love. Happy hid behind Natsu, looking scared, I'm sorry. Rod. What is there to be afraid of? Myra. Dendrobium village. Chapter 65. What to do. Rod chose to take on this mission after careful consideration. First of all, there is the issue of remuneration. 300,000 J is divided among 3 people, and each person can get 100,000 J. Harpy is a regular wizard with the fairy tale emblem. He is a companion and will help during the mission. He should also take a share of the money. This money will allow Rod to no longer worry about the rent, and even live a more comfortable life next month. The second is the safety issue. According to the information provided by Myra, this mission is not very dangerous. And teaming up with Natsu has good security protection. It's just to deal with some wild beasts, which is not a big problem. Rod seems to have seen 100,000 J waving to him. The premise is that Natsu doesn't do anything else, such as demolishing the village. This point should be paid special attention to. After completing the task acceptance process, the three of them dispersed. Natsu went home to get his luggage, Happy went to rent a carriage, and Rhodes also had to get his luggage and make some preparations. Even if you are in a team, you can't be careless. Myra saw Rhodes walking towards the warehouse and said helplessly, "Are you going to borrow something again?" Rhodes smiled and said, "Be cautious and accumulate knowledge." Myra corrected, "It's better to be prepared." "Oh, right." Myra wanted to say that it was wrong and unnecessary, but considering that this was Rhodes' first time to accept a subjugation mission, let him go. A few minutes later, Rhodes returned empty-handed, with a little grievance on his face. "What's wrong?" The president refused to open the warehouse door. He said that it was dangerous enough to take Natsu with him, and if he took the exploding magic crystal, he was afraid that the village would disappear. Rod felt a little wronged. "I use it for self-defense, not for terrorist attacks." Myra couldn't help laughing. "Please keep an eye on Natsu and don't let him mess around." "Hey." Rod waved his hand, "I'm leaving." Myra waved, "Be careful on the road." When Rod walked out of the guild gate, Myra retracted her gaze, and Lakai pounced on Myra from the side, prolonging the tone of Myra's words just now. "Be careful on the road." Myra said angrily, "Lakai, what are you doing again?" "What?" "It's not what I'm doing, it's what you're doing, Sister Myra." Laki lowered her voice and asked, "How are you and Rod progressing?" "What?" "An excellent guild newcomer and the guild's signature girl get along day and night, and fall in love because of an escort mission. Then, he practiced hard to protect her, worked hard to take care of her, and then their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds, and they entered the palace of marriage." "Ah, what a romantic love!" Myra said helplessly, "Don't talk nonsense, and even the order and cause and effect of things are disrupted. Beautiful poems always make insignificant changes to the rhythm of life." Adaptation. Lakai has her own theory. "Speaking of which, you should have noticed it, Sister Myra. Rod looks at you differently than he looks at others." Myra shook her head gently, "Maybe he is grateful for my care for him before." Lakai denied, "No, Levi and I lent Rod things and answered Rod's questions, and we also saw grateful eyes. It's not like that, sparkling." "Don't talk nonsense, there are guests over there who want wine, go quickly." "Yes, yes." Lakai left. Myra lowered her eyes, and even Lakai said so. During the celebration that day, Jenny said this to Myra backstage. "You should know how much impact falling in love has on photo models like us. Popularity will drop significantly." "Popularity is not important at all, the problem is myself." Myra is not a little girl who knows nothing, she can feel Rhod's affection for her. Part of it comes from gratitude, part of it comes from the feelings between companions, and the other part. How is this possible? Rhod is the best newcomer this year, or should I say in recent years. The president described him as a genius of summoning magic, and he can maintain a large number of summons fighting at the same time in a short time. He is thorough and cautious in his work, and he persists in his daily practice. He just keeps working hard when he encounters setbacks. But what is he like? He was reckless, and was complacent because he passed the S-class exam, and he took his younger brothers and sisters on adventures. In the end, Elfman had to risk his life to receive the Beast King, and in the end, he couldn't even protect even Lysina. He became so weak. As long as Elfman could put down his burden and live a good life, it would be enough. As long as his companions saw her, instead of thinking about that sad thing, they could feel a little better. As for himself, whether it was pain, sadness, or loss of power, everything was his own fault, and it was the punishment he deserved for his arrogance. Love? Happiness? Even a new family? These things were not something that people like him could have. But Rhod's feelings. "Myra, 2 glasses of beer here." Myra closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she smiled as usual, I'll be right there. What should I do? What do you want? Rod sat in the carriage and looked at Natsu. He and Happy had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Happy also complained, too slow, Natsu. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon, I can do it. Natsu took a deep breath, made a standing long jump, and prepared to jump onto the carriage in one go. However, before jumping, Natsu's movement stopped abruptly. Why don't I walk over there? Hey, Happy, what are you doing? Let me go. Happy spread his wings, grabbed Natsu's shoulders, lifted him up and threw him into the carriage, then shouted, Uncle, we can go. Go. The driver was actually getting impatient. It was so hot, and he was still dragging his feet to get on the bus. Let go. Natsu stopped struggling and lay in the car with a blue face. He had no strength to speak. Let me down. Rod silently moved away from the direction where Natsu's mouth was pointing. It's too exaggerated to be so carsick, right? Happy said, Love. Natsu has no idea about transportation. I heard Gray mention it, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Rod poked Natsu's bulging cheek with his hand, and when he heard a woo sound, he quickly retracted it. He suddenly felt unsafe again. Isn't this a complete loss of combat ability? Love. You can do anything to Natsu now. Like this, like this, like this. Happy pulled Natsu's cheek, tied Natsu's hair into a bun, and rolled on his back, tossing and turning. Happy. Natsu said weakly, Stop the car, I won't let you go. Love. Uncle, don't stop the car. Chapter 66. Who is Shauna? It seems that Natsu and Happy have a really good relationship. This kind of mutual pit makes Rod easily think of his brothers. He asked, Happy, when did you and Natsu know each other? I knew Natsu when I came out of the egg, in X778. That's 5 years out of the egg. Rod noticed the misunderstanding. Love, I was hatched from the egg by Natsu and Elfman, and Lysina also helped. Cats are. Rod wanted to say that cats are viviparous animals, but this is a cat in the magical world, and it can talk and fly, so it makes sense. Who is Lysina? Harpy's ears drooped, tears welled up in his eyes. Lysina is Myra and Elfman's sister. When she went out to work last year. Rod was stunned. Myra's sister? And she has passed away? Did Myra have a sister? Myra would not take the initiative to talk about this, and the feelings of others who took care of Myra and Elfman were not willing to be mentioned in the guild. So Rod had no way of knowing. Last year. The girl who faced all her companions with a smile every day, not too long ago, experienced. Have you ever experienced such sadness? Behind that smile, I wonder if it is the thought of not wanting to be worried by his companions. I wonder what kind of strong heart it is. I'm sorry, Happy. Out of selfishness, Rod wanted to continue asking, but Happy's appearance made it impossible to open his mouth. Natsu said that no matter what happens, we must go on strong. Lysina left, so take her with us. Happy rubbed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. I am also a wizard of fairy tale, I am also strong. Happy is very strong. Rod touched Happy's head, he is only a 5-year-old child. Besides, Natsu can say such words, it really seems like something Natsu can say. Rod looked at Natsu, he didn't seem to react. Could he have lost consciousness? Natsu. Woo. He didn't faint, nor did he respond, only meaningless groans. Rod suggested, how about we stop and rest for a while? No, if we don't get to the village before dark, we will have to spend the night in the wild. And even if we stop, it will be like this again when we set off again. Rod asked, will it be like this when you take him flying? Road is too much, we are not a means of transportation. Ah, sorry, that's not what I meant. Rod said, I mean, why don't you just take Natsu to fly there? It's too far, the magic power can't last too long. Happy said, more importantly, it's very tiring, and my hands will be sore. The main reason is tiredness. What a good brother. Rod thought about it and called back a river crab responsible for reconnaissance. Do you want to try this? The coachman and the horse pulling the carriage were well informed and were not scared by the sudden appearance of the monster. It appears, crab. Happy looked very excited. Natsu couldn't give an opinion, so Happy didn't ask for his opinion and directly took Natsu to fly on the back of the river crab. The crab and the carriage were running side by side. Natsu recovered his spirit in a few seconds and stamped his feet on the crab's back excitedly, not afraid of falling off at all. Oh, is this for riding? Great! I won't feel dizzy on the crab. Rod stuck his head out of the window to look at Natsu and asked. Why do you rent a carriage instead of renting a horse directly? Natsu and Happy were stunned, and then knocked their palms at the same time. So that's it. It can be done this way. Rod was shocked. Is it because you didn't expect it? In fact, it's not just that, but also because there are almost no people who provide horse rental services alone in the market. Because it is difficult to deal with the return issue after renting it out. If you can't go back for a while, it's also uneasy to leave the horse to an outsider. There are no so many concerns when renting a carriage. With a driver, everything is easy. Seeing that Natsu and Happy were both in high spirits, Rod simply let them control the crab through their tentacles. With Natsu's shout of go, the river crab instantly became a wild river crab that ran away. Under Natsu's urging, it even used its own acceleration skill. Ah ha 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 ha. The river crab ran back and forth, and the laughter of Natsu and Happy echoed in the wilderness. The coachman began to wonder, since there is such magic, why do you rent a car? There is no problem for 3 people to sit on that big crab, right? However, a few minutes later, Happy flew back by himself. Happy fell on the seat of the carriage listlessly and stuck out his tongue. It's so hot, only Natsu is not afraid of the Sunday. This is why we rent a carriage. Natsu rode the river crab for a long time before returning, walking side by side with the carriage. He shouted excitedly. Rod, let's always form a team in the future. Rod asked, just to have river crabs to ride. That's right. But to go to a farther place, you still have to take a train or a boat. Natsu laughed heartlessly. Then we won't form a team when we go far away. You are too realistic. Rod snapped his fingers, the river crab disappeared, and Natsu fell flat on his face when he was caught off guard. He jumped up and shouted at the carriage, What are you doing? Rod. Oh, the magic power is exhausted. Good reading. Happy actually helped Rod, exhausted. Natsu, just run behind the carriage. Good reading. Run. Natsu chased and roared, You 2 bastards, stop right there. Rod and Happy looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After playing for a while, Natsu finally got on the crab, but his face was still sullen. Rod, this bastard, I have to find his weakness and play a good trick on him. Harpy is also playing a prank with Rod. He will steal his grilled fish next time. Rod and Harpy had a good chat. Taking advantage of the time on the road, he asked Harpy about his wing magic. That was the magic Harpy mastered at birth. Rod asked Harpy how long he could fly and how much weight he could lift. Teammate information is also very important. Harpy suddenly asked, Rod, why don't you ask Worm to come out and play? Worm doesn't like the hot weather now, so Rod was stunned. Oh no, I forgot Worm in the guild kitchen. Because he had to cooperate with Mr. Cook to study Poro delicacies, Rod sent Worm to the kitchen in the morning, but forgot to take it with him when he left the guild. Happy complained, It's terrible. It's not a big problem. Worm will go back by himself anyway, and he's eating and drinking in the kitchen, so he's probably too happy to think about the abyss. Chapter 67 You ate your own wild monster. The sun gradually moved westward, becoming larger and larger, and its color began to change to orange, and the light became softer. On a flat road that looked indistinct when viewed from close up, but seemed to be winding when viewed from a distance, a 2-horse carriage was moving forward slowly. Another huge crab was wandering around the carriage, moving fast and slow, and sometimes far and sometimes near. There were golden wheat fields on the roadside, but because there was no wind today, the scene of wheat waves rolling could not be seen. The man and the cat who poked their heads out of the window of the carriage were not disappointed, and quietly enjoyed the beautiful countryside. Hey, I see the mountain, we're almost there. The one who broke the silence was the cherry-haired boy on the crab's back. Uncle driving the car, hurry up. Happy complained, Natsu is so noisy. Rod nodded, yeah, you don't understand romance at all. Natsu was immediately annoyed by the 2 people singing the same tune, and bared his teeth and claws on the crab's back. When did you 2 become so close? Rod said, when you were carsick. Puff Happy tried to hold back his laughter, and when you fell like a dog eating shit. Assholes, stop the car and I'll make you pay. Natsu was so angry that his throat was blazing. After a while of making a fuss, Rod suddenly became serious. Natsu, there are wild boars about 800 to 900 meters ahead. 5, no, 6. Oh, can you see that far? Natsu stood up on the crab's back and tried to look far away, but the road was not straight, and he was restricted by the terrain and wheat fields, so he couldn't see anything. Why don't you try to smell the stink of the wild boar? Rod said casually, and Natsu did it immediately. He raised his head slightly, and his nostrils moved. I smell it. Leave it to me. Natsu pulled the crab's tentacles. Go. Natsu. Rod wanted to say that he had a plan to kill the pig, but Natsu rushed too fast, and he couldn't throw him again. Happy said, don't worry, Natsu will be fine. As for the wild boar, Rod said, I'm worried that he will burn all the farmland. Love, that's exactly what Natsu would do. Respond to the call, ancient stone beetle. Rod sent 2 groups of stone beetles to follow Natsu, ready to dig out fire breaks to reduce farmland losses. Sigh. The driver stopped the horse. Sorry, there are wild beasts ahead, and the horses are afraid to go. Let's stop here, the village is not far away. Rhodes said, Harpy, get off. Isa. Harpy flew out, holding Naz's backpack and Rhodes' suitcase in his hands. Considering that there were already traces of wild beasts nearby, Rhodes summoned a group of razor beaks and asked them to escort the carriage for a short distance. Seeing the fire rising not far away, Rhodes and Harpy quickly rushed towards Naz. It took at most a few minutes to run for less than 1 kilometer, and that was because of the luggage. And in these few minutes, Naz had already solved the battle. 6 wild boars of different sizes lay quietly on the ground, and the flames in the wheat field had not been completely extinguished. Fortunately, the stone beetles dug out a barrier, so the fire did not spread to more places. Ah ha ha ha! Natsu, the culprit, laughed heartlessly. Now you know how powerful I am, stupid wild boar. Happily, Natsu's luggage flew over. Natsu. Happily, Rod, you are too late, I have solved them all. Ah ha ha ha. He was very proud, as if he had won a 3-person hunting competition. Happy said, Natsu is very strong, but you almost burned all the wheat fields. It didn't burn. That's because of Rod's digging worms. It's the stone beetle. Rod corrected, and then said to Natsu. Please, when you use fire in farmland, woodland, and villages, can you think clearly? I have thought it through. Natsu waved his fist, and a little flame came out of his fist. Using so much fire is just enough to get rid of the wild boar. Rod said angrily, I asked you to think about the consequences and not burn the farmland. Aren't you still here? Natsu said with a smile, sure enough, Myra said to invite you to form a team. The team is not wrong. Even if you trust me so much, even if you mention Myra, I will. No. Rod found that he was almost fooled by Natsu. Don't create this strange trust for me. I'm not here to help you put out the fire. Happy looked at the burning straw and asked, what should we do here? Ask Natsu to eat the fire. Natsu and Rod spoke at the same time, then looked at each other in shock, and said at the same time. Will you eat your own monsters? You actually want to run away? The two were even more shocked. Of course you have to run away after getting into trouble. It's not impossible to try. After hearing each other's answer, the two were different this time. You actually said this so confidently. Seeing that the two of them went from speaking in unison to speaking in unison, Happy wanted to say there is an affair. After a while of explanation, Rod suddenly realized, oh, so Natsu can't eat the fire he sprays or lights, he can only eat the fire of others. Natsu asked again, so your wild monsters are really edible? Rod said, I don't know, I just think if I'm really too hungry, I should borrow a claw from the swift crab to chew on it, right? Anyway, the claws can regenerate. Natsu and Happy swallowed their saliva. How cruel. The Rift Sprinter returned to the Summoner's Rift. I'm kidding. As they spoke, the fire in the small area within the fire break began to shrink. The straw is hollow, and it is not very resistant to burning. It doesn't generate much heat. The 6 wild boars lying on the ground were just blackened. Rod asked the ancient stone beetle to split, and then dragged the 6 wild boars out. Then he asked the monsters to dig the soil on the spot, fill the flames and bury the ashes. 3-dimensional text water. Rod waved his hand, and about a basin of clean water was poured out, soaking the still warm land. He repeated it several times to completely lower the temperature to avoid causing new fires. After doing all this, Rod slapped his right hand a few times. He just said that he was not here to do the aftermath work, but he still dealt with the hidden dangers left by Natsu. He sighed, let's go, drag all the wild boars to the village. Ah? Why? We have to give an explanation for burning someone's wheat field. We haven't officially handed it over to the client yet. Rod was worried that there would be trouble. It's so troublesome. Natsu complained. When he was in this situation, he would go directly to the client to make it clear. As long as the task is completed, few people will care about this process problem. Who caused the trouble? If the stone beetle had not been sent over just now, Rod dared not think what would happen to the wheat fields that stretched for countless acres. No, Rod was not angry at all, it was all for the rent. But when he thought that it would take many such battles to completely solve the beast problem, Rod felt a little toothache. Is it best to let Gray and Natsu team up? Chapter 68 Dendrobium Village. Dendrobium Village was established about 2 kilometers away from the Dendrobium mountain range. It is not wrong to say that it is at the foot of the mountain, so it is named after the mountain. The Dendrobium mountain range has 5 peaks and stretches for dozens of kilometers. Because the mountains are relatively gentle, it provides a good growth environment for many plants and a good living environment for animals. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. In the past, when the harvest was not good, the villagers of Dendrobium village often went to the mountains to pick and hunt, and at the same time they would guard against the beasts that occasionally came down the mountain to find food. Because of this, the villagers cut down trees and used rough wood to build a tall wooden wall outside the village. They even set up 2 watchtowers on the left and right sides of the gate inside the wall. 2 members of the hunter team were standing guard on the watchtowers. They saw a strange big crab running nearby and then suddenly disappeared. They thought they were too tired and dizzy, so they were complaining about why their companions didn't come to take over. Just then, they saw 6 strange beasts slowly walking towards the gate. Bit. There are strange beasts coming. I saw it, Mastiff. It shouldn't be dizziness this time. The young man called Bit picked up the bow and arrow. Ring the bell, call everyone, wait a minute. There are people on the backs of the beasts. As the 6 figures approached, the 2 guards saw that 2 of the strange beasts were carrying a black-haired boy and a cherry-haired boy on their backs, and there seemed to be a cat. Not only that, the beasts were walking backwards, because they were dragging something. Looking closely, it seemed to be a wild boar. Rod noticed that someone on the sentry tower was shooting arrows at them, and quickly raised his hand to stop the stone beetles. Natsu looked at the person holding the bow and arrow warily, and shouted, "We are wizards from Fairy Tale, and we have accepted the commission to defeat the beasts." Hearing that it was a wizard, the 2 relaxed their vigilance a little, but Mastiff still grabbed the rope of the bell and asked, "What's the matter with those monsters?" "It's my magic, used to move the wild boars defeated on the road." Rod waved his hand, making the 3 stone beetles disappear, and the wild boars they dragged fell to the ground. Bit finally put away the bow and arrow, but said, "Please come closer, we need to confirm your emblem before we can open the door." Natsu and Happy jumped off the stone beetle and showed the emblem in front of the door, one on the right arm and the other on the back. Rod sat on the stone beetle and walked forward. He was worried that the other party would have a brain seizure and immediately pull Natsu and Happy away. Fortunately, this did not happen. The 2 guards confirmed that they all had the fairy tale emblem, and immediately turned the capstan to raise the gate. This way of opening the door made Rhodes very uneasy. He always felt that the rope might suddenly break when he passed through, and then the gate would fall and crush him. "I'm very sorry, I was so rude just now." Mastiff looked at the stone beetles dragging the wild boars into the door and asked, "May I ask these wild boars?" "On the way here, we encountered these wild boars destroying the wheat fields, so we cleaned them up," Rod said, "but a large area of wheat fields was also destroyed during the battle. I wonder if they can be used to compensate." Mastiff said quickly, "So that's the case. Please don't blame yourself. If you hadn't stopped them, they would have destroyed it as well." Naz smiled at Rod, "How about it? I said it's okay, right?" Rod looked at him, "No problem, if I hadn't come today, this guy would regret what he said." "Excuse me, where does Mr. Panther Leopard live? We need to find the client to confirm the details of the mission." "That's the name of the village chief. I'll take you there." Mastiff said, "Bit, this is up to you." Bit nodded, "Remember to ask someone to deal with the wild boars." Mastiff waved his hand and walked in front to lead the way for Rod, Naz, and Happy. The village chief's house is located on a street in the center of the village. The main body is a 2-story building with a large yard. Village chief, the wizard of fairy tale is here. Because the gate of the yard was open, Mastiff shouted outside the door and led Road and the others in, waiting in the yard. Road observed the terrain by the way. The yard of the village chief's house was not small. Near the left side of the gate was a cow shed, where a cow stood and chewed something. On the right was a chicken coop. Because it was getting dark, there were no chickens running around outside, and there would be occasional clucking sounds from the chicken coop. Further inside, there was a slightly simple house on each side, which might be a woodshed and a warehouse. If the situation is urgent, you can ask the stone beetle to burrow underground and run away. The wall of the yard is not too high, so you should be able to ask the razor beak to fly out, and it is not impossible to ask the river crab to hit the wall. If you don't have time to call the wild monsters, you can step on the chicken coop to borrow the force to directly climb over the wall, or climb the cow shed. Road planned several escape routes and felt much more at ease. At this time, an old man in his 50s came out with a cane, followed by a beautiful woman who was less than 30 years old. The old man had sunken eyes and a sad face, probably because he was worried about the village. The beautiful woman had pale lips and a sad face, as if she had just cried. "Are you the wizards who accepted the commission?" The village chief's voice was old and a little tired. "Yes, you three. My name is Harpy, and I am also a wizard of fairy tale." Harpy grew wings behind his back and flew up, turning his back to show his emblem. Natsu and Rhodes reported their names. "Sorry, I am the village chief Panther Leopard here, and this is my daughter-in-law Snow." After the introduction, the village chief made a gesture of invitation. "Please come inside and sit down." "Village chief, there is one more thing." Mastiff told the story of the wild boar. "That kind of thing doesn't matter. After the wizards have solved the problem, we will check whose wheat it is." "No, old village chief." It was Natsu who retorted first. "We, the wizards of fairy tale, must compensate for the things we destroyed. Right, Happy, Rod? You are so proud." "The rules are indeed like this," Rod nodded helplessly. "Then it's decided, Mastiff, you go do your own thing first." "Yes, village chief." Mastiff left. Rod frowned, always felt that the village chief seemed a little anxious. "There won't be any problems, right?" Several people followed Panther and Snow into the living room. The beautiful woman Snow poured tea for them and stood quietly behind Panther. "Pick up the teacup and put it to your mouth to drink." By the way, he looked at the layout of the living room and finally found the problem. There is a photo of an adult man hanging on the wall of the living room, black and white. Looking closely, it is found that Panther and Snow have a black cloth belt tied on their sleeves. Is it their relatives who have recently been killed by wild beasts? There is actually another step in the process of accepting the task, which I omitted. After the wizard sets out, the guild usually notifies the client that the task has been accepted by using a communication magic crystal or a communication bird to send a letter. Sometimes a brief information about the acceptor is attached to facilitate both parties to confirm the identity to avoid impersonation. A similar method can also be used to issue commissions, and the client does not necessarily need to go to the guild in person. Chapter 69 The Possible Existence of the King. "That's my son Chita, the husband of Shinyo." The village chief Panther introduced in a low voice, and Shinyo looked sad. Please remember Taiwan Novel Network, website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Sorry. Rhodes didn't know how to comfort the person who lost his relatives. Just like after he knew about Lysina, he didn't know whether he should smile in front of Myra. "No, this matter is related to the commission," Panther said seriously. "What happened to Chita? So I must remind you that this is a dangerous mission that may cost you your life. If you don't have the confidence to complete it, or need to re-evaluate the mission level and reward, I can accept it." "This client seems to be good," Rhodes said. "Please give me details." "Pa." Natsu slapped the commission on the coffee table. "The members of Fairy Tale will not give up the mission easily, please give it to us." Rhodes closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. This bastard, always so reckless. But that serious and confident expression is very emotional, infectious power. The village chief and Sino were obviously infected, and they couldn't help but think, if it were them, maybe they could really accomplish it. But Rhodes decided to ask first and then make a plan. "Please tell me in detail." "The rampant wild animals should have started a few years ago. In the past few years, the weather near our village has been good, and there has been a bumper harvest almost every year. Correspondingly, the products on the Dendrobium mountain are also very abundant, and our gathering and hunting activities have decreased a lot compared to previous years. As a result, prey such as hares, pheasants, sika deer, and wild goats have also increased. Starting from the next year, the number of carnivorous beasts on the mountain has also increased. So, because there are more carnivorous beasts, the number of their prey has begun to decline again. Rhodes nodded to show his understanding. The positive and negative feedback regulation of the ecosystem is a high school biology course, and he knows it. It goes without saying that wild boars are always the type that likes to cause trouble to farmland. Carnivorous beasts with reduced food will naturally go down the mountain to look for food. Their first target is our livestock, but we have thought of various ways to fight back, such as digging traps and building walls. So the beasts that are difficult to hunt began to attack humans while we were out trading or doing farm work. We also thought of ways to fight back, forming a team of hunters, and took the initiative to ambush and kill the beasts that came down the mountain at the foot of the mountain. Chita was one of them. Rhodes didn't expect that he would hear such a struggle between humans and animals for survival with his own ears, and the method was so primitive. He looked at the photos on the wall, and it was so cruel. Habby couldn't help asking, did he have an accident while fighting with the beasts to protect the village? No, you can't say that. The village chief refuted Habby's statement, and poked the ground with his cane. He died because he didn't know his own strength. Father. Snow didn't want to hear him say that about her husband. Snow hurriedly hugged her. Claudie, Grandpa is receiving guests, you are not allowed to be rude. Dad is a hero, Grandpa is the most annoying. The little girl named Claudie broke away from Snow's arms and ran out crying. Claudie father Snow was in a dilemma. She wanted to chase her daughter, but she didn't dare to be rude. Rod hurriedly said, please chase her quickly. It's dangerous for children to run around so late at night. Snow looked at Panther's face. Pansel sighed, the guests said so. Snow left a word I'm rude and hurried out. Sorry, I made you laugh. It's natural for children to admire their fathers. Natsu didn't know if he thought of himself. He asked, what's the matter with the child's father? That self-righteous Panther sighed, and finally couldn't bear to say that to his son again. He is the best hunter in the village. He always hopes to find a way so that everyone will no longer have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts. So he keeps participating in hunting and keeps going up the mountain to investigate. 7 days ago, he said that he found that there might be something like the Beast King on the mountain, and all the actions of the wild beasts are driven by the Beast King. Beast King. Rhodes remembered this word. The Beast King was described in the Magical Creatures Illustrated book. It is not the name of a certain kind of beast, but a powerful monster that has a very small probability of being born in a place where wild beasts gather. It is not only humans who can master magic in this world. Some animals may also suddenly master the use of magic one day. Perhaps because they do not have enough wisdom, wild beasts that suddenly master powerful power often become manic and irritable. They may go hunting, or they may rule the wild beasts in an area. This is why the Beast King was born. Because of this, the Beast Kings do not have a unified image. Some look like tigers, some look like rhinos, and some even look like evil spirits. The guild often has tasks of varying difficulty, such as killing monsters and killing demons. Most of the time, they are dealing with strange animals that accidentally master magic and wreak havoc everywhere. The weaker Beast Kings are just stronger beasts than tigers, bears, and wild boars. And the most powerful Beast Kings are terrifying beasts that can rival S-class wizards. Therefore, there are tasks of different difficulty levels. What if I encounter an S-class? A wizard who has studied magic for less than 2 months, an S-class task? At that time, I'm afraid I can only hope that Natsu will explode. The village chief was still talking about the following things. Chita believes that as long as the Beast King is dealt with, the beasts will lose their leader. They will fight each other for territory, and then fall into a long period of peace. Even if the beast problem cannot be completely solved, at least everyone can harvest food safely, and then find a solution depending on the situation. I advised him to ask a wizard to solve it, but he thought he could do it, and he had to protect his village by himself. Later we had a big fight, and he refused to listen to me after all, and took his weapons and bows and arrows to the mountain alone. Then never came back. The people in the room fell into a brief silence. Although the old village chief had complained about his son before, the sadness could not be concealed. Happy was willing to think about things in a positive way, maybe he just got lost in the mountains, and Natsu gets lost occasionally. The old village chief shook his head gently. 3 days ago, the hunter team trying to find Chita's trace brought back his broken clothes. Natsu stood up and bumped his fists together. I'm already on fire, happy. Love. This book was first published on, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Happily understood, wings grew from his back, grabbed Natsu, and flew out. Natsu in the air said, we'll go first. If you're late, you won't get a share, Rod. Rod was too lazy to answer. I wish I didn't get a share. It's tiring to provide mounts and help you clean up along the way. Mr. Rod, the beasts are very dangerous, your companions. Don't worry, Natsu is very strong. Rod said, I'm going to go first too. Excuse me. The village chief was worried that he would fly away all of a sudden, so he hurriedly stopped him. Excuse me, is there anything we can help with? So, there is one thing. Rod thought to himself that he had to be reminded by the village chief before he could remember. He was too careless and almost led astray by Natsu. Please go ahead. Please organize the villagers to prepare more water and sand, which can be used to put out fires. What? Rod said, Natsu uses fire magic, which is powerful but also prone to accidents. So please notify the villagers in advance, and it is best for every household to be prepared. I see. The village chief nodded. He didn't know much about magic, but fire magic must be very powerful when used to deal with wild beasts. Respond to the call, Crimson Razorback. Rod summoned a crimson raptor and rode it to the entrance of the village. It felt very different to look down from the sky, especially when riding a strange bird. Although he didn't fly very high, or fortunately he didn't fly very high, Rod knew he wouldn't die if he fell from this height, otherwise he would have to carry an umbrella. The villagers had been startled by the bell just now. Some of them ran towards the entrance of the village with weapons or farm tools in their hands, and some ran towards the direction of the village chief's house. Rod passed the running villagers in the air, attracting a lot of people's attention. I heard that the village chief invited a wizard, is that him? But soon, their attention was attracted by other things. In the direction of the village entrance, a red meteor fell from the sky and fell into the center of the herd. Rod saw Natsu's figure clearly, and criticized in his heart that it was too unsafe to jump directly from such a high place. Mr. Wizard. The one guarding the arrow tower is Bitbar, one of the 2 people who welcomed Rod and his team into the village. The unlucky kid was forced to work overtime before his shift was over. Thank you for your hard work. The one with the fire is my companion. You have seen him. Please tell everyone not to shoot arrows randomly. Yes. Bit agreed, and then worriedly said, but your companion rushed into the herd alone. Is it okay? It was dark, and Rod could barely see that the size of the herd was more than 50, but it was difficult to determine the specific types of beasts. With the help of Natsu's firelight, he could see clearly that the few people surrounding him were wild wolves and leopards. The one hit by the meteor that just fell from the sky was a tiger. Don't worry about him. If you want to help, bring more torches and prepare some water by the way. Rod arranged some odd jobs for the villagers without authorization. But this obviously didn't make them feel at ease. Many people still carried bows and arrows, climbed up the arrow tower, or set up long ladders to lie on the wall. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Fire Dragon's Claw. Natsu had fun outside the wall, punching a wolf away and kicking a cheetah away. As if he felt that this was not enough, Natsu opened his arms, and the flames spread from his wrists to the air, forming a pair of flaming wings, flapping down like a fire dragon. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. 5 wild wolves were blown away by this move, their hair ignited in flames, and they wailed and rolled on the ground. So strong, so strong. That's magic, that's the power of a wizard. If we have this kind of power, we don't have to worry. Natsu's active performance opened the villagers' eyes and gave them confidence. After completing the task of releasing Natsu, Habi flew to the arrow tower to find Rod. Rod, aren't you going to fight? Rod said, I am fighting. You are lying, you are clearly here. Stand in the light. Rod shook his head and sighed, who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes? Rod pointed to a slightly dim place. In fact, his group of raptors and a group of shadow wolves were already fighting. The Crimson Raptor used a trick of feathers flying all over the sky to shoot a brown bear into a dartboard with its feathers like flying knives. It's a pity that after the same attack hit the rhino, the feathers could only penetrate most of it and could not cause too much damage. However, the crimson raptor lived up to its name of sharp beak. After flapping its wings and sprinting, it could penetrate the belly of the rhino. The small raptors performed worse, but they were enough to deal with wild wolves and the like. As for the shadow wolves, they were now biting a fighting python. The python was bleeding and could only struggle to death. I am a summoner. It is not my job to fight on the front line. Do you understand? Harpy realized that Rod's fighting style was far less conspicuous than Natsu's at night, and his wild monsters might be mistaken by the villagers as attacking beasts. But since you don't want to fight yourself, why do you want to learn fighting from everyone? To give the enemy a surprise when he thinks he can easily deal with me by bypassing the wild monsters. So cunning. Rod grabbed Harpy's face. How can you use cunning to describe your own people? It's smart and cautious. Love. Rod let go of Harpy, and in addition to them, I also sent 2 river crabs to patrol around the village wall. I'm very busy. After all, no one stipulates that wild beasts can only attack the main gate, and other directions are also worth paying attention to. Harpy watched quietly for a while, and then asked, why don't you send out those stone beetles too? You have a lot of questions. Rod said. Letting too many wild monsters go out to fight, my magic power can't last too long, and I'm very tired today. Releasing all the monsters at once can only produce one burst, just like the wizard who attacked 2 ghosts that day. With enough mana to protect himself, the continuous combination attack that day was Rod's strongest burst combo. If you want to fight a protracted war, releasing 2 or 3 groups is the most appropriate. With the efforts of Natsu and the monsters, the attacking beasts quickly decreased. It was the first time for the villagers to participate in such an easy defense battle. Just watch. Chapter 71. Mr. Rod, the torches you mentioned are ready, but... Bit looked at the battle situation on the scene and wanted to ask if they were useless. But Rod said, you came just in time, throw all the torches out the door. Bit nodded, I see, are you going to use them to attack the remaining beasts? No, throw them all at Natsu. Ah. Hurry up and do it. Rod urged, the battle was almost over, if they didn't throw it, it would be a waste of preparation. Yes. Bit commanded the villagers to throw the torches out the door, but they didn't dare to aim at Natsu. They didn't understand what Rod meant, but Happy knew it best. He flew over the wall and shouted, Natsu! Delicious food is coming. Natsu turned around and saw dozens of torches flying in the air. Oh great! Natsu took the initiative to jump up and pounce on the torches in the air. When the distance was close enough, he opened his mouth and sucked, and the flames flew into his mouth. He reached out and grabbed 2 torches that he couldn't eat. When he landed, Natsu's cheeks were already bulging, and he chewed a few times and swallowed them. Rod didn't understand why he had to chew something like fire. Was he afraid that there was a fire bone in it? Eat it. You can actually eat fire. So fire wizards can eat fire? The villagers looked at Rhodes. If fire mages eat fire, then this beast controlling mages. The strange knowledge has increased. No wonder they dared to take on such a task with only 2 people. Natsu stuffed the torch in his hand into his mouth as if it were a lollipop, and took a few bites before throwing the stick away. Thank you for the treat. He wiped his mouth, and his whole body was suddenly covered by flames. Power will surge up after eating it. Natsu took a deep breath and spewed out a large amount of flames from his mouth like a fire dragon, the roar of a fire dragon. The violent flames engulfed all the remaining beasts like a whirlwind, making them lose their combat ability. Almost affected 2 small razor beaks. Rod slapped the railing on the arrow tower and said angrily, Natsu! Pay attention to your own people. Ah ha ha ha! Natsu grabbed his cherry-colored hair with one hand and apologized heartlessly, sorry, it was dark and I couldn't see clearly, so I went a little too far, and it wasn't that I didn't get hurt. Rod didn't believe him. This bastard must have been so careless because he knew in advance that the monsters wouldn't die. Otherwise, Harpy would have been roasted long ago after following him for so many years. Rod didn't admit it, no. You won so quickly, you are worthy of being the wizard. The villagers were surprised at the wizard's fighting power, and some people unconsciously added a respectful title. Bit was a little stunned. It turned out that those torches were used like this. Well, Mr. Rod, what should we do now? Rod said, open the door and put out the fire. Didn't I ask you to prepare something? The wall will be burned soon. Ah, yes. Bit shouted immediately, open the door, put out the fire, protect the wall. Oh! Luckily the main battlefield was on the main road, the flames did not spread too far, and the fire was not too big, otherwise there would be time to get busy. The villagers raised the gate with a winch, and took the prepared buckets and carts of sand and soil to put out the fire. When the fire was not big, it was much safer to do this than to face the beasts directly. Rod used the river crab's vision to survey the situation around the village and found that there were also several beasts running in another direction. But they didn't seem to be heading for the village, but simply passing by. The village chief did not wait at home honestly, but walked to the entrance of the village with a cane. Everyone has worked hard, is anyone injured? Village chief. Thanks to the wizard, no one was injured at all. Naz came in from the gate, and Rod took Happy to jump off the arrow tower. The village chief thanked on behalf of the villagers. It was originally our mission. Rod said, there is something I want to confirm with you, are there other villages nearby? The village chief shook his head, no, the nearest village is dozens of kilometers away. That's strange, where did those beasts go? Just running around? Rhodes could only retrieve the other monsters and send a river crab to chase them. You three have been running all the way and joining the battle immediately. You've worked hard. The village chief said. There shouldn't be anything to do tonight. Please come to my house and rest first. Sorry to bother you. Rhodes was completely rude. He was really hungry. Stop it. The mountains stretch for dozens of miles. You can't finish them if you don't sleep at night. Rhodes advised, and suddenly alerted, you don't want to set fire to the mountains. How is it possible? If you want to solve it by burning the mountains, why would you need to issue a commission? Naz denied it, I just want to solve it quickly. Rhodes nodded, oh, then why don't you go first? Happy and I will go to have a delicious dinner, take a comfortable bath, and have a good sleep. We will go to the mountains to find you tomorrow and bring you a cold breakfast. Happy agreed, love. You too, Naz muttered in his mouth, and followed honestly. Rode discovered a new way to communicate with Natsu. The village chief's dinner was very sumptuous, and 3 chickens were specially killed to entertain them. In fact, they could just use the meat of the beasts just now to entertain them, anyway, there was enough. But the village chief might think it was impolite, so he still used his own food to entertain the guests. While eating, Rode paid attention to the movements of the beasts, and found that they seemed to be running around. They even parted ways halfway. Very strange. At night, Rode, Natsu, and Happy rested in the same room on the 2nd floor. It's not that the village chief's house has no extra rooms, but Rode thinks it's safer to live together. He sleeps lightly in unfamiliar places, which just happens to prevent Natsu from sneaking out in the middle of the night to cause trouble. Before going to bed, Rode led Natsu and Happy to hold a combat meeting. Tomorrow I will send Shadow Wolf and Swift Crab to the mountain to scout and find the whereabouts of the Beast King. Before that, no action is allowed. It's so troublesome. Can't we go up the mountain to find him directly? No, the villagers can't judge the strength of the Beast King, and they can't provide information, so we have to find out for ourselves. Rod said seriously, if it is beyond our ability, I will immediately give up the task and return to the guild for help. Rod, how can you easily? Love, I agree with Rod's opinion. Harpy, even you say so. Because what Rod said makes sense. Harpy touched the green bag on his back, which contained a fish that Rod secretly gave him. 3 people form a team, now it's 2 to 1, so listen to me. Rod said, start sleeping well now and recover your strength. Natsu went to bed indignantly. In fact, Harpy has a more effective way of persuasion, but he doesn't want to mention it. It's a good decision to make a fuss like this. Chapter 72 Stealing. Oh. Rod, who was used to living in the city, rarely heard a rooster crowing in the morning. He lifted the thin blanket, stood up, opened the curtains and looked. It was not yet bright outside, and there seemed to be a thin layer of fog outside, which gradually faded as the sun peeked out. There was a slight snoring sound behind him. Natsu and Happy slept soundly. Their carefree energy made people both worried and envious. So, Rod tiptoed around the 2 and walked to the door to avoid waking them up. After thinking about it, he stepped back, squatted down, took a deep breath, and shouted between the 2 heads. Get up! Seeing Natsu and Happy bounce up and rub their ears outside, Rod also laughed heartlessly like Natsu. Damn Rod! Naz and Happy rushed over, and the 3 of them wrestled together. When the 3 went downstairs to eat breakfast, each of them had a black eye. The village chief thought they were injured last night, but it was dark and he couldn't see clearly. After a full breakfast, Rod summoned Worm. Today we are going out to investigate the situation on the mountain, leave this at your home. If there is any emergency, tell it go back, and I will get the signal and rush back as soon as possible. The communication means our backward road had to use this method. Poro's intelligence was much higher than other wild monsters, it consumed less magic power, and it was not good at fighting, so it was most suitable for this kind of thing. This was also what he decided last night when he suddenly felt that Worm had returned to the Howling Abyss. Worm looked around the environment. It was not a familiar home or guild, so he had some opinions. However, as long as Rode gave it clear instructions, it would do it. It didn't count when it was fighting with its companions and asked it to help. At the signal of the village chief, Snow picked up Worm and said, "I will take good care of it." The three turned to leave, just in time to see the little girl Claudie who had seen yesterday half of her head outside the door, looking at them timidly. After noticing that she was discovered, Claudie quickly hid back. Rode didn't care. As he walked out, he told Natsu not to be impulsive. Just as the three were about to step out of the courtyard, the little girl plucked up the courage to run over. "Excuse me." The three turned to look at her. Claudia's courage seemed to be exhausted all at once, and she asked weakly, "Excuse me, can you defeat the monster on the mountain?" Rod asked as gently as possible, "Do you know the monster on the mountain? It is as tall as two people, its teeth are as long as chopsticks, its mouth is as big as a basin, its tail is thicker than my arm, and it has very long mane." After talking, Claudia began to sob, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dad said that the monster on the mountain is like that. Dad's wish is to defeat the monster and protect everyone. Dad asked me to be obedient and wait at home. He will be back soon, but... Naz put his hand on the little girl's head, and Claudia's crying stopped. "Then you have to continue to be obedient and wait at home. I will fulfill your dad's wish for him." Claudie's tears suddenly welled up, she stared at Natsu's back as he turned and left, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. In order to see this warm big brother clearly, Claudie tried to wipe the tears from her face with her arms. Rod sighed secretly, and silently made a plan to sneak attack Natsu in an emergency and drag him underground. He knew that Natsu's adoptive father suddenly disappeared one day and never came back, and it was difficult for Natsu to remain indifferent when encountering such a thing. And the little girl's tears were indeed moving, and Rod felt sorry for the child, but he couldn't lose his composure. "Happy, pay attention to Natsu later, and don't let him do anything stupid. Love." Harpy didn't have much confidence. Rod summoned 2 river crabs and a group of shadow wolves and asked them to speed up. The beasts that were staring at last night really just found a jungle to hide in. It was puzzling that they were cautiously exploring new territories and looking for a place to live. Rod could only suppress his doubts and analyze the information he had just received. The information about the Beast King was provided by the little girl Claudie and dictated by her father. Considering the possibility that some information was lost or exaggerated during the transmission process, the information could not be fully believed. The most effective information now is that the other party might be a leopard. Leopards, according to their racial characteristics, are likely to be speed type and agile opponents. To deal with this type, Rode remembered Jet. Stone beetles should be useful, and the covering attack of the razor beak bird may also be useful. The antidote for the magic frog has not been obtained yet. But if it is used against the enemy, it is okay, just be careful not to affect your own people. Rode and Happy caught up with Natsu and held him at the foot of the mountain. The more you want to help Claudia, the more you must stay calm. If something happens to you, the child will probably never trust anyone again. This persuasion was barely effective. Natsu sat down cross-legged with his arms folded. "When do we have to wait?" "When I find it." Rode connected the vision of the river crabs. "The first one has climbed to the top of the first peak. I haven't seen anything abnormal for the time being. The shadow wolf is trying to find the breath of the beast." To prevent Natsu and Happy from getting impatient, Rod dictated what he saw through the river crab in real time. After searching for half an hour, a grizzly bear came down the mountain. When it noticed the 2 people and the cat, it was slightly alert. But when it compared the size, it was no longer afraid and pounced on them. Natsu stood up and pounded his palm. He came just in time. Traces of fighting. Rod finally found out. On the ground was the remains of a wild boar, which had obviously been eaten by some animal. The exposed ribs and spine were broken, and it was not sure whether they were caused before or after death. The shadow wolf sniffed the smell, chose a direction and ran, and the river crab followed. Trees, rocks, flowers, and plants passed by quickly in Rod's field of vision, and stopped at another place with traces of fighting. This time it was the body of a wild wolf, with its body bent exaggeratedly, and its spine should have been broken. The shadow wolf had no intention of hurting its own kind, sniffed forward, and ran to the next place. So Rod saw the bodies of various wild animals such as tigers, grizzly bears, cheetahs, etc. Each one seemed to be beaten to death by a blunt instrument. The scene was very cruel, and weird. If the beasts in the mountains died because of fighting, then most of the wounds should come from biting. There are not so many beasts that use blunt attacks, right? Chapter 73 Tooth to Tooth. Tooth to Wolf Teeth. After beating the grizzly bear to the ground with a series of continuous fire dragon punches, Natsu felt much better and sat back to listen to Rod's live broadcast quietly. Found it. After seeing one battlefield after another, Rod finally saw a monster. It was similar to what Claudie described, but not so exaggerated. It was indeed a leopard man, and his image was somewhat similar to Rob Lucci in the Next Door Pirates set. It was just that the Beast King's limbs were thicker and his face was more ferocious. The leopard man was pinching the throat of a wild wolf with one hand, and threw it to the ground with a swing of his arm, and smashed it with the other hand. The ground nearby seemed to shake, and the wild wolf's back broke with a crack, and it died with a wail. With this fighting style, it was obvious that the previous tragedies were all caused by it. The leopard man roared to the sky, and his scarlet eyes stared at the surrounding wolves. The wolves that originally surrounded it began to retreat, and then turned around and ran wildly. The direction they fled was the direction of Dendrobium village. After listening to Rod's retelling, Habi asked, why did the Beast King kill those beasts? To establish his authority? It might have just killed the alpha wolf, and now the whole wolf pack is afraid of it. Rod thought about it and wondered. The Beast King uses this method to drive the beasts down the mountain? I thought it would be enough to just roar. Natsu bumped his fists. It doesn't matter what, just kill it, right? Rod held him back. Wait a minute, the shadow wolf has been discovered. When the entire wolf pack retreated, the 3 shadow wolves that were not moving were particularly conspicuous. However, this was also in Rod's plan. He sent the shadow wolves to eliminate the search together, and also to test the opponent's level. The leopard man roared and rushed towards the shadow wolves. The shadow wolves dispersed tacitly, the 2-headed wolf faced the enemy head-on, and the ordinary wolves sandwiched on both sides. The 2 river crabs ran away quickly, acting as high-definition cameras at different angles. Rod used the dual camera and dual perspective to watch the leopard man's movements and calmly evaluated the opponent's charging speed. It didn't seem to be fast. The leopard man rushed forward, relying on his height advantage, punched the 2-headed wolf's back, and seemed to want to end the battle with one move. But the 2-headed wolf reacted quickly, flexibly jumped sideways to accumulate power, avoided the punch, and immediately pounced back to bite the leopard man's wrist. The 2 ordinary wolves saw the opportunity and pounced on the leopard man's other arm together. Rod wondered if 2 more stone beetles would pull its legs at this time. But things were not that simple. You must know that the size of the shadow wolf is similar to that of a tiger. This leopard man dragged a large shadow wolf and 2 shadow wolves and could actually run. Bang! Bang! 2 large trees with a diameter of 30 centimeters were broken, and the shadow wolves were forced to open their mouths. The 2-headed wolf quickly rolled on the ground for several rounds to distance itself, lowered its body and let out a low roar. The 2 ordinary wolves struggled a few times and stood up shakily, but they probably couldn't hold on for long. The leopard man stared at the 2-headed wolf, raised his arm and licked it. There were several rows of blood holes on both of its arms, and the places bitten by the 2-headed wolf tore off some of the flesh. Although he was injured, the simple and rough attack just now had already demonstrated the great strength of the leopard man. After licking his wounds, the leopard man seemed to become more ferocious and entered the attack state again. The 2-headed wolf jumped left and right, approached the leopard man in a zigzag shape, and suddenly jumped up, this time rushing straight to the neck. The leopard man raised his right arm high and chopped heavily between the 2 heads of the 2-headed wolf, knocking the 2-headed wolf to the ground. Without waiting for it to chase, the 2 ordinary wolves pounced on it fearlessly, but were sent back to Summoner's Rift to sleep by the leopard man's punches. The 2-headed wolf took the opportunity to retreat, and its claws gently dug the ground. When it dug a small earth pit, it rushed out, took a few steps, and its body spun like a whirlwind, crashing into its opponent. Wolf Fang. When Road knew that the two-headed wolf had this skill, he immediately gave it this name. This move was quite powerful, and he didn't dare to try it in the guild. It was a pity that the leopard man was even stronger, and he opened his hands and pinched them between the two open wolf mouths. Part of the wolf's fangs sank into the back of the leopard man's hand, but he couldn't continue to bite. The leopard man was pushed back by the impact of this move and slid a short distance, but he didn't suffer serious injuries after all. The subsequent scene was a bit brutal, and the two-headed wolf was sent back to the canyon to hibernate. The leopard man didn't seem to understand why these wolves disappeared after the fight. It roared a few times and continued to look for new targets. The shadow wolves were defeated, but Road was not depressed, because according to his observation, the strength of this leopard was far from enough to reach S level. Even without Natsu, he might be able to defeat him with his own burst. No, he was too proud. It is still impossible to rule out the possibility that the opponent will transform into the second stage after being beaten. Rod told his analysis to Natsu and Happy, "That's about it, so we're leaving now. Do you need to make any preparations?" "I'm ready." Natsu jumped up and started climbing the mountain. Natsu remembered the smell of river crabs without Road's guidance. On the way up the mountain, Road was still talking about his assault plan and retreat plan, telling Natsu about the assault and Happy about the retreat, focusing on teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. On the way up the mountain as expected, they encountered the wolf pack that had just been driven over by the leopard man. Natsu and the wild monsters quickly resolved the battle, and Rod and Happy were responsible for cheering them up, and reminded Natsu not to go all out. "You are so annoying." Natsu began to complain after the battle, "If you have time to talk about me, you might as well help fight." Happy raised one hand, "Love. I have a more important task." Rod also raised one hand and imitated Happy's tone, "Love. I just defeated more wild wolves than you. You too." Natsu had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only hurry on his way, hoping to find the location of the Beast King as soon as possible. The three of them quarreled over a hill, and sporadic beasts kept rushing out, all of which were knocked down one by Natsu and Rod. It took more than an hour for the three to finally arrive at the place where the three wolves and the leopard man had fought before. The other party was no longer here, but a beast roar came from the pine forest not far ahead. Natsu looked at Rod, and Rod nodded, indicating that it was there. The two river crabs hid in the forest with good camouflage, like two large green stones, silently providing Rhodes with a clear view. Rhodes summoned two groups of stone beetles and a group of razor beaks to cooperate with Natsu in the battle. He was led by the harpy to fly up to the tallest tree in the forest. To be honest, it was very insecure to be carried by the harpy. Chapter 74. Facing the Beast King mentioned by the village chief, the other party's magic power was revealed without any concealment. Natsu did not feel any pressure, but was ready to fight. "I said that Rod thought too much. How could this guy be S-class? It is not as good as Urza." After seeing the Beast King with his own eyes, Rod hugged Happy on the tree and nodded, "This is true, it is hard to disagree. Natsu was still comparing, and it is not as good as Myra. This is a bit too much to compare with Myra, right?" Happy said, "Natsu is talking about the past Myra. Before Myra was very strong. Love. Myra was also an S-class wizard before, fighting with Urza all day long." Rod's mind appeared the gentle image of Myra, she fighting with Urza. This challenged his imagination a bit. Love, they used to be like Natsu and Grey now. Rod's brain was a little out of order. When Lysina was mentioned yesterday, he wanted to ask about Myra's past. But considering the mood of the harpy, it is not easy to speak. Today. Roar. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Okay, ask after the fight. Natsu's fist collided with the fist of the leopard man, making a dull sound. The two men were very different in size. When Natsu's fist was wrapped in flames, it looked about the same size as the fist of the leopard man. But in this fight, Natsu was not at a disadvantage. The two sides were in a short stalemate, and then each retreated. The fist of the leopard man was a little charred, and a shallow mark was dragged under Natsu's feet. "You are quite capable, you guy." Natsu clenched his fist and rushed forward again. The leopard man seemed to be a little hesitant, but when he saw the other party attacking, he naturally went up to meet him. Roar. The two kept fighting with fists and feet, sometimes attacking, sometimes blocking. The leopard man was powerful, and each move brought extraordinary power. Ordinary people would probably have their bones broken if they were hit. Each of Natsu's moves was accompanied by fire, which brought great destructive power and explosiveness to his attacks. Even if he successfully blocked them, it was easy to leave burns. After more than a dozen moves, Natsu wanted to try to take advantage of the difference in size and adopt a more agile attack method. But the leopard man's leopard characteristics were not in vain. While he was big, he was also quite agile. An elbow strike with flame jets to increase power pushed the opponent back 2 steps, and Natsu also swiftly turned back twice to distance himself. This was the time to take action as agreed in advance. 6 strange birds, 1 large and 5 small, flew out from the surrounding pine trees. The big one flapped its wings suddenly in the air, shooting out dozens of flying knife-like feathers. The small ones also shot one each to join in the fun. The leopard man raised his arms to protect his vital parts, and dozens of feathers pierced his arms, shoulders, and legs. Roar! The leopard man roared, broke a big tree beside him, and swung it up to hit the razor-beaked birds that dived towards him. 2 ancient stone beetles broke out of the ground, one hit the leopard man's back, making it lose balance, and the other clamped the leopard man's waist with its mouth parts from the front. The leopard man swung the tree in his hand half a circle and threw it backwards, knocking down the stone beetle behind him. Then he roared, his arms seemed to be a little thicker, and he hit and elbowed the guy who clamped it. Natsu, who should have taken this opportunity to attack, did not move at this time. The leopard man had beaten the ancient stone beetle into 2 stone beetles. Stone beetle, entangle it. Rhodes didn't know what Natsu was thinking, but he had a backup plan. If he put up a group of razor beaks, he would have a chance. If it didn't work, he could take the risk of using the magic frog. Rhodes held the pendant on the tree branch, respond to the call. Wait a minute, Rod. Natsu suddenly called a halt. Rod frowned and asked hastily, what's wrong? At this time, you don't have to fight one-on-one, do you? However, during this time of questioning, the leopard man knocked away a stone beetle that blocked the road, and jumped onto a pine tree with his legs, and then jumped again and again, and fled quickly. Well, there's no need to rush this time. Happy took Rod down. What are you doing all of a sudden, Natsu? If you fight, you will win immediately. Natsu said sullenly, that guy is not the Beast King at all. Rod said, but its characteristics are exactly the same as the Beast King. Of course, because the Beast King was completely accepted by him. Natsu emphasized, it's him, not it. Except no way. Rod thought of a possibility, but it was too far-fetched. That guy, although he has a lot of wild animal smells on him, there is also a smell I smelled at the village chief's house. Natsu thought that was the smell of Chita, who had been missing for 8 days. It is definitely untenable to judge by smell alone, Rhodes said, but Chita came to the mountain to attack the Beast King. It is not surprising that the Beast King was stained with smell after fighting with him, and how do you know that it was receiving magic? Natsu said seriously, during the battle, and when he used his arms to smash the stone beetle, that kind of magic power is receiving magic, I will never make a mistake. Why Rhodes wanted to ask Natsu why he was so familiar with receiving magic. And the analysis just now almost made him suspect that Natsu was replaced. We believe in Natsu. Happy's tone became serious, and he explained for Natsu, because Myra, Elfman, and Lysina all used receiving magic. So, Natsu will not make a mistake. Rod was silent, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. He had heard a lot of heavy news in the past 2 days, and he had to sort it out. First of all, Myra had a sister named Lysina, but she died last year. Then Myra was once an S-class wizard, the kind that could compete with Urza. And the 3 siblings of the Strauss family all used receiving magic. Finally, from what Happy said, Lysina and Natsu had a good relationship, so Natsu was also familiar with receiving magic. Based on this familiarity, Natsu could judge that the Leopard Man Beast King just now was actually Chita, who had been missing for 8 days, using receiving magic to take away the Beast King's body. According to Rod's understanding, receiving magic is a magic that can seize the target's body and use it for oneself. However, if the person who uses the receiving magic is not strong enough but forcibly receives it, he may be affected by the other party's will, so that he loses his mind and acts involuntarily. This point is consistent with the strange and irritable behavior of the Beast King. But there is still one thing that doesn't make sense. Can anyone maintain receiving magic for 8 days? Rhodes said, if he really received magic, he should have died of exhaustion on the first day, or fainted due to lack of magic power and recovered to his original state. Chapter 75. Who knows about that kind of thing? There are so many strange things in the world of magic, and not every one of them can be explained. Natsu doesn't care how the other party did it, he just wants to solve this matter. In short, Rod's battle plan is useless. Yet, Plan A, B, and C formulated by Rod are all aimed at killing the Beast King. This is the difference between tasks such as conquering monsters and sweeping thieves. One requires killing, and the other must not be killed easily. The monsters we need to defeat now may be ordinary people who have been affected by magic, so we can only capture them alive and find a way to help remove the magic. That's why Natsu stopped Rode just now. He accepted the commission to defeat the monster and ended up beating the client's son to death. There's no way to accept it. Remove the receiving magic. Rode could think of 3 ways in a hurry. The first is to wait for the opponent's magic power to run out and remove it by itself, but this situation may not be applicable at the moment. The second is to find something called a magic seal stone and bring it with you to prevent the wizard from using magic. Rode has never seen the real thing, but the description in the book is somewhat similar to the sea stone in the pirate film Next Door, but the hardness is not that high. Before the appearance of the Wizard Guild, ordinary people used that thing to fight against and persecute wizards. Now it is mostly used in the prison of the council. This thing cannot be obtained for a while, and 3 wizards fighting with magic seal stones too ridiculous. The third is the simplest and most brutal method, which is to beat the opponent until he completely loses his ability to fight, or even loses consciousness, and then the magic will naturally be lifted. This is the most suitable method for the current situation, but you will be a little restrained in the battle. You can't beat him to death or cripple him. This is not a big problem, as long as you don't kill him on the spot and drag him to Ms. Polyasica. Basically, no matter how serious the injury is, you can save your life. Okay, let's do it. Fighting can solve the problem, which is the method that suits Natsu's mind the most. He jumped up, swung his arms and was about to start, but he was just running in place. Because Rod grabbed the back of his clothes. Natsu turned around. What else do you want? Rest for a while, I'll go again. Rod said, wouldn't you feel insecure running around without recovering the mana you just consumed? Natsu looked puzzled. Why would you feel insecure? It's hard for me to explain to you if you're so reckless. Rod decided to communicate in a different way. He pointed to the prey provided by the Beast King in the woods. Barbecue, do you want to eat it? Habi raised his hand. We want to eat fish. Rod, a terrain scouting expert, pointed in a direction. There's a mountain stream over there, try your luck, and you can also process the prey there. The 3 of them found an open space by the water, picked up some stones to form a circle, and made a fire to grill meat. Habi made a simple fishing rod to fish by himself. While the meat was not yet cooked, Rod couldn't help asking the question he had been holding back all the way. What was Myra like before? Did she learn reception magic? Natsu was poking the firewood in the fire with a branch. When the branch was lit, he took it back and put it in his mouth to eat it like a lollipop. Hearing Rod's question, Natsu asked in confusion, Ah? Why do you ask this suddenly? I am a little concerned. She clearly said that she is not good at fighting. I heard that Myra used to live in a very remote village. In order to help the villagers defeat the demon in the church, she accidentally received the demon. Then she was ostracized as a demon by everyone, and she left the village with Elfman and Lysina to join the guild. Natsu was calmer than happy when he mentioned Lysina, but he accidentally bit off a piece of the branch in his mouth. After joining the guild, Elfman and Lysina began to learn to receive magic. Then Myra didn't know why she was competing with Urza all day, and she became stronger and stronger. At that time, the 2 of them. Natsu pulled out a gloating smile. Both of them are so scary. No matter who Gray offends, he will be beaten badly, ahaha. Rod glanced at Natsu. If Gray was beaten, this guy must have been beaten a lot. And so, Myra is also a genius who can master the magic that suits her best? What's the matter with S-class wizards? Myra passed the S-class exam 2 years ago, and Urza passed it 3 years ago. Natsu remembered this very clearly, but he was very unhappy when he talked about it. The old man has always refused to let me take the exam. Damn it, I also want to be S-class. Rod felt that the president must have his considerations, either because he thought Natsu was not strong enough or because he thought Natsu was not stable enough. This was not his concern, the key point was that Myra was really an S-class wizard. If this was the case, many things that made him feel a little strange before would make sense. For example, why Rode and Lakai could not go up to the 2nd floor, but Myra could go up at any time. Why she could accurately judge the difficulty of various tasks and evaluate whether the person who took the task had the ability to complete it. Why every time she watched Rode and his companions fight, she could accurately tell the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Why before setting off, Happy saw that Myra was getting angry, and immediately became scared. It all made sense. Because she was very strong. Well, and her temper at that time might not be very good either. As for the reason why Myra became weaker, Rod guessed that it might be related to Lysina, but he didn't ask in detail. It would be too much to ask Natsu about this matter. He planned to go back and ask Urza or Kana quietly. However, Rod didn't expect that Natsu would take the initiative to talk about this matter. Last year, Myra took Elfman and Lysina to accept the S-level mission to defeat the Beast King. Yes, the Beast King. Natsu stared at the fire in front of him, as if he could see the scene at that time. The S-level mission must be led by an S-level wizard, and Myra and the others are certainly qualified. But the strength of the Beast King was beyond imagination. The three of them exhausted their physical strength in the battle. In order to protect Myra and Lysina, Elfman forcibly accepted the Beast King. But he lost control, and then Lysina. Rod's eyes widened. He thought that an accident during the mission caused Lysina's death, but he never thought that it was Elfman who killed Lysina. As a sister, how desperate Myra must have been at that time, watching her out-of-control brother kill her sister. And how painful it must have been for Elfman after he woke up. He was obviously a hero who defeated the demons and protected the village, but he was driven out of the village by the villagers. It was not easy to settle down in the guild, but he encountered such a cruel thing. Why did fate treat this family so harshly? Natsu punched the ground. So Rod. This mission must be completed. I will never let the guy who also received the Beast King hurt his family. Absolutely. Chapter 76 Beat him. Rod understood and comprehended Natsu's determination. After experiencing something like that, kind people really wouldn't want others to suffer the same fate. Then go all out and beat that unlucky guy back to his original form. When the harpy came back with 2 fishes, Natsu was already sharing the barbecue with Rod. Rod took 2 bites, but because he had too many things on his mind, he had no appetite. In order to quickly recover his physical strength and magic power, he chewed and swallowed mechanically, and after feeling full, he meditated for a while. After the harpy's fish was cooked and Rod's magic power was almost restored, the 3 of them put out the fire and set out again. After the leopard man escaped, although he changed his location many times, Natsu had remembered his smell, so it was not difficult to find him. Since Natsu was responsible for tracking, Rode concentrated on sending the river crab to scout the terrain. He had to try to find a few places with low fire risks as reserve battlefields. Found it. The 3 of them climbed over the second peak of the Dendrobium mountain range before they finally saw the leopard man again. This guy can really run. Rode held the pendant and summoned a group of shadow wolves and a group of razor beaks. The group of shadow wolves and razor beaks lost in the previous battle will have to wait until tomorrow to recover. The stone beetles were kept as backup, and the 2 magic swamp frogs could not be used indiscriminately because there was no antidote. Natsu, there is a nice open space 300 meters to the left of the maple forest in front and 200 meters in front. I know, let's try to lead him there, right? Natsu is quite sensible. Many times, he doesn't do sabotage on purpose. Rod called back a river crab and planned to let it carry Natsu to charge. He and the harpy followed the usual practice to find a suitable tree to watch the battle. It must be safe and convenient for Rod to temporarily command wild monsters. Charge! Natsu jumped onto the back of the river crab and excitedly held the river crab's tentacles to urge it to charge. The leopard man noticed Natsu and his first reaction was to leave here. But when he turned right and prepared to escape, hundreds of feathers shot down from the air. The leopard man took a few steps back to avoid the feathers and found that 3 wolves had blocked his way at some point. He was not afraid of this kind of wolf, but he didn't want to waste time, so he moved his feet and ran to the left instead. Hurry, hurry, hurry! At Natsu's urging, the river crab used its own skills and ran out of afterimages. Rod wanted to name the river crab's acceleration skill Lingbo Weibu, but he was always entangled in the incompatibility of the effect and the name. As the distance between the 2 sides quickly closed, Natsu couldn't help but ejected on the river crab's back. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu's body spun, and his body seemed to be surrounded by a whirlwind of fire, and he crashed into the back of the leopard man. Hey! Weren't you very good at fighting just now? Why are you running this time? Natsu was so angry that he had to chase. The river crab carried Natsu again, and Rod, Happy and other wild monsters followed behind. Seeing that the leopard man rushed out of the maple forest and was about to reach the target battlefield, Happy suggested, "Rod, throw us out." "Okay." Rod grabbed Happy's body, learned the posture of a sports student throwing a discus, and spun his body around and threw Happy forward. The harpy flipped nimbly in the air, and after adjusting his posture, he grew wings and sped up even faster, even catching up with the river crab in front. Natsu. Harpy grabbed Natsu's shoulder, max speed. After grabbing Natsu, Harpy's speed actually increased again, and he took Natsu over the head of the leopard man, and then let go. "Good job, Harpy." Natsu turned over and kicked in the air, Fire Dragon's Claw. The leopard man had to stop, crossed his arms to block the kick from above, and his wrist was blackened by the flames on Natsu's feet. "Answer the call, Ancient Stone Beetle." Before the leopard man turned around, a group of stone beetles blocked his retreat, and another group of stone beetles drilled into the ground. Immediately afterwards, the shadow wolf and the razor beak blocked the left and right directions. With no way to retreat, the leopard man could only choose to fight, and his target was the shadow wolf. They looked easier to bully. The shadow wolves dodged flexibly, and whenever they had a chance, they would try to bite the leopard man's wrist. Naturally, Natsu would not let the shadow wolves get beaten, and rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps. "Fight with me, bastard." The iron fist of the fire dragon. The leopard man was forced to fight. And there was a little problem with the harpy on the other side. Before landing, the wings behind him suddenly disappeared, and he fell on the grass with a flutter, rolling out, and when he stopped, he was already dizzy and unable to move. The rapid acceleration just now was not easy for the harpy at all. As a loyal person, Rhodes took a huge risk to bypass the battlefield and picked up the harpy. It turns out that the harpy also has a unique skill. The harpy was dizzy and weak. Rhodes wanted to complain about the harpy, but now he was like this, so the retreat plan he told him when he came here was in vain. "Leave the rest to us." Rhodes looked at the battlefield. The leopard man was entangled by Natsu and the shadow wolves and could not get away. But he didn't know whether it was driven by instinct or brains. He always wanted to find an opportunity to kill the weaker shadow wolves to get away. Rhodes saw the opportunity and raised his finger upward, "Ancient Stone Beetle." Crack, the ancient stone beetle broke out of the ground, and the giant pincer-like mouth bit the leopard man's lower back. Roar! The leopard man held the mouth clamped at his waist with both hands, and the muscles on his arms bulged, appearing a little stronger. Under his huge force, the ancient stone beetle actually had a tendency to loosen its mouth. At this time, Natsu jumped up and punched the leopard man in the side of his face. "Wake up, bastard!" The leopard man's head was hit and suddenly tilted to the side, and the flesh on his cheek was shaking. Rhodes could see the power of this punch from a long distance, and the punch was the attack posture looked familiar, as if I had seen it when watching a fight in a tavern. The leopard man's eyes became clear for a moment, but then they turned completely blood red. His limbs and neck swelled up, and his muscles were knotted, making him look full of strength. Then, the leopard man really broke open the mouth parts of the ancient stone beetle. He turned around, clasped his hands together, and smashed the ancient stone beetle into 2 stone beetles with a heavy hammer. Rhodes frowned, swearing, "There really is a second stage." Natsu was happy. Sure enough, beating him up really worked. The second stage was also expected, and it did not affect Rhodes' command. "Shadow wolf, retreat. Stone beetle. Bite the leg." Natsu. "Understood." Natsu took a deep breath, and took the opportunity when the leopard man could not move, and spit out a blazing flame. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Chapter 77. The upper body of the leopard man was engulfed in flames, and the 2 stone beetles sent a signal to Rhodes to retreat. Maybe it was too hot. After all, the stone beetle is a bug, not a stone. Rhodes was worried that Natsu's move would kill the opponent directly. In fact, Natsu still had a good idea when he should hold back. How much magic power the opponent can use for defense, how much magic power he should use to attack, the opponent's fighting habits, etc. After 2 short encounters, Natsu had almost tested this information. He has quite a lot of experience in this kind of thing. On the contrary, Rhodes is still far behind in this aspect. If he really accepts the task of fighting the robbers, there is a possibility of killing people. Just like the last time he caught a robber on the street and broke his bones, he was very careful. When the flames dissipated, the upper body of the leopard man exuded a burning smell, his hair curled up, and some parts were on fire. But he did not fall down. Instead, he roared to the sky, punched left and right, and smashed 2 stone beetles into 4 mini stone beetles. The mini stone beetles wanted to continue to execute the hold the legs order, but the leopard man reacted and kicked them all away one by one. 2 flew towards Natsu, and 2 flew towards Road. This footwork is definitely a talent for playing football. Forced to close the door, Road waved his hand to send the mini stone beetles back, and ordered a stone beetle underground and a group of stone beetles that were originally responsible for blocking the road to attack. It was just that the stone beetles could not catch up with the speed of the leopard man rushing towards Natsu. Natsu punched the leopard man head-on. This time, Natsu was beaten back a few steps. The strength of the leopard man in the second stage was indeed outstanding. Rapid beaks, flying feathers. The raptors shot single-shot flying feathers at the leopard man to avoid accidentally hurting his friends. The leopard man took 2 steps back nimbly, and when he was about to move forward again, he staggered and his tail was pulled by something. When he looked back, there were 4 mouths of 3 wolves hanging on the thick leopard tail. Beautiful, Rhodes. Continuous fire dragon fist. Natsu rushed forward, swung his arms, and his fists with flames rained down on the leopard man's face and chest. Oh oh oh! Natsu roared with his fists. Wake up, you leopard bastard! Oh oh oh! The leopard man staggered and growled. Grandpa, the village chief, Sister Shinyo and Claudia are all waiting for you to come back. The red light in the leopard man's eyes faded, and his eyes regained a little clarity, and then they tended to turn red again. Wake up! Come! 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 The shadow wolves let go, and the leopard man flew out with 2 spiral flames, bounced twice on the ground and lay on his back. It looked like he had won. But to be on the safe side, Road asked the shadow wolves to hide, the razor beaks to keep a distance, and the stone beetles to burrow underground. Prepare to clamp him immediately if the opponent moves. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. A flash of light flashed on the leopard man's body, and his body began to shrink. His tail, claws and other features all disappeared, and he returned to the appearance of a young man. Success! Natsu and Happy cheered in unison. Road smiled, finally solved hobby, can you move? Love! When Road shouted to close the door. Road pulled Hobby's face, then why don't you get up earlier? Hobby said incoherently, because I feel safe when Road protects me. Road loosened his hand that pinched Hobby's face. This kid really knows how to talk. The 3 of them briefly eased the tense atmosphere, and then went to check the condition of the young man who was beaten back to his original form. This man looks... Road couldn't tell what he looked like, because his nose was crooked by Natsu, his face was still black, and his hair was curly. Too miserable. And his shirt and pants were long gone, and he was only wearing a pair of large shorts. Happy asked, is he someone of Gray's? It's not easy to run into a pervert like Gray. Rod said. Didn't the village chief say that someone found Chita's torn clothes on the mountain a few days ago? Maybe they were torn when he was receiving magic. Natsu said excitedly, anyway, the mission to defeat the Beast King is completed. Let's take him back to the village. Happy echoed, love. This is the most successful mission, and Natsu didn't burn down the village. Finally I can get the full reward. What does that mean, Happy? Natsu glared. It means that it's great to have Rod here. Love. Asshole. Natsu chased Happy and circled around Rod and Chita. You two may be too happy too early. Rod suddenly said. I remember our mission was to suppress the rioting beasts and possible beast leaders, and the mission is only half completed. What? The 2 guys who were chasing opened their mouths wide, and Natsu even took out the task list to check it carefully. Rode said helplessly, I said, do you usually forget the content of the mission? No, because before this time you asked Myra for so long, and you said a lot of plans. Natsu read the mission list word by word, I'm about to forget everything except fighting. Happy testified for Natsu, love, Natsu used his brain occasionally before. But Road has arranged transportation, reconnaissance, meals, rest, and battle plans. Road was speechless. With me here, your brains will turn on the energy-saving mode, and you will only use them when fighting? Road felt that if he continued like this, he would sooner or later become the guild's logistics manager. With a little more strength and experience, he could compete for Myra's position. Anyway, Take him back first, maybe the village chief will be happy and directly announce that our mission is completed. It was almost noon, and smoke was rising from every household in the village. Only the village chief's house had been quiet. Village Chief Panther sat in his living room, sometimes looking up at his son's portrait, sometimes walking around anxiously with a cane. Snow had been taking care of Worm, and occasionally went to change a pot of hot tea for Panther. Claudie listened to Natsu and waited obediently at home, but when she saw Worm, she was quickly attracted by its cute appearance and wanted to touch it but didn't dare. Because this was an important magical beast left by the wizard for emergency contact, Panther and Snow forbade Claudie to touch it. Worm didn't mind playing with Claudie, but Snow prepared too many snacks for it, and eating was indeed more important than playing. Village Chief! Village Chief! A young man rushed into the village chief's house. You're back! The wizard is back! Bring Chita with you! Chita is still alive! Chita is still alive! The village chief who was pacing in the living room suddenly stopped, and his cane fell to the floor with a thump. The old man didn't bother to pick up his cane, and walked out of the door tremblingly, walking faster and faster, and finally almost jogging. Receiving magic is very strange. In the comics, Elfman's clothes were torn when he used his whole body to receive it for the first time, but Myra and Lysina would not be torn, and they even had their own changing clothes. Chapter 78 Pitfall. Of course, Chita was carried back by the Kenyan swift crab. Because the injury was a bit serious, Rod deliberately asked the river crab to slow down a little to avoid bumps. At this time, Chita's wounds had been simply treated with the hemostatic medicine and bandages brought by Rod, and a cleaned wolfskin was covered around his waist. Rod and Natsu didn't bring extra clothes when they went up the mountain, so they could only cover it up like this. The disadvantage is that the weather is really a bit hot now, but fortunately the journey is not far. As soon as the few people entered the village, he was naturally surrounded by onlookers. Chita was the best hunter in the village. Everyone thought he had died, but who would have thought that he was rescued? Rod saw a familiar face in the crowd and said hurriedly, "Mr. Mastiff, is there a doctor in the village? Please take us there. He is seriously injured." "Yes, and we beat him." "Ah, yes." Mastiff immediately found someone to guard the door for him. "Please go this way." Someone else naturally went to notify the village chief. The doctor carefully treated Kita's injuries and asked the village chief to find someone to carefully carry him home. The doctor will go there on time to help change the dressings in the next few days. As one of the most respected people in the village, the old doctor said that he had never seen such a mess of injuries in his decades of medical practice. What kind of injuries were caused by wild beast bites, cutting and puncture wounds with sharp weapons, blunt blows, burns caused by flames? And each kind of injury was so serious. The most puzzling thing is that he actually survived. The doctor wanted to ask him whether he went up the mountain to hunt or to help people test weapons. Rod and Natsu, who were at the scene at the time, looked up at the ceiling. It was not that we hit him hard, but that he could not wake up without hitting him hard. The reason why this big brother was able to survive was mainly due to the strong physical fitness and ability to withstand blows of the receiving Beast King. On the other hand, if he did not have such a strong body, he could not withstand such a heavy blow. It was a dead end, and he could only blame his bad luck. When Chita woke up, it was almost evening. Natsu and Rod were studying combat skills, fighting, in the yard of the village chief's house. Rod wanted to talk more and do less, but Natsu was not good at language teaching. So after agreeing not to use magic, the two fought in the yard. Happy and Worm sat at the door eating snacks and watching the fun. Hulu. But we want to eat fish. Hey. Love, fish is the most delicious. Two cute creatures, you say, I said, and it was hard for others to understand how the two of them communicated. At a certain moment, Rod and Natsu stopped at the same time because they heard a sound in the house. Dad! Claudia shouted in surprise. Dear, you finally woke up. Snow's voice was filled with tears. Bang! Panther poked the floor with his cane, and then squeezed out a hum from his nostrils. He is also an old tsundere. The family reunited after almost experiencing life and death, and such an atmosphere made people reluctant to disturb. Several people waited at the door for a long time until Panther asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Rod and Natsu knocked on the door, and walked in after getting a response. Master Wizard, thank you, thank you. These words have been heard many times in the doctor's house. Rod hurriedly helped the village chief to sit down and asked him not to be polite. Natsu rubbed Claudia's head and asked her to go to her father. Rode found that Natsu seemed to be very good at coaxing children. We actually want to know about Mr. Chita's experience. This matter is related to the wild beast riot that the village encountered this time. We are sorry to bother you at this time. Rode's attitude was still polite. Please don't say that. If it weren't for you, my stupid son might not have come back. The village chief was more polite, but he changed his attitude immediately when facing his son. Why don't you tell me now? Yes. Having just experienced such an incident, Kita didn't contradict his father again, and told his experience in detail. I had a quarrel with my father that day. In a rage, I took weapons and went up the mountain alone and found the Beast King. I didn't dare to act rashly. I waited until it fell asleep before shooting it with a bow and arrow. Its skin was very hard. Only the arrow had pierced it that time. Not only did it not kill it, but it angered it. It immediately rushed towards me. It broke my bow as soon as it came up. I pulled out my hunting knife to fight it, but it also knocked the knife away. Then it threw me down and tried to bite off my throat. Speaking of this, Kita was still a little scared. Panther didn't show it on his face, but his hand tightly grasped the head of the crutch. Snow and Claudie seemed to see that scene and hugged each other in fear. Then I didn't know anything. I felt like I had a dream. I dreamed that I became the Beast King. When I was thirsty, I went to the mountain stream to drink water. When I was hungry, I went to hunt wild animals. At that time, I seemed to be unable to think. There was a voice telling me to fight, kill, destroy, destroy, destroy. I didn't know what to fight or destroy, and I would get a headache when I thought about it. But that voice kept making noises, and I kept thinking and had a headache. I don't know how many times it hurt. Suddenly I thought of protecting the village and killing the Beast King. At that time, I didn't know what a village was or what a Beast King was, so I kept looking for the Beast King in the mountains. In order to kill the Beast King, I killed the lone beasts when I saw them, and killed the strongest one among the wolves when I saw them. Naz, Habi, and Snow and her daughter were all a little moved. But the village chief and Rod looked at Chita differently. This person still remembered to protect the village and hunt the Beast King when he lost his mind, proving that he had a good heart. It's just that his behavior is a bit tricky. In the past few days, all the beasts that rushed down the mountain and broke into the farmland and attacked the village were driven down by this guy. No wonder when Rode sent the river crab to patrol, he found that many beasts just passed by the village and went directly to find a new habitat. It turned out that they simply couldn't survive on that mountain, and whether they came to the village depended entirely on whether they took the main road or the small road after going down the mountain. In other words, the beast attacks before he went up the mountain were because some beasts were squeezed out of their living space by the Beast King, so they occasionally came down the mountain to try their luck. After he went up the mountain, it became the Beast King who went on a killing spree, and the beasts that were targeted had to go down the mountain to escape. And because of his efforts, the number of beasts that escaped was terrifying. Dad is so awesome. Claudie thought that Dad was so awesome that he hunted so many beasts alone. Ha ha ha! Chita was so proud of himself in the admiring eyes of his daughter. Pansel felt that his hands were a little itchy, and he always wanted to pull something with the cane in his hand. No, no, the benefactors are here, we can't be rude, and the child's injury is not healed yet, we have to wait until he recovers. Chapter 79 The Fairy Tale Magician is Too Arrogant. I don't know how long that kind of day has passed, but today, a group of monsters suddenly attacked me. Then a terrible monster with fire all over its body appeared, just like a fire dragon. I tried my best to escape, but I couldn't escape. In the end, I was blocked by them. It seemed that something clamped me, and I didn't know anything. But I seemed to hear someone say that Claudia was still waiting for me at home. When I woke up again, I was here. I guess I was saved by the benefactors. No, I was beaten by the benefactors. Claudia looked up at Natsu, and little stars almost appeared in her eyes. Natsu gave her a bright smile. Rod looked at him. No, you beat. Why is his father still so proud? Oh, I participated, so it's okay. Rod briefly explained the incident to Chita and asked a few more questions. Then he told him to remember to learn the receiving magic systematically after his injury healed, and not to use it indiscriminately before he completely mastered the soul of the Beast King. He and Natsu left the room and stopped disturbing the family reunion. In the end, I still don't understand how his receiving magic can last for 8 days. Of course it's because of the desire to protect the village and the longing for his family. Natsu's answer was quite idealistic. I prefer to believe that it's because of the first awakening, the magic power is out of control, and then during the transformation, he drank mountain spring water and ate wild beast meat to replenish energy. Happy agreed, love. Myra seemed to have a situation where her arm couldn't be transformed back before she came to the guild. Hurry Poro said he didn't understand, but Happy was right. How could it be because of that reason? It must be for the village and family that he persisted for so long. Natsu insisted. Maybe there is such a possibility. The president said that magic is the power of the heart. If a certain belief in the heart is strong enough, it may really cause miracles. Rod suddenly asked, Naz, do you think receiving magic is easy to learn? How should I know? Why do you ask this? Because it is strong. You see that after Chita mastered receiving magic, he became so strong all of a sudden. Didn't Myra also become an S-class wizard by receiving magic? Rod was moved. After an ordinary person received the soul of the Beast King, he was beaten by Natsu and the monsters for so long but didn't die. Not to mention the increase in strength, just based on the strong defense and vitality, Rod felt safe. You will know about that kind of thing when you go back and try it. Natsu said, I think your monsters are also very strong. That's right. Rod had read the introduction of receiving magic before, and remembered that the risk of this magic was that it might go out of control after receiving a target that was too powerful. It was because of this risk, and it was also troublesome to find a suitable receiving target, that it was not listed as the first option. And he had a bold idea what would happen if he received a monster. The usual term for receiving magic is receiving the soul of XX, but the definition given by the magic world is magic that takes over the body. Generally speaking, the received target can be considered dead, and receiving wild monsters means killing them. But Rhodes has never seen wild monsters really die. Maybe he can find a bug? Also, there are cases where people who use receiving magic actively or passively abandon the received target. The wild monsters are obedient and can be received and released at any time. It seems worth a try? Due to the current doubts about the progress of the mission, Rhodes and his team had to stay in the village temporarily. On the one hand, they had to see if there would be a large number of wild beasts coming down the mountain to attack the village. On the other hand, they had to pay attention to Kita's situation to prevent his magic from getting out of control and hurting people. Kita was quite happy these days. Because he not only survived and reunited with his family, but also mastered the power that could be used to protect the village in the future. Seeing his excitement, Rhodes had to repeatedly emphasize to him the danger of losing control of magic. Fortunately, after experiencing a life and death crisis, Kita valued his family more and promised that he would take magic seriously after his injury healed and would never use it recklessly. Obviously, he also knew what the consequences would be if he lost control in the village. Today is the third day after Rhodes and his friends brought Kita back. These days, Rhodes often sent river crabs to the mountain to investigate. After the Beast King disappeared, the beasts were quiet for a day and began to fight for territory again. The situation on the mountain is relatively stable at present, and because the number of beasts has decreased a lot, carnivorous animals have enough food and have no intention of going down the mountain. Yesterday, Rhodes also took Naz up the mountain and dealt with the large beasts that ordinary people could not deal with. The rest, as long as the hunters use their brains and dig traps, they can basically deal with them. Today, the villagers have decided to go out to harvest crops, and Rhodes went out to be a bodyguard just in case. Fortunately, it was calm and their mission was completed here. At night, the village chief organized a harvest festival for the villagers in advance, mainly to thank and entertain the wizards of fairy tale. Natsu and Happy had already mixed in. Natsu held a torch and ate fire and spit fire, attracting almost all the children and young people in the village. Worm was biting something in his mouth and jumping around the bonfire. Now he didn't feel hot. Rod sat quietly on the periphery, drinking wine and eating meat. Before crossing, he could be called lazy and ignorant, so it was hard for him to understand the joy of farmers when they harvested. Is it the same as when drawing cards? Is it the same as getting paid? Or is it the same as receiving an admission letter? Mr. Rod. Village chief. Rod stood up and helped the old man. Is Brother Chita better? Still the same. The doctor said it will take at least 2 or 3 months to fully recover. The village chief looked at the celebrating villagers beside Rod. Do you think they are too noisy, Mr. Rod? No, it's far from noisy. Rod thought of the tavern in the guild. I was just a little distracted by the situation around the village. The village chief was stunned. Village around. Well, during the celebration it would be a big disappointment if we were disturbed by wild beasts, so I just kept an eye on it and tried to eliminate this possibility. Ah, this is really, you. The village chief didn't know what to say for a moment. You think too much. In fact, the day after Chita was brought back, Panther had already asked them for the task list to sign. But Rod said that they couldn't be so careless and had to observe for a few more days. By the way, he also went to the mountain to deal with some difficult big guys. The wizards of fairy tale are really dedicated. Pansel was full of emotion. If the stupid son at home was 1/10 as cautious as Mr. Rod, he would retire now and let his son be the village chief. Chapter 80. Leaving the village was the next morning. Chita was still lying in bed so she couldn't come out, so Panther and Snow came out to see them off. The little girl Claudia ran back from outside, holding a bunch of wild flowers to give to them. She had picked them early in the morning, and the petals were still a little wet. It's not safe for children to run around so early. Rode didn't say anything that ruined the atmosphere, but just smiled and accepted it, telling her to listen to her mother. The subtext was that her father was unreliable, and it might be better to listen to her mother. The gate of the village was open, and from time to time farmers drove carts with farm tools out of the village, and greeted Rode and his friends warmly when they saw them. Ga. A few geese passed by, and the geese's cry scared Rode and even took a step back. After recovering from his shock, he realized that he was now a wizard, not a child with a combat power less than 0.5 of a goose. Ah ha ha ha, so Rode is afraid of geese. Natsu had been looking for Rod's weakness all the way, and finally got something when he was leaving. No, I'm not afraid. Happy also laughed. Puff. Rod is afraid of geese. I said I'm not afraid. Ah ha ha ha. Natsu and Happy laughed together. Rod had no tricks, so he was afraid. If you have the guts, you can scare me with geese, and I'll stew it. 2 minutes later, Natsu couldn't laugh anymore. Because they got on the carriage for the return trip. Rod pulled Natsu's face, rubbed Natsu's hair, and said with a smile, "Come on, Natsu, tell me that Rod is afraid of geese." Natsu leaned against the wall of the carriage half dead. It's so uncomfortable. Happy played with Rod to toss Natsu without any position. It's so painful, Rod, call the crabs. No, in fact, in addition to being afraid of geese, I'm also afraid of crabs. You're lying. Then let me get off the bus. Oh, I want to walk back. No, what if you get lost alone? Since we're in a team, we have to take you back safely. Put me down. The ones responsible for driving the car to send Rode and his friends back were Bit and Mastiff. The rest of the journey is not far, so they can take a river crab back. It's not a big problem to get some sun for a while. Natsu had regained his vitality before entering Magnolia. When he saw the guild, Rode was really relieved, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. But before he could prepare his emotions, Natsu had already kicked the door open. I'm back. Love. Oh, Natsu is back. What did you destroy again this time? I heard that you and Rode have teamed up, so you must have caused him a lot of trouble, right? Rode? Isn't that the strongest newcomer in our guild? As soon as Rod entered the guild, he heard someone talking about the strongest newcomer. Calculating the time, yesterday was Wednesday, which was the day when the new issue of Sosura was released, and it seemed to be an anniversary special. Was that news really accepted? Natsu was arguing with his companions about this time the mission was perfectly completed. Happy secretly spread the news that Rod was afraid of geese. Rod smiled and greeted everyone, telling them that the magazine was all nonsense. Then he walked straight to the counter without stopping. I'm back. Welcome back. Myra greeted her returning companions with a smile as usual. Did the mission go well? Rod handed her the task list. Although there was a little accident, the result was not bad. Accident? Well, anyway, it was solved smoothly. I'll tell you later. Ah, this makes people more curious. Myra made the final registration, but it's good to be back safely. I'm still worried that you and Natsu won't get along. Natsu, sometimes it's a little bit of a headache, but very reliable. Like firm beliefs, sharp combat instincts, and good at taking care of other people's emotions. As a companion, the degree of reliability should be said to be greater than the ability to cause trouble, right? Rod caught the half of the long stool flying from behind without looking back. Natsu over there was fighting with someone again for some reason. He dropped the stool and turned around, leaning his elbows on the counter from behind. Well, what was my mentality when I said Natsu was very reliable just now? Myra smiled, thank you for your hard work. Rod turned his head to look at her. Before he came back, he was still thinking about what attitude to use to face her. After he came back, he was naturally the same as usual. What's wrong? Myra, noticing his gaze, she recalled what Lakai had said to her before Rod set off, and she unconsciously brushed her hair. Nothing. Is the president here? President? Probably writing a self-criticism upstairs. Writing again? Who is in trouble again? The president is writing a self-criticism is a famous scene in fairy tale that ranks alongside Nabu reading the bulletin board. This time it's Elfman. Myra was a little embarrassed. It seems that he attacked the target that needed protection during the escort mission. Hey! Rod almost didn't react. Is it the target of protection, or the target of crusade? It's the target of protection. Myra said, because when we were chatting, the other party said that the most important thing for a man is knowledge. Manly. In the tavern, Elfman shouted his catchphrase and punched Natsu, and then was hit back. The younger brother was fighting, and the older sister was watching the fun. As long as it involves a manly topic, Elfman can't help it. Haha is expected of him. Rod laughed dryly, thinking that Elfman might have become like this because of Lysina. Myra looked up at the railing on the second floor. How strange, with such a commotion down there, the president should have come down long ago. However, until Nabu was hit by someone and hit the railing on the second floor, a big hand reached out to grab him and threw him down mercilessly. It's almost time for the commotion. The president stepped on the railing and glanced around, and immediately identified the culprit. Natsu, can't you come back quietly for once? Hee hee. Natsu raised his head and put his hands on his hips, with a smug expression. Wait, the president jumped down from the second floor and landed smoothly. What trouble did you cause with that expression? The president sighed and said in a bleak tone, tell me now, I'll finish writing 2 apologies in one breath. Rod suddenly felt that the president was so pitiful. You guessed wrong, old man. Natsu said proudly, we solved the task perfectly this time. How can that be? The president suddenly hit his palm and suddenly realized, so that's why you teamed up with Rod this time. Hey, old man. Natsu felt that the president was as excessive as happy, as if he would definitely get into trouble if no one was watching him. The president ignored him, stretched out his arm, hugged Rod, and was so moved that he cried. Rod, you did a great job. And you've worked so hard, you're worthy of being our strongest newcomer. Even you know about this. Rod was a little embarrassed, and... President, please don't rub your snot on me. Let's put it on the shelves tomorrow, if nothing unexpected happens. Chapter 81 Shelf and Sanjiang's Remarks. Chapter 82 The newcomer is very busy. President. Myra handed over a towel. Makarov waved his hand, no, it's already been wiped clean. Rod tugged at his clothes, are you polite? Makarov was very happy that he didn't have to write a second apology, ha ha ha, don't mind this little thing. Myra reminded, but President, there are words on your face. Yes. Rod didn't notice it just now, and only saw it now, and read it with difficulty, ask, apology. The words are reversed and not easy to recognize. Ah, I accidentally fell asleep while writing my self-criticism. Makarov was not embarrassed at all, and naturally took the towel to wipe his face. By the way, Rod, come with me, the antidote polypsycha is ready. Okay. Rod was very happy. With the antidote, he could summon the magic swamp frog with peace of mind, and the safety factor was increased again. Of course, he had to go home and change clothes before going. On the way back, Rod bought a copy of Sosara. He was not famous enough, so he didn't even have a sample issue, unlike Myra, who always sent it to his home. The 15th anniversary special issue did not issue a supplement, but was a little thicker than usual. The cover did not have a photo of the wizard, but a carefully designed congratulatory picture. Rod flipped through it, and Myra and Jenny, who participated in the performance, had separate pages. And Fairy Tale's strongest newcomer only occupied a column in the far back corner. And only a photo of him and the crab was put, no separate photos. From this angle, the river crab is indeed domineering. Mr. Leapertel is a talent in taking photos. There are not many distortions and changes in the content of the interview. Only a few sentences are added to express the expectation that Rod will be active in the future. Because it was just afternoon, Goodman hadn't closed the stall yet, isn't this Rode? Haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Goodman, there was a task a few days ago, which took a little time. Oh, have you finally become a formal wizard who can stand on your own? Awesome. Goodman has always heard Rode say that he is an apprentice wizard. Haha, count it as half. Because he may have to practice well for a while next. The house is still the same, but it feels a little strange because it hasn't been ventilated for a few days. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. Rode opened the window, watered a few potted plants, came back and punched the sandbag twice, and then went to change clothes. The house feels like it needs to be cleaned up, and there will be a lot of work to do in the evening. When unfamiliar people talk to him, they always use a respectful title like Sir. Of course, to the residents of Magnolia, Makarov is far more friendly than majestic. After all, when he was young, he was as noisy as Natsu and the others. Because of the president's influence, the residents are also quite friendly to him. In fact, if he rides a river crab, it may become the president who benefits from him. When we leave the city in the town, Rhodes hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, President, is there any magic that can revive people in the world? Makarov turned his head and stared at him. Why do you ask such a thing? I heard about Lysina a few days ago. Myra and Elfman were both hit hard by this incident. I think if there is a magic that can revive Lysina, it may not be appropriate to use this word to describe it, but it is indeed a way to fundamentally eliminate the inner pain of Myra and Elfman. Don't pursue that kind of thing. Makarov's tone was a little harsh. The weight of life is incomparable, and blaspheming life is a taboo. Not only from a legal point of view, studying the magic of resurrecting the dead is also a taboo. It will make you fall into an abyss that cannot be turned back. Rhodes rarely saw the president's serious expression, so he had to nod to indicate that he remembered it. But Makarov was still worried. Although Rhodes was steady, he had just stepped into the magic path not long ago and might not understand the seriousness of the problem. Note. And steady people might be more terrifying when they go crazy. Makarov said, I've heard rumors that someone lost a loved one and kept researching resurrection magic, and ended up touching the taboo of life. So that person was cursed by the god Angselrum, and everyone he loved would die. God? Rhodes asked, do gods exist? Of course, Angselrum, the god who controls life and death, and Kronos, the god who controls time, are both recorded in the world. The president said. But no one knows what kind of existence they are, and as long as no one touches the taboo, they will not take the initiative to bring down miracles. Rhodes frowned. It's okay to have dragons and demons, but there are even gods. The water in this world seems a bit deep. But according to the general routine, gods should be some powerful creatures, right? It's useless to think about this, anyway, you can't afford to offend them. Listening to the president's words, Rhodes felt that his magic knowledge was not enough, and he had to continue reading books. Seeing that Rhodes had listened, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief and brought the topic back. Lysina's matter, that was her own choice. She stood in front of her sister and took the blow. I feel sad for the death of my child, but I am also proud of Lysina. She is a child that I am proud of. If possible, I am willing to exchange with her, but I will never study forbidden magic, because it will not only bring danger to myself, but also bring disaster to the guild. Just after saying that the weight of life is incomparable, now you are willing to use your life to exchange for others? Rhodes asked himself, who is he willing to risk his life for now? No, before considering risking his life, what should be considered at this stage is to become stronger. If the strength cannot keep up, there is no point in fighting anything. President, I want to learn reception magic. This kid was just talking about resurrection magic, and now it has become reception magic. How did his thinking turn to this? Why do you suddenly want to learn this? Because during this mission. Rod explained the reason, and Makarov said. Are you worried about your own safety when summoning wild monsters to fight? Actually, there is no need for this. Why? Because the fastest way to solve this problem has been tried. Makarov said. Everyone has things they are good at and not good at. Isn't it better to leave the things they are not good at to their companions? Teaming up with companions is the fastest way, faster than learning any magic. That's what I said, but even companions can't stick together 24 hours a day. Rod said, you must master some self-defense magic. Makarov felt the difference in thinking between Rod and himself. Why should I consider this? Even if I know self-defense magic, Can anyone stay alert 24 hours a day? Rhodes, this kid. Forget it. If you want to learn, you can give it a try, but... Makarov thought about Rhodes' personality and asked, you should also understand the risks of receiving magic, right? Rhodes nodded, a little bit. I will look up more information before starting to practice, and I will never be reckless. Makarov nodded with satisfaction. He was relieved about this. This was a good kid who wanted to ask him to watch from the side to avoid risks when summoning Poro. But soon he became entangled again. Is this personality good or bad? Magic path. In fairy tale, the magic path refers to the path of magic, not the demon possession in our martial arts and fairy tales. Chapter 83 Reception. If you just want to get started, it's okay to ask me for guidance. For the follow-up, Makarov thought for a while and said, go ask Myra. Rod looked at him, go to Myra. Well, you already know that she used to be an S-class wizard and used reception magic. I mean, Myra's feelings. This level is fine, she is a strong child. Makarov said. Besides, it's been almost a year since Lisena's incident. Although that kind of sadness will not end easily after a long time, we can't let her live in sadness forever. It's also the responsibility of a companion to heal her pain with time and help her find a new goal to move forward. The president didn't say that Rhodes was going to do this, but he was just worried that if he rashly mentioned receiving magic, it would stimulate her. And Myra's situation is very complicated, we need to find a chance to have a good chat. Oh, there is really a chance? Rod asked, President, do you know which restaurant in Magnolia is better? Makarov almost didn't react. Restaurant, the span of your 3 questions today is very large. Hee. Rod smiled, it seems that the span is very large, but in fact they are all related. The most expensive one is near the cathedral, and the one with the best taste is near Nanko Park. The best one in combination. Makarov smiled, is our guild. Rod said disdainfully, I understand your feelings about the guild, but it's very corny to say this suddenly. Makarov actually blushed, you stinky brat who doesn't understand feelings. Rod widened his eyes, the president actually blushed. But after a few seconds, Rod was relieved. He had just rubbed his tears and snot all over him in the guild, so blushing was no big deal. The old man is still cute. The process of getting the antidote was uneventful. Ms. Polyasica threw a small bottle to Rhodes and reminded him not to abuse the poison even if he had the antidote. Rhodes asked if there was a spare and a spare. Then Ms. Polyasica drove him out and slammed the door. I forgot to ask about the cost. Rhodes found that his debt might have increased a little. The president and Ms. Polyasica seemed to have something else to discuss, so he didn't bother them anymore. When I learn to receive magic, I will go out again to make money and pay off my debts. Along with it, there is also a hint of autumn coolness. The evidence of the drop in temperature is that Worm is willing to run around at Rhodes' feet again. As a financial expert, Rhodes bought some autumn and winter clothes as soon as he noticed the temperature drop slightly. Rhodes' trick to save money is to buy clothes in the opposite season. Good morning, Rhodes. Aren't you riding your strongest summoned beast today? With the release of Sosara a few days ago, Rhodes, the strongest newcomer, has become a little famous in Magnolia. Especially when he occasionally rides a river crab to and from get off work, most people recognize him. Good morning, the strongest summoned beast wants to rest every Sunday, and may not be willing to take me to play. Rhodes maintained basic courtesy, but false information came out at will. Summoned beasts actually have rest days? It's amazing. Yes. Rhodes walked briskly towards the guild. Today he was in a good mood. In the past 2 days, he has read a lot of information about receiving magic in the guild library. It's almost time to try it out. And he and Myra made an appointment to have lunch at a restaurant near Chinnan Park at noon. According to the president, the food there tastes good, the price is not expensive, and there are many beautiful women. It's a pity that almost everyone has a male companion. The more Rhodes listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Isn't that a dating place? It sounds like you often go to that restaurant, and always stare at beautiful women? Isn't it right for you to be so old? Is it true that you are old but not old at heart? The president said righteously that he was just admiring her. It makes people wonder if those 2 lecherous uncles, Makeo and Wakaba, learned bad things from him when they were young. When he can handle most of the tasks by himself, he doesn't plan to quit this job. He has made up his mind that he will be strong enough to challenge the entire guild like Urza in the future. When the last enemy is knocked down by him, he uses his last strength to ask him, "Who are you?" Rod replied, "Just a small role in the guild who is responsible for serving tea and water." "I am looking forward to such a scene." The guild gradually became lively, and Natsu suddenly ran to the front desk with a task list. "Myra, I've accepted this task." "Rod, do you want to form a team?" "No, I have something else to do today." Rod thought for a while and asked, "Why are you going out again? Did you two spend all your last reward so quickly?" "Love. There is still a lot of last reward left." Happy said, "But this task is to investigate the monster that suddenly appeared in the volcano." "Monster in the volcano?" "That's right." Natsu clenched his fist and said expectantly, "Igunalu likes volcanoes. This suddenly appearing monster may be Igunalu. So that's it." Rod remembered that Natsu seemed to have been looking for his adoptive father, the fire dragon named Igunalu. As long as there is a little bit of plausible information, no matter how far the distance is or how long the transportation takes, he will grit his teeth and insist on going. Rod asked Myra, "Will this mission be dangerous?" "Unknown monsters are a little dangerous." Myra flipped through the information of this mission, and then smiled. "But this mission is just an investigation, not a crusade, and the destination is a volcano. If it's Natsu, it's no problem." Natsu took the letter of authorization handed back by Myra and was about to leave excitedly, but ran to the door and ran back. "Rod, are you really not coming?" "No, I have to learn magic with the president today." Rod glanced at Myra, "Well, there is one more thing." Alas, Natsu left dejectedly. Myra smiled and said, "As expected of the strongest newcomer, Natsu has begun to trust you so quickly." Rod said, "I think he trusts my Kenyan sprinter crab." A few minutes after Natsu left, Kana also brought a task list. "Myra, I want to take this task." "Okay." Myra looked at it and asked while recording, "Kana, you don't seem to have been out for a long time, right?" Kana's face looked a little unnatural. "I haven't drunk much recently, and I'm not short of money for wine." Myra thought for a while and said, "Speaking of which, the guild's wine sales have dropped a lot recently." Kana pretended to be angry, "Do you want to say that I alone support the turnover of the entire tavern?" Myra laughed, "Just kidding, but Kana is the main force." At this time, the president's voice sounded, "Rod, come to the yard." "Here I come." Rod waved to Myra, "Myra, see you at noon." "Okay." "Oh, see you at noon? Going on a date with Rod again?" Kana covered her mouth and said exaggeratedly, "I'm so envious." Chapter 84 Wild Monster Soul. "Are you sure you want to receive it?" Makarov looked at the big green crab in front of him. "It will take over its body." "Well, I want to try it." Rod nodded. "Even if it is received, as long as it is released within a certain period of time, it will be fine, right? I have mastered the method of release." When he first learned to ride a bicycle, Rod had a painful experience of riding but not getting off, and had to rely on hitting the wall to stop. Later, he naturally learned a lesson. When learning to skateboard, he first learned how to stop, and when learning to drive, he first asked how to brake. Before learning to summon, he was excited and learned to close the door later. Now learning to receive, he naturally cannot make the same mistake. Makarov frowned and felt that Rod was trustworthy. "If you confirm that there is no problem, start." "Okay." Rod put one hand on the crab's head, "Be good, don't resist." He closed his eyes, controlled the fluctuation of the magic power in his body, and tried to fit the state described in the book. At a certain moment, Rod opened his eyes, "Receive." The blue magic light poured out from Rod's hand, wrapping the Kenyan swift crab completely. Then, patches of light flashed on Rod's body, and finally golden light enveloped him. The golden light lasted for a short time, and when it dissipated, Rhodes only felt that a large part of the magic power in his body was drained away. Then, nothing happened. He could see himself confused through the perspective of the river crab. Makarov said, "Failed, concentrate." Failure to receive also consumes so much magic power. Rhodes felt sad. This way, he would have one less chance to practice in the morning. Of course, any magic that reaches this stage, whether it succeeds or not, the magic power has been consumed. Makarov asked, "Why did you lose focus at the last moment?" "Because I was worried about becoming too ugly." Rod was a little nervous. There were differences between receiving magic. Some people would become exactly what they received. Some people take themselves as the main body and then add some characteristics of the receiving target. Rod really didn't want to turn into a crab and crawl away. If you worry about that kind of thing, don't learn receiving magic. Makarov said. First of all, you have to believe in your heart, and then it will respond to you with a miracle. But remember, it's not a miracle, it's just your heart, and magic is the power of the heart. First of all, it's strong, and then it's handsome. If you are strong enough, you don't have to be handsome, because as long as you defeat the enemy, it will naturally be the most handsome. But how strong can receiving a river crab be? No, the river crab also has its specialties. And the strength of receiving magic is not only affected by the receiving target, but also largely depends on the magic power of the user himself. If the president uses receiving magic, even if he receives an ordinary rabbit, he can kick most of the guild members away one by one. Believe. Receive. Patches of light lit up, the golden light flashed, the river crab disappeared from the spot, and Rhodes' appearance changed dramatically. Hands, feet, body, and even the head were covered with a layer of hard shell, as if wearing a green armor. There was a pair of tentacles on the head, the face seemed to be wearing a mask, and the eyes emitted a faint yellow light. There was a thick shell on the chest, and the hand armor extended from the fingers to the forearm, which looked particularly strong. These were all seen by Rhodes himself. After receiving the river crab, he gained a strange 360-degree vision and could see his full appearance without a mirror. This, Motsi? Jingwijiro? Armor Hero Xiang's Hawaii? After seeing himself clearly, Rhodes immediately thought of three characters with similar colors to him. Suddenly, he felt that this green armor was pretty cool. He knocked his chest and arms with his fists, and the hardness seemed to be quite good. Makarov put one hand behind his back and raised the other hand in front of him with a sword finger, as if he was ready to stop Rhodes when he went berserk. President, I'm fine. Makarov put down his arm. That's good, how do you feel? Rhodes moved a few times and felt that his hands and feet were more flexible than usual. He raised his right hand, and the light spots on the gauntlet flickered, turning into a crab claw. A strong force can be felt between the opening and closing. Rod tried to move his legs again, and the whole person immediately jumped out, with a speed far beyond the usual. And he immediately used the skills of the river crab with a thought, and it seemed that he left a trail of after-images behind him while running. The location seemed to be the place where the river crab was knocked open last time. It was fate, and Rod was surprised to find that he didn't feel any pain when he smashed the wall. Rod. I will fix it. Rod's voice drifted in the wind, and he had already run to the lake behind the guild. Swimming, diving, and even standing on the lake. Receive the river crab and automatically gain water combat proficiency. Speaking of the river crab, Rod concentrated his mind and felt the situation in the summoner's rift through the pendant. In the upper and lower river channels, one river crab patrolled the upper river channel, and the other did not disappear, but entered a dormant state, diving underwater, leaving a pair of tentacles sticking out of the water. This made Rod confused. He had agreed to use magic to seize the opponent's body, but did he seize the refresh time? He moved around in the lake for a while to get familiar with the magic, then returned to the yard and unlocked the receiving magic in front of the president. Thank God, there was no situation like Kita's clothes being torn. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's just that my magic power is consumed a lot, it feels more than summoning 2 river crabs at the same time. That's also a flaw of receiving magic. If you improve your magic power and get familiar with that state, it will be improved a little. Makarov thought for a while and asked again, how is the crab? Rod checked the situation in Summoner's Rift. There was a river crab patrolling in the upper and lower rivers, it has recovered. That's good. Makarov didn't say it, but he was obviously still a little bothered by the practice of receiving his own fighting partner. But President Rhodes said in confusion, I just cancelled the receiving magic, and I haven't performed the release step yet. What? How is this possible? Makarov said in surprise, could it be the Summoner's Rift you mentioned, and there is a third river crab? It shouldn't be. Rhodes saw the dormant river crab jump out of the water with his own eyes. Could it be that a new one has been refreshed? Makarov thought for a while, so, can you still use the receiving magic now? Rhodes closed his eyes and opened them after a moment, receive. A familiar light spot appeared, and Rhodes transformed again. Chapter 85. Look, is it okay? Then what will happen if you actively release the swift crab soul you just received? Rhodes cancelled the receiving magic, and then tried to release it actively. It seems nothing happened, the third crab didn't appear. Rod felt his own state, but I can't change into the form just now. I've never encountered this situation before. Makarov frowned and thought for a while. Normally, a crab should appear after actively releasing. Let's try to receive it again. Okay. Rod followed the process just now, summoned the crab first, and then received it. After the transformation, the crab entered the dormant state again. When he cancelled the receiving magic, the crab would recover. And it would not be affected when he used the receiving magic again. Even if he didn't release it actively, he could still summon 2 crabs. It's just that it's not easy to take the pendant. The Kenyan swift crab form also protects the pendant in the armor. Rod thought about practicing the technique of using summoning magic without holding the pendant with his hands as long as the body is in contact. Your summoning magic is a bit weird, and you are so weird after learning receiving magic. Makarov couldn't figure it out, but magic itself is not something with a fixed form. Rod didn't want to be treated as a weirdo, and said quickly, "My text magic is normal." Makarov shook his head, "That's not normal, it's weak. Anyway, pay more attention to your physical condition next, and try to receive other things after making sure there is no problem." "Okay, President, then I'll go to the lake to practice for a while." Rod maintained the swift crab form and was about to rush out. However, the next moment, a big hand held him. "Fix the wall for me first." Rod cancelled the transformation. Whatever receiving or not receiving, the president slapped him. "Build a wall. If you can tear it down, you can build it. If you can break it, you can build it." Fairy Tale's strongest rookie Rod, chanting strange slogans, became a bricklayer. More skilled than last time. "Rod? How did you get into this state?" Near noon, Myra saw that Rod was a little dusty and his clothes were stained with mud. "Can you wait for me? I'll be back soon." "It's okay, it's still early." Myra smiled, "If you are also led astray by Natsu and the others, the president will have a headache." "It's an accident, just an accident, see you later." Rod left the guild quickly, and after he went out, the river crab armor appeared on his body, and he rushed out like lightning, leaving a trail of after-images. Myra covered her mouth, with shock in her eyes. That is outside the guild, 2 people came over stealthily, one with thick eyebrows and buck teeth, and the other with a triangular head and square chin. Just as they turned the corner, they suddenly saw a dark green figure running over and were startled. Crove asked, "What was that just now?" "It seemed like a green thing ran over." "Who has learned strange magic again?" "It might be that guy Chico," Nikki said. "Don't worry about that, go see if Myra and Rod are still there." Crove stuck his head out from under the waist door and saw Myra sitting at the counter with a heavy heart. "Okay, Myra is still here, they haven't set off yet." The 2 looked at each other and said, "It's not too late, let's act." Rod was too much. He accompanied Myra shopping and traveling with Myra all day long. Today, he even made an appointment with Myra for dinner. There are so many people in the guild who like Myra, this is simply sneaking away. We must teach him a profound lesson. So, when Rod went home, took a shower and changed clothes, and went out with Myra to the guild. Ga. 2 geese as tall as a person were strolling back and forth at the entrance of the guild. They stretched their necks to look at Rod, spread their wings and stretched their necks. Ga. Rod looked at Myra in confusion, "Whose geese are so big? I didn't see them when I came." Myra saw through this poor transformation magic at a glance, and guessed that these 2 people wanted to make trouble for Rod. But today, Myra was about to ask something, but was interrupted by them, so she showed a terrible look. "Maybe it's the ingredients ordered by Mr. Cook, just kill them." Kill murderous intent. The 2 people who turned into geese suddenly remembered that Myra's previous title was Demon Myra Jane. Ga. They took 2 steps back tacitly, turned around and ran away. When they returned to their human form and continued to run away a few meters away, the 2 of them realized that they should not be killed after they lifted their transformation. But it was so embarrassing. "Is that Nikki and Croft?" Rod recognized them. "What are they doing?" "Maybe they want to scare you." Myra said, "Harpy said you will cry when you see a goose, and now the whole guild knows it." "Harpy?" Rod gritted his teeth. This unreliable cat really went around talking nonsense. But thinking about the embarrassed look of the 2 people just now, Rod laughed again. It's a pity that they can take it seriously. False information is really useful, it can even defend against companions. Myra didn't seem to be very interested in talking today. Rode found this after trying 2 common topics. Are you worried? Myra hesitated for a moment and asked, what magic did you use when you went home before? Did you see it? I was going to tell you later. Rode said. The receiving magic I just learned today should be called Full Body Reception Wild Monster Soul Canyon Swift Crab. While speaking, Rode simply activated the magic and turned into an armored man. How about it, handsome? Myra was a little dazed. She had seen such a scene before. Animal Soul Cat. Beast Soul Bear. Sister, look, are you surprised? It's the same magic as Sister Myra with us by your side, you won't be lonely anymore, right? Yes, it was at that time. At that time, Elfman and Lysina also showed me the receiving magic they had just learned. We should always be together, and use the same magic. That's what Lysina said. That child is always so gentle and kind. But... Myra bit her lip lightly, why do you suddenly want to learn this kind of magic? You will be regarded as a monster. Are there not enough freaks in the guild? Rode didn't expect Myra to still care about being regarded as a monster. The maliciousness of the villagers at that time has continued to affect her until now. Yes, she was only 12 or 13 years old 5 or 6 years ago. It was just because she was a sister that she had to be strong, right? Perhaps this is also the reason why she has been competing with Urza after joining the guild? Rode thought for a moment and said seriously, compared to appearance and other people's opinions, what I want more is strength. At this stage, I am pursuing the power to protect myself and not to hinder my companions when forming a team. After that, I think I will continue to pursue enough power to protect everyone. Being treated as a monster or something, I think this form is quite handsome. When I have the ability to stand in front of the person I want to protect, I think that back view will be more handsome. At everyone's request, I will stand up for a while, and then see you tomorrow. Chapter 86 Pain is the beginning of Kang's secret picking. Protect. Just like my sister used that power to protect us, it will be our turn to protect my sister in the future. The situation at that time is still vivid, but the person who said this is gone. The power that the child longed for to protect her is also gone. Myra stretched out a hand, smooth and white, but not as pleasing to the eye as the devil's arm at that time. Buzz. Rode was surprised to see patches of light flashing on Myra's body. That was the precursor to launching the receiving magic. The light flashed for only a moment, and Myra's face turned pale, and her body fell to the side. Myra. Rode lifted his receiving magic, gently embraced her, and asked with concern, why did you suddenly use receiving magic? Myra forced a smile and said, I still can't do it. Looking at her like this, not only can she not use receiving magic, but her magic power has completely declined. Magic is the power of the heart, you have to believe in it too. Rod wanted to repeat what the president said, but the words turned into, don't force yourself, let's go sit over there for a while. It's still far from the agreed restaurant, but fortunately when Rod just used the swift crab form, he noticed a cafe through the panoramic vision. It's good to take a break. Rod used receiving magic too frequently today and is now a little tired. The large amount of magic power consumption made Myra a little unstable, and she had to let Rod help her walk into the cafe. In the eyes of others, it was similar to those intimate young couples. But in this situation, Rod couldn't be happy. Welcome. Please help me find a quieter place. Please come here. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two sat in the corner and ordered some drinks casually. Myra was a little depressed. Sorry, I'm bothering you all of a sudden. I've been bothering you all the time. No. Rode cleared his throat and tried to imitate the broadcasting tone. It's my honor to serve Miss Myra. Please feel free to bother me. Well, would it be more considerate to say it this way? Rode looked regretful. Hey, I was looking forward to learning a few tricks from him, but unfortunately he ran away when he saw me. Speaking of which, Mr. Hibiki had thought about imparting this kind of knowledge to you. When? Rode was shocked. Did we miss some treasure? Myra thought for a while, it was the day when I helped you learn the common language. By the way, you couldn't understand what he was saying at that time, so the president helped you refuse. Rode grieved and complained a little exaggeratedly, why did the president treat me like this? Is it too late for me to go to Mr. Hibiki to ask for after-sales service now? Myra finally laughed, but the blue Pegasus is far away. It's a small matter. Road was firm. Maybe you'll have to charge me extra. It's okay. Rod was unmoved. It'll give me a headache. Forget it. Rod immediately broke down. It's not fun to force a lot of knowledge into my head. If I have to choose now, I will definitely choose to study with teacher Myra for a few more months. Alas, why did I have to rush for the language pack? It was so stupid. I despise myself in the past. Myra didn't respond. She wasn't sure if Rod meant what she thought. She was worried that she guessed right, but also worried that she thought too much. Your coffee. The waiter always came in time. Rod didn't think so, so he added sugar, sugar, and sugar. Too much. I like it sweeter. How much do you want? 1 piece is enough. Too much will make you fat. Myra slowly stirred the coffee cup with a small spoon. You haven't told me the details of your last mission. This matter is half public and half private. In public, it is reasonable for Road to report the general process of completing the task to the guild. Some rigid guilds may even require a report. But Fairy Tale does not have so many rules, and it is okay not to report the process at all. Personally, Myra was a little curious about what Road meant by the accident on the way. In this case, whether to say more or less depends on whether both parties have time and whether they want to tell Myra. So, Road chose to start from leaving the guild gate. When talking about Natsu setting fire to the farmland to kill a few wild boars, Myra smiled and said, "It's him." When talking about Road sending stone beetles to dig fire breaks with Natsu, Myra said, "It's you." Just when talking about the Beast King, Myra's expression began to become a little unnatural. Road also hesitated whether to talk about it, but when he remembered the exchange with the president that day, he decided to continue. Beast King life and death crisis acceptance loss of reason crazy destruction. Myra grabbed her left arm with her right hand. Such a similar story almost made her wonder if Road made it up. Rod finished the part about Natsu waking up Chita. Really? He woke up, that's great. Myra was happy for Chita's family from the bottom of her heart. But every time she recalled that scene, and thought of Listena's back blocking her, sadness and regret would surge up. Myra also raised her left hand to hug herself, her body trembling uncontrollably. Rod didn't bring a coat this time, he chose to sit around the table next to Myra. He raised his hands slightly and then dropped them immediately, and it seemed like 1,000 pounds of weight. Rod was not Loki or Hibiki after all, so he couldn't hug her lightly. He patted Myra's back gently. Can you tell me about Lisina? Myra whispered, do you know it already? I heard a little bit, she is a cute girl, a little weak. Myra realized that something was wrong and stopped talking in time. It was just that the sudden increase in the tone of voice attracted sporadic looking at them. Rod stood up and raised one hand to apologize to them. Sorry, I'm not. I know, it's because I misunderstood Lisina. Rod said. I should apologize, what kind of person is that child? Myra's trembling slowly stopped, and her thoughts drifted from that painful night to the distant past. Lisina is a strong child, from childhood, when the villagers regarded her as a demon, she always argued for me. Listening to Myra's soft narration, Rod's hanging heart was slightly relieved. The pain of losing a loved one sometimes makes people feel like they are broken. This will not completely disappear for a very long time, even in the rest of their lives. All we can do is try to accept it, try to overcome negative emotions, and then rebuild ourselves bit by bit. Pain is a process of recovery. When she is willing to talk about the deceased with others, it is the best start for recovery. Rod didn't know whether Chita's story resonated with Myra, or whether Myra had felt relieved in the past year. Or maybe his misunderstanding of Lisina briefly aroused Myra's desire to protect her sister. In short, Myra's spiritual healing plan, which he had been struggling with for a long time, finally started. Chapter 87 I understand. The Strauss couple died very early, and Elfman and Lisina could be said to have been raised by Myra. At that time, the 3 siblings lived together in a remote village, and occasionally received some help from the villagers. Although life was difficult, there were often some small warmth and touching moments. When Myra talked about the poor life at that time, she smiled unconsciously. Even when she talked about being treated harshly by the villagers as a demon, she did not express her dissatisfaction with the villagers, but talked more about how Lisina spoke for her at that time. When she was scolded, Lisina would argue loudly. When she was hit by a stone, Lisina would throw the stone back and care about whether she was hurt. That was a strong, kind child who would try to protect her sister. Compared with her, Elfman's character would seem too kind. Rode listened quietly to her leaving the village and coming to the guild. She talked about Urza, Kana, Natsu and Gray in the past, but the focus was not on them, but on how the younger siblings got along with these people. One after another, very ordinary little things, it can be heard that when she first joined the guild, most of her mind was on her younger siblings, fearing that they would be wronged. Although later found that there was no need to worry about those things in the guild. But I destroyed it all with my own hands. It was me who killed Lysina and it was me who caused Elfman to be trapped in infinite guilt and self-blame. The warm and beautiful memories came to an abrupt end at this moment. Myra held her forehead with one hand and tears fell. If I hadn't accepted that mission, if I was as cautious as you at that time, if... Myra briefly supported Rhode's shoulder and quickly sat up again. In fact, it can be borrowed at any time. Rhode silently took out a few tissues and stuffed them into her hand. Is there no blame for Elfman, but I just can't forgive myself? Just now I was talking about Lysina's kindness and Elfman's kindness. Your family's kindness from the bottom of your heart is clearly inherited from the same lineage. When she choked and wiped away her tears, Rod spoke. You did your best that day, didn't you? Before hurting Lysina, did Elfman try to fight against the Beast King's consciousness? Did Lysina feel afraid and regretful when she did that? The answer to such a question is obvious, and Rod's meaning is also obvious. At that time, the three of them had done everything they could. Punishing yourself with guilt, self-blame, and regret can neither change what has happened nor make the future better. Then, try to forgive yourself. This is a lie. In order not to let your good intentions go to waste, in order not to worry those around you. She is also a kind person who thinks about others, just like Lysina, whom she has always praised. That's good. Rod didn't expose her. How could the knot in the heart be untied with just one conversation? The progress this time was quite encouraging. At least she was willing to talk to him about Lysina. Myra reached out to take the coffee cup, but Rod snatched it away. She looked at Rod in confusion. Rod pushed his coffee over. You've had enough bitterness, give me something sweet. When Myra didn't know whether to drink it or not, Rod had already taken a sip of her coffee. Well, I feel a little bit of the bitterness you've had. Next Rod put down the cup. Add sugar, add sugar. Myra took a sip of his coffee lightly, it was sweet. Her smile was a little disgusted, too much sugar. Rod said as a matter of course, I like sweet. Then. Myra put down the coffee cup lightly, since you took my coffee and added sugar, what's the point of exchanging it? The meaning is the process of making it sweet. It can't be just for the sake of exchanging. Luo was calm on the surface, but his ears were actually getting hot. He couldn't understand himself, where did he get the courage to exchange cups with her like this? He thought for a moment and asked, then how about exchanging it back? No, that cup is almost turning into sugar water. Myra glanced at him and looked out the window without leaving a trace. Changing it every time you drink a sip, changing it every time you drink a sip, wouldn't that be even more strange? Oh. Sitting in the coffee shop for a long time, Myra almost recovered her strength. The two went to the restaurant in the south of the city as planned, and the atmosphere was much more normal. The south of the city was an area that Rhodes rarely visited. Myra introduced him which store had good quality and low prices, and which store owner only liked to give discounts to beautiful women. Okay, how about wearing something sexy? Forget it, it feels too troublesome. Rhodes thought for a while and said. Why don't you teach me the magic of transformation, I will turn into Jenny to go shopping. Myra's eyes curved, okay, Rhodes is too bad. Rhodes shook his head, you agreed even though you knew it was bad, it's mutual. Slesholudo restaurant is located near Magnolia South Exit Park. The name is a bit difficult to pronounce, and guests who often come here like to call it threshold or beginning. It means that coming here can step into the threshold of happiness, or get the beginning of a beautiful love. The president did not tell Rhodes these, he asked about them himself. As for whether Myra knew it, he didn't know, anyway, she didn't refuse. Ah, it's a very lively restaurant. And most of the people coming in and out are in pairs. Myra looked at Rhodes, why did you choose this one? Because it has a good meaning. It's definitely not right to say that, Rhodes chose to pass the buck. The president recommended it, he said the chefs here are very skilled. Myra asked with a smile, is that so? Of course, every word I say is pearls of wisdom. Rhodes raised a hand, the president said this place is very good. The president is the one who takes the blame for everyone at critical moments. Luo, don't usually get into trouble, so it's not a big deal to pass the blame on. Myra nodded. Every word is pearls of wisdom was used well. It seems that it's not entirely true. But there must be reasons for the president. Well, I have to limit the president's drinking when I go back. Please ask him to write a self-criticism again. He also has to write the statistics of the guild's tasks last month. Welcome. We have made an appointment. Please come this way. Rode and Myra walked into the restaurant among a group of young couples and walked to the reserved seat. The menu here is the same as in the guild, with a variety of dishes. Rod looked at Myra and turned the page with some regret. Sweet couples meal, forever together meal and other attractive sets. Ordered 2 that he liked and 1 that might suit Myra's taste, and then asked her opinion. There should be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 88. I want you to help me practice. The president was not talking nonsense. The food in this restaurant tastes really good, and the atmosphere is also great. There are indeed many beauties here. Although most of them have male companions, it's okay to come here occasionally like the president to satisfy your eyes. As long as you are not afraid of being beaten. Rod can guarantee that he does not look around while eating, because he is very satisfied as long as he occasionally looks up at the person in front of him. Today, Myra wore a black long dress, with no special decoration except a ribbon tied around her neck. Hairstyle is the same as usual, but the small rubber band for tying hair is black to match the clothes. Simple, but beautiful. Myra suddenly stopped, wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and asked, "Does my eating manner look bad?" Rod said, "No, it's very normal, why do you ask?" For a moment, she couldn't think of any words to describe her eating manner. She took out a small mirror from her handbag, because Rod kept looking up. "I thought there was something on my face. Is it possible that I looked at you just because I wanted to see?" Rod thought for a while and said, "Because you always have this hairstyle except when you wear a hat. I wonder what it would look like if you let your bangs down." Myra blinked, took off the small rubber band on the top of her head, put her bangs on her forehead, and gently combed them a few times. She looked in the mirror and saw that there was nothing wrong, so she raised her head, like this. "Last time, I just took a quick glimpse and thought it would look good if it was let down. This time, the feeling of taking a closer look should be described as stunning. It's so beautiful. I want to ask Lidas to draw it exactly, but he may not be able to do it." Rode had to wonder if she usually wore that hairstyle to seal her high appearance. Although it was also beautiful. Oh, that's too exaggerated. Myra tied her hair back in a panic, and Rode felt regretful. Lunch ended in a good atmosphere, and Rode was about to get up to pay the bill. "Wait a minute." Myra called him. "What's wrong?" "That seems to be Loki." "Loki?" Rode wanted to ask why he could meet acquaintances every time he went out, but after thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. It's normal to meet Loki in a place like this, right? Rode didn't feel guilty at all. "I didn't know it was such a place until I came here. I can guess without looking back that this guy brought 2 more girls with him." Myra denied, "No, the third one just came." She seemed a little excited while talking. Myra's strongest magic might bites not the soul of Satan, but the soul of gossip. 3? Isn't that a sure field? Rhodes also got excited. "Is this kid going to fall? Lend me the small mirror." "Why do you need a mirror? He will run away when he sees me, and then there will be no fun to watch. Come on." Rhodes even went to the wrong seat and patted the empty seat. "You come too, come together." Sure enough, Myra was also worried that Loki would run away, so she quietly lurked beside Rhodes and took out the small mirror just now. The 2 of them got together and peeked openly. There was a girl sitting next to Loki and another sitting opposite him. The 2 seemed to be fighting to feed Loki just now. This enviable bastard. The highlight was that the third girl passed by outside and broke in when she saw Loki dating someone else. Angry and sad, she asked Loki if his love for her was fake or something. Rhodes secretly regretted that this girl was too gentle. Why didn't she slap him on the spot? However, Loki pushed his glasses and expressed his love sincerely. The girl's anger subsided immediately, and she hugged his arm affectionately. This aroused the dissatisfaction of the other 2 girls, and the 3 girls were about to quarrel. Loki whispered something in each girl's ear, and the 2 girls who came first actually blushed and ran away with a smile. Rod was stunned. How did he do it? Myra shook her head gently. I don't know, Loki is definitely the best in the guild in this regard. Light travels in a straight line. The small mirror is not like a mobile phone. The angle of seeing Loki is limited. Two people must get very close to see it together. Although he didn't see the Shura field he wanted to see, Rod didn't lose this wave. Myra thought it was very interesting and not a loss. The next day, the backyard of the guild. Myra explained the receiving magic word by word. The most important thing about receiving magic is proficiency, or control, to be able to use each of your forms with ease. After talking about it yesterday, Myra no longer had any resistance to Rhodes learning receiving magic. Then Myra became teacher Myra again. As for the original instructor, Mr. Makarov, the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, the 10 Holy Wizards. He was sent by Myra to write a report. The old man couldn't understand why Myra suddenly became fierce, and ordered him to stop drinking. There is a big problem. The magic power consumption of receiving magic is much greater than that of summoning. You can't practice for too long every day. The best way is of course to improve magic power, but that is a slow process. Even if Rode doesn't have much magic power foundation now, if he wants to see obvious results, he has to train for several weeks. If you want to continue Rod's all-round training. Myra thought for a while. In this case, you can try partial reception, such as receiving only the arms, only receiving the 2 legs, etc. This way, you can train each ability separately, and when you are familiar with it to a certain extent, you can use full body reception to train. Elfman now uses partial reception most often. For the same reason as Myra, he can't use full body reception now. Partial reception is easier than full body reception, and consumes less magic power. Of course, the power is far less than full body reception. It may not seem strong enough in battle, but it is just right for novices to use for training. That's good. Rod said he could try it. Partial reception Kenyon Swift Crab Soul right arm. A light spot flashed on Rod's right arm, and then it was covered by a green shell, extending to the shoulder. He moved his right arm, and his strength was significantly enhanced. And the effect just now I felt like I was Iron Man. Rod stretched out his left arm and used partial reception again. The green carapace extended from his arm to his chest. Your magic control is not precise enough, but you can use full body reception and partial reception at will just at the beginning. Rod is really strong. Myra was a little impressed. She was once troubled by the fact that her arm could not be changed back. Rod smiled. He did not think he was good. The progress was so fast probably because the wild monsters obeyed his orders completely. He did not need to fight with his will or soul like other reception magic users. So it was much easier for him to use the power from the wild monsters than other people's reception magic. Rod practiced for a while, and Myra explained to him some tips she had summarized. She also corrected Rod's unnecessary movements in the battle little by little according to her own experience. Myra, there is a task here that I want to take. I will be there soon. Rod was allowed to practice by himself until someone came to disturb him. Swish, Rod waved his arms that turned into crab claws a few times. Practicing is a beautiful thing. Chapter 89. When Rod finished his practice and returned to the tavern to work, he immediately felt many eyes focused on him. It reminded him of the 2 geese who glared at him yesterday. Coincidentally, Crove and Nicky were among them. Guild members who are good at playing with money will really anger everyone. Rod clenched his fist and said arrogantly, "Does anyone want to fight?" Clang, clang, clang. More than a dozen people stood up in the tavern, looking at each other unkindly. Makeo and Wakaba, 2 uncles who were usually kind to him, were also among them. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Rod said decisively, "Then you start fighting." "I don't want to fight today." "Just kidding, the rule of fighting among guild members is to use fists and feet first and then magic. Fighting with these dozen people without using magic? Then he will definitely get beaten, and it will be the kind of beating that will not gain anything. There is no benefit at all, and he will also lose face in front of Myra. Unless he is crazy, he will do that. Asshole Rod, have some backbone." "Okay, if you have backbone, let's fight in the backyard, and use magic at will." This time, the other party was scared. Fighting with Rod using magic? As long as he fails to knock him down in the first time, the single fight will immediately turn into a gang fight. When this guy gets anxious, giant wolves, strange birds, and stone beetles step over opponents in a minute. Which serious summoning wizard can summon more than 20 monsters at a time? Now, whether Rod is challenging others or others are challenging Rod to practice, there are basically restrictions. Only Natsu, Gray, and Kana are better. Because Rod can't hold on for too long when all the wild monsters are on the scene. The small fight ended because both sides were afraid of each other. Someone was so angry that he decided to drag Rod into the next melee. Rod decided to be careful when walking at night in the future. Myra seems to be a little busy. There are a lot of people who want to take on tasks today. Maybe they are short of money at the beginning of the month, or they want to work hard in the first half of the month, and then be lazy in the middle and late part of the month. There are more than 100 members of Fairy Tale, and about half of them live this way. They are young and have not formed a family. Basically, they only need to consider rent and living expenses. Because there is no special financial pressure, they usually just eat, drink and have fun with everyone in the guild. Many people don't care much about improving their strength. There are more problem children in the guild than Najgra. There is a fundamental difference between positive people like Rhodes and lazy people. Although he doesn't go on missions very often, he has been working hard. And he won't be short of money at the beginning of the month because he gets paid at the beginning of the month. At the end of last month, Rhodes was absent for a few days to do missions, so he only got 100,000 J in salary. Myra seemed to be lenient when calculating his salary. He calculated that it should be only 80,000 J. In order to thank her for her kindness, Rhodes decided to think carefully and invite her to have dessert or something after a while. Rod, 2 pan-fried silver cod here. Rod went to the food delivery counter to convey to Mr. Cook, and then shouted to the person who ordered the food. Croft? You dare to call me? Believe it or not, I will add a bucket of chili sauce for you. Croft was not panicked at all. If you have the guts, just try it. Mr. Cook will kill you. This is a problem. If you waste chili sauce and destroy his masterpiece without authorization, Mr. Cook will really chase you with a knife. A moment later, in addition to the plate, a poro was sent out from the food delivery counter. Why are you here too? Were you kicked out? Rod picked up Worm and felt that the little guy had become heavier again. Hulu. Worm seemed very happy, and the pair of small horns on his head moved. It jumped down from Rod's arms and ran back to the food delivery counter. Its little claws hooked inside and hooked out a cloth bag the size of a basketball. Worm opened the mouth of the bag and showed Rod what was inside. Is this poro delicacy? Rod looked at the biscuit-like food in the bag with surprise. Has it been successfully developed? Hulu Worm nodded and shook his head. It was a round little fur ball, and it was really hard to make such a complicated movement. Is that part of the success? Rod thought for a while. Poro delicacy 1.0 version. Hulu. Worm took out a biscuit as big as a plate and handed it to Rod, indicating that he should try it. Rod hesitated for a moment, as if Mr. Cook had said that he wanted to make this thing into a special snack of the guild. He broke off a small piece and stuffed it into Worm's mouth, saying in a high-sounding manner, Poro delicacy, Poro eats first. Dirty humans, just because they were worried that it would not taste good, they used the cute Poro. Rod observed Worm's expression. Very good, it should not be bitter, spicy, or any strange taste. Seeing Worm's happy look, he felt 0.01 milligrams of guilt in his heart and decided not to let Worm help clean the bottom of the bed next time. The Poro delicacies are as soft, sweet, and delicious as chiffon cakes, and they taste great as snacks. The effect is not clear, but judging from the increase in Worm's size recently, it should help its growth. The research funds are not in vain. Did it grow up eating Poro delicacies, or did it get fat naturally because it stayed in the kitchen for too long? In mid-September, Magnolia gradually entered autumn. 2 more light rains fell since the beginning of the month, almost dispersing all the summer heat. Rod, who took Worm out, felt the coolness of the morning and felt that his decision to prepare autumn and winter clothes in advance was correct. Recently, Gigi of the Weekly Saw Sharer recommended many new styles of autumn clothes, and clothing stores in the city also tend to increase prices. Rod decided to go shopping after get off work today after a stroll. I chose some clothes that are already outdated. Men's clothing, how outdated can it be? Choose some simple and generous styles, avoid those strange colors and patterns, and you will basically avoid making mistakes. The disadvantage is that the clothes have a high duplication rate. This is not a problem. After buying clothes, you can print the emblem in the guild. As long as the color, position, and size of the emblem are changed, the same clothes can also have a different feel. And Myra is in charge of the seal, and I can refer to her opinions when designing. Luo's straight male thinking I spend so much effort to match clothes just for a specific person. Just ask her to design it in a way that she likes it, the plan works. In addition to solving the trivial matters in life, he naturally did not fall behind in practice. The swift crab form of receiving magic has a good proficiency, and Rhodes is preparing to receive the next wild monster. In addition, there has been new progress in summoning magic. A new area in the canyon has lit up, and he will try to summon it today. As for the number of people in the guild, I haven't found any accurate figures yet, but Bigusro said during the Civil War that there were about 100 people present, see the illustration above. At that time, Fairy Tale's largest annual event, the Harvest Festival, should have been relatively complete. Considering that there may be a few who really can't make it back, it's not a big problem to say that there are more than 100 people. Chapter 90. I am the one who communicates the road between the two worlds. In order to make the first summoning go smoothly, Rhodes rarely recited a complete chanting spell. Scarlet Mark Tree Monster. When Rhodes read out the name of the wild monster, the ground glowed red, and the body of the wild monster grew out of the ground quickly like a tree. Its limbs are like thick tree trunks, and there are red claws on its feet. There is a ball of light flashing red on its back, and several green leaves grow around it. The whole wild monster is about the size of a small house, and it looks tall and ferocious when observed from a close distance. The Scarlet Mark Tree Monster, commonly known as Red Buff, Red Tyrant, etc. Compared with the three wolves, it is a relatively strong wild monster. Because it can provide a good buff effect to the killer, its strategic position is also relatively high. As for the effect after being summoned, first of all, the sense of oppression from its size and appearance is quite strong. As soon as it appeared, the whole yard seemed much narrower. Secondly, this summoning took away most of Rhodes' magic power. When maintaining its existence, the magic power was just like opening a floodgate to release water. It is estimated that it will be weak in a short time. Based on this consumption, Rhodes thinks it will not be too weak. Is this a wood monster? Makarov stared at the big guy summoned by Rhodes. In his perception, the magic level of this monster is quite good, and it looks like a wood monster. The name is Crimson Mark Tree Monster. Tree monsters should be considered wood monsters, right? Rhodes gave a few simple commands such as lying down and getting up. After seeing it obeyed honestly, he stepped forward to try to touch it. This guy's big head also looks like a wooden lump, but his eyes are glowing red. After feeling the power of the tree monster for a while, Rhodes said, "It seems to be able to use some wood magic, but it is best at a buff magic called Crown of Embers." Buff magic? Yes. Rhodes pointed to himself, Crown of Embers. The bulb behind the tree monster flickered, emitting red light that swept over Rhodes. 3 red translucent light patterns appeared around Rhodes, circling around him like a dragon. When he tried to punch, the 3 light patterns covered his fists by themselves and turned into red flames. God has eyes, and he, Luo, finally has an attack effect. Makarov is knowledgeable and can tell the type of this magic at once. Is this additional magic? And it is to give magic to others, which has touched the field of high-level additional magic. After Makarov nodded, Rhodes patted the tree monster's front legs and pointed to the president, Crown of Embers. The red light swept over, and the same light patterns as Rhodes appeared around the president. It was just that the red light behind the tree monster dimmed, and it seemed that it could no longer provide this kind of benefit to more people. Makarov tried to punch once, and then made his fist bigger and punched again. It seemed that no matter how big your body was, the red light could turn into a flame that could cover the entire fist. Makarov said, "It's a great improvement, and I feel that my body is more energetic." Rhodes thought about it. In addition to providing additional damage, the Crown of Embers also has a certain life recovery effect. Although the effect is not very strong, if you give it to the president every day, can he live 100 years and return to youth? Thinking of this, Rhodes suddenly felt dizzy, his body was a little weak, and he sat on the ground. Then the Crimson Mark Tree Monster disappeared from the spot. My magic power can't hold out. Rhodes held his forehead, it didn't even last 5 minutes. It seems that it can only be used as a killer for the time being. Such a strong effect is completely worth the magic power it consumes. Makarov gave his evaluation. If you work harder, you may have a chance to participate in this year's S-level upgrade exam. S-level? Me? Rhodes couldn't believe it. Regardless of other things, the magic power alone is far behind, right? Makarov nodded, Well, if you can receive it. Receive it? Forget it, you can take the S-level exam next year. Rhodes smiled ugly. Receiving wild monsters consumes more magic power than summoning. Now summoning alone will drain more magic power, and he can't even complete the first reception. Not to mention that he has to maintain combat status after receiving, he will die suddenly. Oh, this should be called magic deficiency. Next, he can work hard to improve his magic power. Come on. Makarov was very satisfied with Rhodes's reaction. Sure enough, even when faced with the temptation of being promoted to S-level, he would not be reckless at all. If it were Natsu, he would try it on the spot regardless of his magic power when he heard that he could qualify for the S-level exam by accepting a monster. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to mention the S-level exam to Rhodes. This child's mind and personality can make up for the lack of magic power to a certain extent. It is only mid-September now, and there are still 3 months before the S-level exam. Makarov is looking forward to Rhodes' growth. By the way, how long can the effect of this crown of embers last? Rhodes said, if the tree monster is here, it can last about 10 minutes. If it is not here, it can only last about 2 minutes. 2 minutes is enough, and battles between wizards often end quickly. Sometimes, when you encounter an opponent with restrained attributes, it may end in one move. When you encounter a rare magic, you may not realize what happened and you have already fallen. There are relatively few situations where the situation develops into a long-term continuous battle. That is often a war, or a mutual maneuver between familiar opponents. From this point of view, a powerful buff effect that can last for a few minutes is very important. Makarov returned to the tavern with a satisfied red light. Rhodes is a kid with great potential. But Rhodes himself was not satisfied. It took only a few minutes to summon a tree monster. What if he failed to fight quickly? Wouldn't it be the end? He has been practicing comprehensively step by step: physical strength, magic, summoning magic, receiving magic. Everything is progressing in parallel, and magic is unlocked with wild monsters. I have been improving steadily, but I didn't expect that it would not be enough today. That's not right. The weakness of magic power has already begun to show after learning to receive magic. Rod sat cross-legged on the ground and thought for a while. Next, he will focus on improving magic power. Methods: meditation and physical extreme training. Physical extreme training is a method that can not only exercise the body but also temper the willpower, which is very beneficial to improving magic power. The disadvantage is that it is hard and there is a risk of damaging the body. But what if I put on a crown of embers after extreme training? Can the effect of restoring life in small amounts eliminate some of the side effects? For the purpose of improving magic power, I can try a little harder. Get up 1 hour earlier and post 1 hour earlier, but I'm so sleepy. Some book friends hope to follow the previous update time. I'll try my best. The main reason is that I don't have any manuscripts saved. I don't know how many days I can keep getting up early. Chapter 91 Ursus Little. It hurts. Rod, who was thinking about the subsequent training plan, suddenly heard Natsu's scream. Why does the old man's beating hurt so much today? Then came the voice of Happy. Natsu feels pain? You must be lying, right? But the president just used fire magic. If you are afraid of pain, just be quiet. Makarov scolded Natsu a few words, and fell into deep thought as he watched the red light slowly disappear around him. The flame that can make Natsu feel pain must be no ordinary fire. Rod returned to the tavern with a guilty conscience and sat on the stool in front of the counter to rest. He saw that Myra didn't seem to be busy, and asked, Natsu got beaten again, what's the reason this time? Because of the fight with Nabu, he almost burned the bulletin board. Myra looked at the big bump on Natsu's head and found it more and more funny. He really deserved to be beaten for burning the notice board, and Rhodes' guilt was reduced by 99.99%. Because of the last exploring the volcano monster mission, Natsu has been a little irritable these days. He was looking forward to the clues of the fire dragon Igunaru, but when he went there, he found that it was a fire lizard that settled in the volcano. Although he successfully completed the mission and did not cause any big trouble, Natsu still felt upset. Since then, he and Happy have not taken on new missions for 10 days. Rode also contributed a little here, so that Natsu has not lacked living expenses for the past few days. Myra thought for a while and asked, what's the matter with the president's magic? How do you know I know it? Although the president also knows fire magic, it is the most common kind. The one just now is completely different. As expected of teacher Myra. There is nothing to hide about this matter, Rhodes said, that is the special ability of the wild monster I summoned today. Myra pretended to be angry. Now you call me teacher Myra, why didn't you ask me to watch when you were testing new magic just now? Because it's a new monster. Although I have been very strict with all monsters so far, there is a possibility that new monsters will go berserk. Not only did Rhodes summon new monsters, he also didn't plan to look for her when receiving new monsters. Unless she can recover to the S level, if she really loses control and hurts her, Rhodes will regret it to death. It's just I feel bad for bothering the president all the time. Let's have a drink later. Oh, the president has been restricted from drinking recently by Myra, so forget it. The conscienceless Rhodes. It feels weird that you use the word order and prohibition here. Myra thought for a while, but couldn't think of a replacement word at the first time. She smiled bitterly, I'm almost unable to speak because of you. Forgive me. Myra smiled, why don't you learn from Lakai? Do you have to drag me into your flirting? Lakai put down the few wine glasses she had just taken back, made a girl's prayer gesture, and said intoxicatedly. Ah, this is what is called love is like a tornado. When it rushes, it will occasionally affect those who appreciate it. Lakai Myra has become accustomed to Lakai's nonsense, and her face is not even red. Rhodes remained calm, just wanting to tell her to talk more if she can. By the way, Sister Myra, what happened to Urza today? She seems to be in low spirits. Lakai pointed to a corner of the guild. Rod asked in confusion, is Urza in the guild? If Urza was there, how could Natsu dare to jump like that, and even need the president to suppress him? Rod looked in the direction of Lakai in confusion. Urza lowered her head, looking like she was staring at the table, with her long crimson hair falling down on both sides. She was motionless, without any energy, and exuded a sense of decay. Staring at her for a few seconds, you might even feel that this person has faded and turned grey. Myra said with some sympathy, Urza, there was a little accident during the mission. Loki said in disbelief, really? She is Urza. That Urza. Because even Urza has things she is not good at dealing with. Myra couldn't help laughing as if her sympathy had run out. Then she said with some embarrassment, but wouldn't it be bad to talk about this kind of thing? Rod looked at her expression, you clearly looked like you wanted to say something, at this time, just say I promise not to tell others, then. Sure enough, Lakai knew about gossip, and immediately pulled Myra's hand, it won't matter if you only tell us, I promise not to talk nonsense. She glanced at Rod again. Rod never liked to participate in this kind of gossip, he said righteously, I promise to. As long as you really don't tell others, it's not gossip. So the three of them gathered together and whispered. What? Lakai was so surprised that she almost screamed, but fortunately she stopped talking in time and whispered, someone confessed to Urza. Rod was concerned about whether Urza was involved in a murder case. How is that person? Is he still alive? That person. Myra dragged out the tone slightly, whetting the appetite, it's Mr. Yiya from Ayashiro Pegasus. Ah, it's handsome Ayashiro Pegasus. Lakai's envious voice stopped abruptly, and she asked in horror, Yiya? Myra affirmed, yes, after Urza completed the task, she met Mr. Yiya while resting in the tavern on the way back. It seems that Mr. Yiya had seen Urza, who accompanied the president to the routine meeting, and then fell in love with her at first sight. Ah, this Urza worked hard. Lakai didn't know what kind of person Yiya was, but because Yiya was one of the signature wizards of Ayashiro Pegasus, she had seen a photo of Yiya and could only say that she was deeply impressed. Rod was the same. Mr. Yiya was the kind of person that people would find hard to forget after seeing him once. It is unfair to judge a person based on appearance alone, but the information he has obtained, the most impressive thing for him is appearance, which is difficult to control. Because Mr. Yiya only confessed and said some disgusting words, he didn't do anything too much. And he himself is not a bad person, so Urza can't do anything. Myra's tone is both sympathetic and gloating, it's really distressing to be entangled by strange people. Urza can only escape back and stare there alone, and she doesn't even have the mood to repair the armor damaged in this battle. Rod reflected on himself and thought that he should not be a strange person. Then he began to sympathize with Urza. By the way, Loki was beaten half to death when he pursued Urza, and it was okay for Yiya to confess his love to Urza and make her disgusted like this. It shows that Loki really deserves a beating, and Yiya is really a good person. Chapter 92. The three people who were gossiping in a low voice had no way to deal with Urza's troubles. But Rod had an idea to ease Urza's mood. The simplest way was to give her a strawberry cake. Then find a way to frame Natsu and let him overturn Urza's table. Let Urza beat Natsu up and vent her emotions. A perfect plan. But when Rod said it, Lucky looked at him with the eyes of a devil. As expected, he was the one who could draw the blood drop blueprint for her. Lucky asked, "But why don't you go by yourself?" "I'm afraid of death." Rod said confidently, "Natsu grew up with her, he shouldn't be beaten to death." Myra smiled, "It seems very interesting." Lucky pointed at Rod and Myra respectively, two devils. Rod waved his hand, "Hey, I just said that. How could I do that to Natsu? We have a good relationship." Well, it was because it was all Harpy's idea to tease Natsu while he was carsick in the carriage. Myra was a little happy to see Rod's look. It has been 2.5 months since he joined the guild. From being reserved and unfamiliar at the beginning to now caring about his companions and occasionally thinking of some bad ideas. Myra could feel that Rod was slowly integrating into the guild and getting closer to everyone. That's great. If Natsu is not allowed to go, who should be replaced? Myra asked with a smile, "How about Elfman?" Lucky was shocked, "Are you really his sister?" "I have to practice with Elfman when I have time." Rod came up with this idea. Elfman also uses receiving magic. Although he has some psychological problems, he still has good combat power. Besides. Anyway, it's necessary in many ways. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. "Hey, Myra, Rod, and Lakai, everyone is here." Walian. Myra smiled, "Long time no see." Lakai thought for a while, "It seems that you haven't appeared for a long time. Are you not short of money at all?" "Ah, because of that kind of thing." Valian said embarrassedly, "This is the last task list." Since the last social death incident, Valian has not dared to show up in the guild for a long time. When it comes to accepting tasks, he uses the telepathy magic to contact Myra from a distance to help choose, and then Rod asks the Shadow Wolf to quietly send it over. Lakai usually doesn't pay attention, so she doesn't know about this, so she asked the above question. Now Valian is probably mentally prepared to face that thing, or he may be willing to show up because he estimates that everyone is about to forget it. Myra made a record, "Well, the confirmation is completed. Do you want to take the next one?" Valian shook his head, "No, I plan to take a break." "By the way, our guild has been very active recently." Rod asked, "Why?" Valian said, "Every time I take a mission and show my emblem during this period, people will ask about the Fairy Queen." Lucky said, "Urza is already famous, right?" "No, she was not mentioned so frequently before." And Valian pointed at Rod, "The strongest newcomer, what can he do? He can already appear on Sosara. Rod smiled and said, "That was a coincidence, a coincidence. Not just you, I heard someone talking about the fire dragon on my way back this time." Valian thought for a moment and repeated, "Defeated a monster that spewed fire on the volcano, just like a real fire dragon, that was probably talking about Natsu." Myra smiled and said, "Fire dragon, this title is quite suitable for Natsu. Yeah, it feels like our guild is getting more and more amazing." Valian looked at the still noisy tavern and said with some emotion, "I usually feel it's too noisy, but now I miss it a little bit." Myra and Lakai smiled knowingly. Not only Valian, many people will have this feeling after being out for a long time. Because this noisy place is their home. However, Valian couldn't help but pick his ears after just looking at it for a while, "It's still noisy." Rod also laughed. "When you are away from home, you will miss it a little, and you may find shortcomings at any time after you come back. This is even more correct." Valian ordered a glass of wine and took it away by himself, intending to go to Marcus to chat first. In this guild, when you want to talk to someone but don't know who to talk to, just talk to Marcus. "Valian. You played us so badly last time." Bijada, wearing a tights, jumped out and made a snake fist-like posture, as if she was going to settle accounts with Valian. That there is a reason. Valian also knew that his help at that time caused trouble for everyone, so he felt a little guilty. This matter can't just be let go. That's right. Immediately, several people stood up to support. It's not necessarily that they were very angry, but they always felt unwilling to let it go like this. "It was my fault last time. I apologize to everyone." "But..." Valian looked at the guy with cherry hair who was shouting the loudest, "But Natsu, you weren't there last time, why are you the loudest? Ah ha ha ha, Natsu laughed, and put his right fist on the palm of his left hand, why are you talking so much? Anyway, let's fight first. That's what he said, but it wasn't Natsu who started it first. That's right, man. Why did you hit me? In fact, Elfman just swung a punch while shouting slogans, and he didn't even notice who he hit. Anyway, the war started like this, and a group of people were involved, but Valian was not the focus of attention. Wine bottles, tables, and chairs flew everywhere, and Rod hit back a bottle flying towards Myra. Lakai raised her plate to block a cup flying towards her, complaining, "Isn't it too obvious that I'm biased?" "Ah? No, how could that be?" Rhodes denied it flatly. "You know I haven't studied magic for a long time, and I'm not good at fighting at all. It's already my limit to block one." "I don't believe you." Lakai rolled her eyes, "Too haven't seen you hit by these things once." Rod said, "That's because I hid far away and was always on guard. Myra was just within our defense range, and Lakai was too far away." The battle continued until a bottle hit Urza's head, and Natsu was knocked over the table in front of her. Urza, you are here, haha, haha. Natsu's forehead began to sweat. Urza's fist fell on Natsu's head with a bang, giving him a baby-like sleep. "And you?" This time Urza didn't stop them with words, but waited until everyone was lying on the ground, and a long sword appeared in her hand. "Come on. If you want to fight, just come over." Happy raised his hand weakly, "Love. It's all destroyed." Myra covered her mouth with one hand and laughed, "Allah Allah, it seems to be refreshed." "Well, I'm going to the library." Rod chose to run away. Just now, they were jokingly discussing who should provoke Urza, but in fairy tale, they don't have to worry about such things. Natsu's title is Salamander, which means fire lizard, salamandra, etc., not the Karu no Iron Fist he usually shouts. Natsu himself didn't know this title at first, and only understood it after the fake fire dragon incident. Urza also said that she didn't know who called out the title of Fairy Queen, and she probably didn't hear this title at first. Rod is one of the few who accidentally gave himself the title of the strongest rookie. Chapter 93. That is going to be AA. Natsu's name of Fire Dragon gradually began to spread. However, it was not near the Fairy Tale Guild, but near the location of his last mission. The people of Magnolia heard this name the latest. It was probably in late September that there was news, and it was already completely distorted. Perhaps only when Natsu does something big next time will new rumors come out and slowly correct it. But even so, it still makes Fairy Tale more famous. Ugu City, the ruler of the ghosts. What fire dragon? Let's go and see, this sky does not need two dragons. Gajiel, the Iron Dragon Slayer who was once impersonated by Rod and Myra, said so. Near a small and not very famous guild. Mr. Natsu is so strong. One day I want to be like him and let the name of White Dragon spread throughout the continent. An 11-year-old boy with light yellow hair had such an ideal. A crimson cat followed him. If it was Stinger, he would definitely be able to do it. Stinger is the strongest. On the other side of the mountain, in the south of the kingdom of Fiori. A little blue-haired girl said with some yearning. Xiaolulu, there is a legend of dragons near that guild. Will they know where Grandine is? The white cat poured cold water and said, don't think too much. Things from so far away have spread here, and they are no longer the original meaning. Woo. The white cat was flustered and tried to keep a straight face. Don't cry casually, be a little stronger for me. Partial reception beast arm lizardman. Scales grew on Elfman's arms, and his palms turned into beast claws. Partial reception shadow wolf claw. Rod's arms flashed with spots of light and turned into wolf claws. The two stepped forward, and when they swung their arms, there was a whistling sound of wind and Elfman's shout. Man! Puff! Elfman's fist hit the pad of Rod's palm, making a muffled sound. And it has a good buffering effect. Even so, the huge power of Elfman's beast arm made him uncomfortable. The shadow wolf is not the type who is good at frontal combat. The two fought for several rounds, and Rod was in a trend of being suppressed. If his wolf claws stretched out the claws and tore hard, he could cut Elfman's scales. But it's okay for companions to fight with bruises, but it's not good to fight bloody. Rod stepped back a few steps, and the shadow wolf's arm disappeared. It seems that it's difficult to beat you with only partial reception. It doesn't matter if the whole body is received. If you are a man, Just come with all your strength. Brother, if you use your full strength, a group of wild monsters will have stepped over your face. Okay, full body reception, Canyon Swift Crab. It is impossible to use full strength. How can you use full strength to fight Myra's brother? Just practice receiving magic and keep in touch. Elfman was slightly stunned when he saw Rod's full body reception, and then his eyes almost burst into tears. This posture is really manly. Compared to the furry wolf claws, this set of river crab armor full of mechanical texture may be more appealing to Elfman's aesthetics. With his eyes shining, he rushed up to fight Rod in close combat. Beast arm, Iron Bull. Elfman's right arm turned into a metal-like mechanical arm, with the strength of a bull and the hardness of metal. Rod hit him hard for a few times and felt that his shell was in danger of being broken. Dude, this is a water combat armor and agility suit. He lightly avoided Elfman's punch, and his left arm armor turned into a crab claw, firmly clamping Elfman's wrist. He then grabbed his arm with his right hand, hit his chest with his shoulder, and then exerted force with his waist and arms to throw the big guy out. Bang! Elfman fell on his back. If he lost by falling to the ground, he had already lost. Rod felt that he had won a little bit by cheating, but he had to win against Elfman first. Why do you fight like Natsu, Kana, and Jet at times? Fighting with Rod was like fighting with several people in a round-robin battle. Sometimes the rhythm of the battle was disrupted without paying attention. Haha, I can't help it. Because of my lack of combat experience, the fastest way to become stronger is to learn from everyone during the fight. I haven't had time to form my own style yet. If I have to talk about my own style, Rod is best at sneak attacks and gang attacks. Shadow Wolf's sneak attacks in ambush, Razorbeak's sneak attacks in the air, Stone Beetle's sneak attacks underground, etc. I can't use the tricks I used to deal with Phantom Ghost on Elfman. Rod cancelled the receiving magic and stretched out his hand to Elfman who was sitting on the ground. Thank you for taking the time to practice with me. There's nothing to thank for such a small thing. My sister also asked me to do it, and your receiving magic is. Elfman was still in a good mood when he stood up with Rod's hand, but his face suddenly changed when he said this. Speaking of which, you didn't learn the receiving magic just to get close to my sister. Rod shook his head. No, this is indeed a coincidence. When he planned to learn the receiving magic, he was really just because he was strong. But what is a coincidence? Coincidence is fate. Sooner or later, you will call me brother-in-law. Elfman patted the dirt behind him and prepared to leave. Next time we compete, I will become stronger. Manly man. Ah, come on. Rod also hoped that he could become stronger, the stronger the better, and it would be best if he could completely get out of the psychological shadow and use his whole body to receive. In that way, Myra's heart knot would be untied a lot. After all, this is the person she cares about most now. At this time, Myra appeared from the door, and Elfman stopped. Sister? Have you been watching? Myra waved her hand. No, I just got here. How is the result? Oh. A man will not lose. Manly man. Elfman shouted his catchphrase and entered the tavern. Myra looked at Rod. Rod smiled and raised his hand. Yes, I am the manly man, he said. Elfman couldn't refute it, so Myra understood the result. She smiled. Then, Mr. Manly Man, can you come to help? Some people are short of manpower today. No problem. The tavern was indeed crowded. In addition to the more than 20 tables, even the stools in front of the counter were filled with people. 1 serving of Poro delicacies here. 2 servings here. And 2 glasses of beer. Poro delicacies have officially been added to the guild's menu. Many people are interested in the food named after the cute little fur ball. Of course, it caused a little misunderstanding at the beginning. Everyone thought that Rhodes, the inhuman guy, stewed worm. After spending the lunch in a busy manner, Rhodes and Myra cleaned up the dishes together. He asked, why are there so many guests today? It seems that there have been more and more guests since the day before yesterday. Myra said a little mysteriously. Because many people have returned from outside, and recently, no one in the guild has accepted long-distance and time-consuming tasks. It's like this at this time of year, because that is coming soon. Rod looked at Myra. Although her body leaned forward slightly, raised an index finger, and blinked her eyes, it was very cute. But this kind of suspenseful behavior makes people want to cooperate. Rod asked, what is that? Recommended book, fairy tale, Simulation from Fairy Queen Urza. The author is a stickler for tradition, an old fairy tale author. The book Fairy Tale, Capturing Fairy Queen Urza is his. Gideon is one of the few fairy tale fanfictions with high-quality titles. Whispering, this person writes 10,000 words a day, with a large amount of content, not as short as a popsicle. A popsicle is not short at all. Chapter 94 Harvest Festival. Sometimes, a good response will make people want to talk more. But the current situation does not require a good response. The senior wizard Miss Myra explained to the newcomer Rode. It's the Harvest Festival. Magnolia holds a harvest festival every October. It is a celebration for everyone in the city. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters or disordered chapters. Oh, it's the Harvest Festival. Rod remembered that he and Naz had participated in a celebration specially held for them last month. To sum it up, it's eating, drinking, playing, dancing around the bonfire, and releasing your joy. Rod asked, is it necessary to ignore the mission for this? Myra said, of course, this is the grandest celebration of the year, celebrating this year's harvest and praying for good luck in the coming year. It's a very important event for everyone. Rod nodded, I seem to understand a little bit. He remembered it seems that many places hold harvest festivals in autumn. For local people, the importance of the harvest festival is almost the same as the Chinese New Year, and it is something that must be well prepared. Myra added. It's not just an ordinary celebration. Our fairy tale, as the only wizard guild in Magnolia, is responsible for holding a magical parade that night. Everyone stayed in the guild to prepare for this parade. It is a large-scale parade famous throughout the entire Ishgar continent. Even people from nearby villages and towns will come to watch it. By then, the whole Magnolia will be crowded. Parade. The consequence of reading too much negative news is that Rode thinks of bad meanings when he mentions this word. In fact, the word itself has no tendency. It can be celebration, commemoration, demonstration, and protest. The guild is obviously responsible for celebrations and performances, and it is specially handed over to the Wizard Guild to organize it, probably using magic. Rode asked, what do we need to do specifically? What you need to do specifically is to clean up the table quickly. Loki complained, don't just chat, my stomach has protested. Humph, does it take so long for two people to clean up a table? Myra said to Raki, sorry, it will be done soon. Rode also said quickly, sorry, I asked too many questions. Loki put her hands on her hips, damn, it was even more annoying. Rode put the tableware on the tray and took it away, and Myra wiped the table carefully. Then it was lunchtime for the tavern staff, which was what Raki called the stomach-filling session. But eating didn't stop them from continuing the topic just now. The most important thing about the magic parade is the magic show. It should be gorgeous and unique, showing the style of our guild to the fullest, and it would be best if people couldn't help but want to join us at a glance. That wouldn't look good either. Unless they were asked to perform some shows, such as the Shadow Wolf drilling a ring of fire, it would be a circus. It seems that I have nothing to do. My magic doesn't seem to have any fancy effects. I can't give myself a crown of embers and then show off my ability to hurt the fire dragon slayer with flames. Myra said, how could it be? Summoning so many monsters out of thin air is gorgeous in itself. Yes, how could it be nothing to do with you? Lakai said. There is a major event that you must participate in, that is the fairy tale Miss Beauty pageant. Rhodes looked at her, me? Beauty pageant? Can it be more outrageous? Loki admired his brain circuit, who asked you to be a contestant? Aren't you going to vote? Sister Myra will participate. Myra stroked her cheek with one hand, I feel a little shy when Lakai said it so formally. It seems that I can look forward to it. Rhodes thought for a while, hey, Lakai, aren't you going to participate? No, anyway, I can't beat Sister Myra, so there's no point in participating. I hate lustful guys, it will be uncomfortable to be looked at like that. Loki waved her hand and said mischievously, and do you still care whether I participate in the competition? Why don't you tell me what you want to see Sister Myra wear that day? Of course I want to see something. Rod stopped talking, don't ask me about this kind of thing, this is a competition, I don't understand it very well. Just make a wish, what if Sister Myra agrees? Loki tried to induce him, for example, swimsuit, cat ear costume, bunny girl, don't you feel moved? You can't say it, Rod said righteously, I'm not that kind of person. Myra smiled and said, I always feel that what you said is something that Urza would do. The specific content of the magic parade has not been officially determined, and Rod asked in vain. According to Myra, in fact, there were many times in the past when the president only selected people on the day of the parade, and then everyone performed on the spot. Sometimes, even though arrangements were made, there would always be emergencies and temporary adjustments had to be made. Anyway, no matter what is done, everyone will do their best on the day, and every time they can contribute a visual feast. A fairly free magic show, this is why Fairy Tale's magic parade is so famous. This is also in line with the style of Fairy Tale. These days, he insists on exercising every time he gets off work, and he is so tired that he can't get up. Then he grits his teeth and summons the Crimson Mark Tree monster to give him the aura of the Crown of Ember. He can't restore his physical strength, but the life recovery effect of the Crown of Ember can help him eliminate the damage caused by excessive exercise. This way, when he wakes up tomorrow, he won't have the serious sequelae of back pain and leg cramps. It's just that after entering October, Rhodes' training plan will be temporarily slowed down. According to the general story routine, this kind of large-scale festival may cause major events, and it is necessary to maintain sufficient magic and physical strength to deal with emergencies. Besides, a large number of tourists and vendors have recently poured into Magnolia, and maybe a few bad guys will sneak in, so we have to be on guard. Good morning, Rod. You look very energetic today. Brother Goodman, why didn't I see you come over the past 2 days? It's for that. Goodman pointed to several large boxes stacked on the first floor. These days, our whole family has been working overtime, and finally made so many finished products. We are just waiting for the Harvest Festival to work hard these days. During the celebration, the sales of handicrafts such as wood carvings and weavings should be good. It's hard enough. I wish you a prosperous business. Ha ha ha, thank you. Goodman hung a string of colorful flags outside the store and took out a bunch of balloons, ready to blow them up and hang them up. By the way, will you participate in the magic parade this year? That's hard to say. I'm still a newcomer who has just joined the guild for 3 months. I know, the strongest newcomer. Even you know about this. It seems that ordinary people will also subscribe to Wizard Weekly. As the Harvest Festival approaches, almost every household hangs up decorations such as colorful flags, balloons, and banners like Goodman, and the festive atmosphere is very strong. The number of pedestrians on the street has increased visibly, and all kinds of vendors are also working hard to make a fortune. Rod said goodbye to Goodman and took Worm to the guild. The little guy has grown from the size of a palm to the size of a basketball, and his body is still round and running around restlessly at Rhod's feet. There are too many tempting aromas in the air, and Worm is a little dazzled. So Rhodes decided to throw it into the kitchen to eat when he arrived at the guild, under the pretext of cooperating with the development of Poro Cuisine 2.0. Chapter 95 The uncle replied. October 4th, X783, sunny. The sun was still strong, but no longer as scorching as it was a few days ago. There was not a single cloud in the sky, making it look particularly blue and high. There was often a breeze, which not only brought the colorful flags and balloons on the streets, but also made people feel relaxed and happy. This is probably what the so-called cool autumn weather is like. Today, the guild was particularly complete. For example, Urza, Natsu, Gray, and others have not traveled far since returning from the last mission. Urza's best friend Bisksa, and Alzak, who secretly paid attention to Bisksa, were also there. Macau and Wakaba and the others have ties, so they don't particularly like missions that are too far from home. There are also Nabu and Marcus, who don't like to take missions as long as their lives are decent. In addition, there are Levi's Driveway Engine team, Maji's Young Million Dead team, and Loki who usually avoids road. There are also familiar faces such as Valian, Lidas, and Bijada, all of whom are here. The staff is so complete that Road is worried that the guild will be dismantled. It just so happens that the president went out early in the morning, saying that he had something to discuss with the mayor. In this situation, the president's absence makes people feel uneasy. Finally I'm back. Kana sat down at the counter with a big sword. Myra. Give me a glass of wine. Welcome back, Kana. Myra poured Kana a glass of wine. Kana drank it all in one gulp. Ha. Great, I was so thirsty just now. Another glass. Ah, you're not drinking today. Myra smiled and gave her another glass. Kana hesitated for a moment, then said immediately. Because the festival is coming soon, festival. How can I not drink at this time? After she drank another glass, he took out the task list to hand over the task. Kana, you're back. Rod had just finished delivering the meal. It seems that the place you went this time is very far, right? Rod, I feel that you seem to be more energetic. Kana said slowly. Because after I set out, I remembered that the harvest festival was coming soon, so I finished the task as quickly as possible and rushed back. The fastest speed. Rod thought for a while and asked. You didn't get the client drunk, and then tricked him into signing while he was confused, right? Myra's hand that was writing trembled. This really seemed like something that Kana's character could do. How could I do such a thing? Kana was not happy with Rod's malicious speculation, but immediately laughed and said. But your idea is good, I must try it next time, ha ha ha. It feels that Rod's brain circuit combined with the guild's problem children may cause greater trouble. Fortunately, Rod's personality is more reliable. Kana waved her hand, just kidding, it's natural to rush back at this time. I just saw the thunder gods on the street, and even Laxus and his friends rushed back, didn't they? Really? The president will be happy to know that Laxus is back, right? Myra knew that the relationship between the president and Laxus was a little tense, and thought that this festival might be a good time for the grandfather and grandson to repair their relationship. Hearing them talk about Laxus, Rod thought of another person. Will Mist Gang show up in activities like the magic parade? Of course not. Kana said, that guy will at most sneak back and blend into the crowd to watch our performance. Myra added, it is also possible that the president asked him to release a few magic to set the mood, as long as he hides and doesn't show up. Hiding behind the scenes to cast magic to set the mood is Mr. Gang a special effects artist? An S-class wizard is a special effects artist. Fairy tale is really luxurious, but what a troublesome person. Rhodes wondered if this Mr. Gang might have a more stable personality than himself, rather than just having difficulties as the president said. Kana played with an empty wine glass in her hand, and said casually. In this case, the guild all the S-class have returned. I remember Lakai said that there is another super strong uncle in our guild. Rode remembered that he was also S-class, can I meet him this time? Kana was secretly delighted and secretly praised Rode, and then almost held her breath waiting for Myra's answer. Myra thought for a while and said, kill darts? I don't know about this either. There is no news about him at all. Kana unconsciously exerted force on the empty wine glass. She lowered her head and couldn't see her expression clearly. It's been 2 years, what mission did that guy take? Myra shook her head, I only know that the difficulty is higher than the general S-class mission. The content of the mission is confidential, even I don't know. And the mission location seems to be in another continent. Maybe because the distance is too far, there has been no news back. Rode asked, does anyone in the other continent know our guild? Maybe. Myra asked, is Rode interested in other continents? Rod nodded, a little bit, I want to go and see if I have a chance, but it's too early to say that now, I haven't even left the kingdom of Fiori. Okay, Myra just thought she was happy that the celebration was approaching. In fact, it was Kana who suddenly started to control her drinking some time ago that seemed strange. Rod felt that something might be wrong here. We can pay a little attention, but the key is how to solve Myra's problem. Kana drank with a barrel of wine, and occasionally someone came to talk to her and chatted for a few minutes and drank together. Rod also got busy with his work. Not long after, the door of the guild was pushed open heavily. Laxus is back. Behind him was the 3 thunder gods. The tavern was a little quiet. Some people looked at Laxus with longing, some people looked at him and did what they should do, and some people wanted to say hello but couldn't open their mouths. But the most proactive one was Natsu. He jumped out at the first time and rubbed his hands. You are finally back, Laxus. I've been waiting for you for a long time, come and duel with me. Freed, with long green hair, pulled out a section of his long sword. To challenge Laxus, you must first pass our thunder gods. You actually challenged Laxus, you are really an overconfident guy. Albagreen unfolded a fluffy folding fan, with a ladylike manner. Don't overestimate yourself, don't overestimate yourself. Several strange puppets floated around Bigusro. The puppets talked with him, and he alone created a buzzing effect. Natsu ignored them and only identified his own goal. What do you think, Laxus, are you afraid of losing to me? Laxus didn't care about his provocative words, and said lightly, "It's Natsu, come if you want to fight." Laxus. The three thunder gods were a little confused. "It just so happens that I'm free, and it's not bad to have some fun before that boring festival starts." Laxus's indifferent attitude seemed a bit arrogant. "Come on, Natsu, let me show you how big the gap between us is." Chapter 96 The Rules of Morality. Natsu was overjoyed. He didn't know when Laxus spent less and less time in the guild, and he couldn't be found even if he wanted to. Even if he came to the guild, he always rested on the second floor by himself, and ignored his challenge. Today, he finally caught him, and he agreed. "Okay, let's start, I'm excited." Natsu turned and left. Albagreen closed the folding fan with a snap, pointed at Natsu's back and asked, "What are you doing? Are you running away before it starts? You really know how strong Laxus is, and you just talk about the challenge, but you don't dare to fight at all." "Ah." Natsu turned around and asked with a puzzled look, "What are you talking about? If you want to duel, shouldn't you go to the backyard?" Bigusro asked puzzledly, "When did the guild have such a rule?" His puppets flew up and down, repeating, When? Rules, rules." Rod pressed his temples. "This person is so noisy, and the emblem is printed on his tongue." Myra said, "That is Bigusro's spirit magic. He will control those puppets to fight. Most people will be knocked down before they can get close to him." "Spirit magic, Nabu also uses it, right?" "Yes, but Nabu is animal spirit possession, Bigusro is possessed puppet, although it is the same kind of magic, but the use method is completely different. Magic is free, you can choose the way you like to use it, and Rod has a little more experience." Hearing the word rules, Fried seemed to have triggered a keyword, and said seriously, "If there is such a code, then we should also abide by it, because the code is absolute." However, Natsu just did it subconsciously. Now he was confused and turned to look at others. "By the way, is there such a rule in the guild?" Two voices sounded at the same time. "How can there be such a rule?" "Of course there is." The onlookers immediately split into two groups. One group always believed that fighting was something that could be fought anywhere. The other group believed that it didn't matter where the fight took place, but challenges and duels should be held in the backyard. They themselves couldn't remember when they came up with this idea. And the culprit of the matter, Mr. Luo, didn't know it. Is there really such a rule? Myra snickered. "Do you think that the people who think there is such a rule are familiar?" Rod looked carefully. They were all challenged by him. "Ah? The rules I set? I'm just afraid of breaking things in the tavern. Some things always become the conventional rules inexplicably, such as the bag, scissors, hammer, palm and back of the hand, and the generals. Are there more boring things in this guild?" Laxus felt troubled and pulled back the coat he was wearing. Rod rubbed his eyes and confirmed with Myra, "Fried, is he a man?" "Of course." Myra said, "But he is not good at socializing. He may only appear in the guild a little more than Mist Gang. No one knows him very well. Another weirdo, weird in every sense." Laxus stretched out a hand and hooked it gently at Natsu. "Come on, Natsu, I don't need such a spacious place to deal with you. Don't look down on me, I've become much stronger." Natsu was too lazy to change his position and rushed forward directly, Fire Dragon's iron fist. Laxus stood still and grabbed Natsu's wrist. "Oh? Are you really getting stronger?" Jet was surprised. "You caught Natsu's fist so easily." Troy said, "That's Laxus." Levi was a little uneasy and leaned back, hitting the back of her head on the hard chest armor. "Iluza." A sense of security came up. Iluza watched the battle seriously. After Natsu's fist was caught, he kicked immediately, and Laxus easily blocked it and threw Natsu away with his backhand. Natsu turned over in the air, and rushed forward again after landing, punching and kicking continuously. Although all of them were blocked, Urza nodded with satisfaction. "Yet, Natsu has really become stronger. Where is he strong? Isn't he completely suppressed?" Gray felt that the fight lasted so long not because Natsu was strong, but because Laxus was not serious at all. Happy ran to Kana. "Let's change our minds. Bet on Laxus to win." Kana refused. "No, the bet has been closed." "Why is this so?" Happy had no choice but to turn around. "Come on, Natsu." Loki smiled and said, "Do you want to cheer for Natsu in this way?" "Manly." Laxus repelled Natsu again. with a trace of golden lightning on his arm. It's a bit disappointing if it's only at this level. It's really strong. Natsu laughed instead. He took a deep breath. Roar of the fire dragon. The onlookers quickly retreated. Everyone was an experienced wizard who watched the excitement and would not be affected by this. The floor, tables, chairs, and benches were not so lucky. Some were burnt and some were blown away. Laxus stood there motionless, folding his arms and letting the flames engulf him. Natsu wiped the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "How about this trick?" Laxus. Laxus waved his hand, and a trace of lightning flashed around him, and the flames disappeared. "Ah? What do you mean?" Then he dusted off his clothes. "Forget it, I'm tired of it." A golden lightning appeared out of thin air, covering Natsu. "Wow!" Natsu screamed. Laxus turned around to leave, and Fried was ready to hand over his clothes. However, Natsu's voice came, "It's not over yet." The lightning dissipated, and although his body was already smoking, Natsu still smiled. "I'm no longer a kid who can be easily knocked down by you." "Oh." Laxus looked at Natsu, who was rushing over, and pulled out a somewhat cold smile. "It seems that I can still move a little." Fire dragon poof. Natsu's abdomen was hit hard, followed by his face, chest, back. Fists and kicks with lightning kept falling on Natsu, leaving him powerless to fight back. Bang! After the last blow, Natsu fell to the ground. Laxus moved his neck a few times. "You guy, the only thing you can praise is your ability to withstand beatings. Are you still unwilling to admit defeat?" It's too early." Natsu staggered and climbed up again. "You clingy guy, it's about time you understand the difference in strength." Laxus raised his right fist, an amazing magic burst out of his body, and lightning gathered on him. Urza felt bad and couldn't help but want to stop him, Laxus. But she was a step too late. The terrifying lightning enveloped Natsu, and the dazzling light made it difficult to see Natsu's figure. "Ah!" Natsu. Happy was frightened this time, and tears hung from the corners of his eyes. But Natsu's screams did not last long. Instead, the lightning quickly dimmed and was finally sucked into Natsu's mouth like a stream of water. "What?" Even Laxus couldn't control himself and showed a surprised expression. Chapter 97, 3 seconds. Others had never seen this scene. Isn't Natsu only able to eat fire? That guy ate Laxus's lightning. Happy was very surprised. "Natsu. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm not afraid of your lightning anymore, Laxus." In an instant, Natsu's body also burst out with amazing magic power, but he just took 2 steps and became staggering. "Look, move." "Eh?" Laxus. Natsu staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. "Natsu." Everyone surrounded him. Myra squatted down and checked Natsu's condition. It seems that he is not injured. Maybe he can't digest Laxus's lightning. Arisa held her forehead, thinking that he really mastered the magic of swallowing lightning. Gray, who was worried just now, said, "That idiot." Natsu. Happy said worriedly, "Is he really okay?" Myra touched Happy's head. "It should be okay, but it's better to ask Grandma Polyasika to check it." Laxus's fighting spirit that had just been brewing was interrupted. The lightning disappeared and turned around coldly. "Boring." Fried put a coat on Laxus and they left together. Rod frowned. What on earth were they doing here? They were leaving right after they arrived. Did they just come to the guild to check in? "I'll take Natsu to Granny Polyasika." Rod had been calling her Madam before, but now he changed his words with Myra. "It's good, calling her Grandma feels more intimate." Rod summoned the river crab, and together with Gray, he lifted Natsu up and laid him flat. Originally, he was worried that he might bump into someone because of his lack of restraint. But when he found that Gray was even more violent than him and wanted to kick Natsu up, Rod was immediately relieved. "It's not a big problem, Natsu is a tough kid." Rod got on the swift crab and took Natsu and Happy out of the guild with a rumble. It's a small matter that the door frame was scratched by the river crab's shell. Anyway, it's not as much as the damage caused by Natsu's breath just now. Others were relieved. Those who needed to settle the bet settled the bet, and those who needed to repair the guild repaired the guild. Emergency patient. "Excuse me." Rod experienced the feeling of crab crossing the street, rampant, although the swift crab does not walk sideways. There are many pedestrians on the street, and many local residents know road, the crab. Tourists from other places are not afraid when they see the locals so calmly making way. It is indeed a big city where magic prevails, with monsters running all over the streets. After leaving the city, there is no need to shout to make way. Harpy, can Natsu eat magic other than fire? I don't know, I've never seen him eat it, but he will eat our fish. Fish is not magic, so he just wanted to try it first because his brain was hot. Love. This is too unreliable. Rod signaled the river crab to speed up, and soon arrived in front of Polyasika's tree house. Harpy, go knock on the door. Love. Harpy flew out and flew back immediately. Rod, we dare not go. She hates people, not cats. I'm not an ordinary cat. Hee hee. Rod has seen through Harpy. Harpy's bottom line is very flexible, whether it is a cat or not depends entirely on the situation. There is no way, Rod has to knock on the door himself. Polyasika, who came to open the door, was not very happy. What are you doing here? The antidote ran out so quickly. No, it's Natsu's condition that's a little wrong, so I want to ask you to take a look. Rod pointed at Natsu on the back of the river crab. When he was dueling with Laxus, he was hit by the opponent's thunder. Another messy guy. Can't Makarov, that bastard, be disciplined properly. Polyasika complained while checking Natsu. Wait here. Polyasika went back to the house by herself, and didn't seem to plan to let them in. Rod, Natsu will be fine, right? Judging from the attitude of Polyasika's mother-in-law, he must be fine. Based on his understanding of Polyasika, Rod's guessed, otherwise she would have us carry Natsu in, or dig a pit on the spot. Love. A few minutes later, Polyasika took a test tube and poured the medicine inside into Natsu. It's not that easy. Polyasika said unhappily. He will be weak for a while, go back and tell him to have a good rest, and don't eat any messy things in the future. Natsu Happy slapped Natsu's cheek, but why hasn't he woken up yet? Polyasika waved his hand, get out of the way. Happy dodged obediently, and then saw Polyasika punch Natsu in the stomach. Puff. Natsu was like a stapler, the whole person folded in half from the middle, and then naturally fell and spread out. It hurts. Naz woke up, holding his stomach and looking uncomfortable. Happy was angry, what are you doing? Rod also said, mother-in-law, beating the patient is too much, isn't it? You asked me to wake him up. Polyasika was angry when she saw people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. Leave quickly if you're okay, go back quickly. We'll leave now, sorry to bother you. Rod said, let's go, Happy. Although Naz was punched again, he was treated anyway, and the doctor must have a sense of propriety when hitting people. Just as medical expenses, Rod forgave her for Natsu. Polyasika suddenly said to Rod, wait a minute. Hey? Oh, is there anything I can help you with? Polyasika frowned at Rod, have you experienced many battles? No, I just practice with my companions occasionally, and I exercise more often. Polyasika seemed a little angry, pointing at him, unable to speak. Rod couldn't understand where her emotions came from. You. Wait here. This made Rod want to run now. After a while, Polyasika went back and took out a cloth bag and stuffed it into Rod. Rinse the medicine inside with warm water, and massage the sore muscles with the medicine after each exercise. Don't use any messy external medicine. How do you know I? Okay, get out of here. Oh thank you. Rod pulled Natsu and Happy and left. When they walked away, Polyasika stomped her feet and lost her temper like an angry little girl. Stupid stupid. Fairy tale is full of idiots. The old and the young are troublesome, and the young ones are more chaotic than each other. Do your bodies belong to others? Idiot, idiot. After scolding for a while, she still couldn't vent her anger, so she picked up a broom and beat a big tree. How did that idiot Makarov educate his children? One by one. Chapter 98 How to Run. Don't think about running Laxus. You are in such a bad state, and you are still thinking about Laxus. Rod patted Natsu's head, come and challenge me, I will hang you up and beat you. Love. We have to bet on Rod to win. Since he knew that Natsu would be fine, the harpy was not polite in persecuting Natsu. Natsu began to argue with the harpy weakly. The harpy became more and more excited. If it was the current Natsu, he felt that a fight would be fine. Rod opened the cloth bag, which contained bags of medicine powder and a note with detailed instructions and dosage. How did she see that? I have been exercising a little harder recently, but I often use the crown of ember to recover. I have also applied some ointments and potions for external injuries, and I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Rod, you smell so much medicine, I want to vomit. Smell? Rod smelled his arm and stretched it in front of the harpy. Does it smell? The harpy sniffed. No fish smell. I'm not asking you about fish. It should be a very faint smell, and only Natsu can notice it when it is close. Granny Polyasica also smelled it. Or did she see that my complexion was not right, or that my muscles were stiff or something? It seems that the life recovery function of the red buff is not omnipotent, and it cannot be tossed around at will. When I returned to the guild, the floor and the tables and chairs had been restored to their original state. It was obviously Lucky's credit again. Natsu walked into the guild with Rod and Happy listlessly, staggering like a walking corpse. Are you okay? Natsu. As soon as he entered the guild, someone was concerned about Natsu's health, but Natsu turned a deaf ear to it. Happy answered for him, AI. Granny Polyasica said that he would be fine after a few days of rest. Seeing that Natsu had no goal and just followed him, Rod took him to Urza's table considerately. Urza, I still have to work, and I'll leave Natsu to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Arisa took Natsu over. Rod heard a dang sound. He touched his forehead, the familiar sound of head and armor colliding. Ha ha ha. Rod didn't laugh. Rod nodded. Well, I will be weak for a while, just rest more. That's good. What is that? Myra saw the cloth bag in Rod's hand. Grandma Polyasica suddenly stuffed the medicine into my hand. Myra paused for a moment. Are you forcing yourself again? Rod felt a little guilty. Not really, I just tried to do some ordinary extreme training before. Myra looked at him. How did the two words ordinary and extreme come together? Well, my common language is not very. Rod. The tone was not heavy, but he could feel her unhappiness. I'm just looking for a way to get stronger as soon as possible. I've been restraining myself these days. I should be able to find the most suitable training intensity after a while. I hope I can find a balance before the medicine packs run out. Seeing Grandma Polyasica's attitude today, Rod is still a little scared. What if I accidentally ruin myself? I don't know where to cry. Just thinking about the nonchalant look when Laxus dealt with Natsu today, I feel that if I stop trying, it will be a long time before I can beat him and Mist Gang. Rod looked at the medicine packs in his hand, but these are enough for a long time, so I will practice first. Myra stopped talking, and Rod felt a little awkward. Well, don't you say anything. What? Myra wrote something in the register without raising her head. You are right, it is well founded, and there are future plans, all good. Oh. Rod felt that the atmosphere was not right and he should say something. Reason? But she said I was right. Apologize? How can you apologize without thinking? Make a joke? I was stopped once just now. Go up to her to coax her? Not right, the relationship has not reached that stage yet. The cold treatment is also the worst option. At this time, Mr. Cook's voice sounded, Table 6, grilled lamb chops, 4 Seasons pizza. Here it comes. Rod put the cloth bag on the counter and went to the food delivery port to get the food. Myra's pen stopped and looked up, seeing Rod's back as he left. His eyes softened. After a busy day, it was finally time to get off work. Rod and Myra cleaned up the tavern together. Sally and Izzy were there these days, so they couldn't go out to do quests anyway, so they just helped in the tavern. After finishing the chores, everyone said goodbye to each other, and Rod walked to the backyard. Loki asked, Are you going to practice again? Yeah, I've been too busy these days, and I don't have much time to practice magic during the day. Rod said, You lock the door, I'll go directly from the backyard later. Receive. Rod transformed into a swift crab form, practiced the attached small skills for a few rounds, and then dispelled the magic. Receive Wild Monster Soul Shadow Wolf. Light spots flashed across Rod's body, and his figure became much taller, and wolf hair grew on his body, and his appearance completely turned into a werewolf. He received a two-headed wolf, but it did not grow a second head, but a wolf-shaped black shadow surrounded him. As long as Rhodes has a thought, he can command the shadow to pounce and bite people at any time, just like commanding his own hands and feet. When using this form, not only can the strength and body coordination be increased, but also sneaking in the shadows can be done quietly, and the sense of smell is greatly enhanced, especially the bloody smell is very sensitive. After practicing for a while in the shadow wolf form, Rhodes lifted the magic and saved enough magic power for the next summoning. Then he started high-intensity training with various equipment in the yard. Until his physical strength was almost exhausted, Rhodes simply lay on the ground and gasped, summoning the Crimson Mark Tree monster to give himself the crown of Ember. "I'm so tired, I just want to make trouble for myself. Determination is determination, and complaints are complaints." Rhodes closed his eyes and silently waited for the crown of Ember to take effect. The feeling of soreness and swelling gradually subsiding with the life recovery effect is actually very comfortable. It was so comfortable that it felt like someone was gently wiping the sweat off his face with a hot towel. Rod opened his eyes. "Myra? You haven't gone home yet so late?" Myra squatted beside him, gently gathered the hair by her ear, and said. It took a while to count the inventory of wine and beverages and sort out tomorrow's shopping list. "I heard your voice in the yard and came to see." Rod believed her and came to see. Not only did she prepare towels, but she also helped to mix the potion. It was normal. Myra's hands gradually exerted force. "What are you laughing at?" "It hurts." Rod was forced to stop smiling. "I was thinking, didn't you persuade me to stop for a while?" Chapter 99. How about I take you home? What reason should I use to stop you from moving forward? Myra put down the towel, pulled Rod to sit up, and then dipped the mixed potion to help him apply it. Rod smiled. "I feel this scene is very familiar." "Yeah, there is a person who is covered in wounds and needs help to change the dressing when he can't communicate. Now he is not injured and can communicate, but he still needs help to apply the dressing." Rod said teasingly, "Who is this person? He only causes trouble for others. How annoying." "Pa!" A slap fell on his back. Rod took a breath of cold air. "No matter whether it hurts or not, just treat it as if it hurts." Myra suddenly said, "I will also practice with you tomorrow." "Ah! It is of course a good thing to have someone accompany you. Why suddenly?" "I will help you find the most suitable plan as soon as possible, so that you don't have to be like this." "And?" Myra's eyebrows drooped, and she didn't want to continue to be depressed. Myra was not sure whether doing some simple training would be useful. It was not so easy to restore magic power and use receiving magic. But if she could persist and work hard like Rod and be as positive as Natsu, at least Elfman could be relieved. If this can inspire Elfman to get out of the shadow of that incident, isn't this what a sister should do? "Now, I can only do this." "It's so late, didn't Elfman wait for you?" "Well, I asked him to go back early." "Then I'll take you there." Rod said logically, "There are many tourists in the city recently, and it's not safe for a girl to walk alone at night." "Okay." Myra smiled, "But we are going in different directions, you have to take a long detour to go home." "It's okay, after I take you there, my restored magic power will be enough to summon the swift crab. In fact, the magic power now that's definitely not enough." "Then thank you." Myra held the small bag in both hands and naturally hung it in front of her, smiling slightly, adding a touch of moving brilliance to the night scene. When the two left the guild, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. There were no street lights on the street, and they could only rely on the lights from the windows of the houses on the roadside to provide a little light. There were also small colored lights flashing for the celebration, which were a bit dazzling if you stared at them all the time. The weather was very good today, with a crescent moon and a sky full of stars. Unlike modern big cities, there was no interference from lights when you wanted to see the stars here. The two walked slowly on the road. The streets were quiet and deserted, and occasionally you could hear a few insects chirping. Myra said, "No, I bought it a few years ago." "Bought it?" Rod almost forgot that the woman next to him might be a wealthy woman. "Well, about 3 years ago, we decided to settle down here. I thought that if we had a house of our own, Elfman and Lysina would feel more at ease." She could already talk to Rod about Lysina quite naturally. 3 years ago, she was only 15 years old, which was the age when she could start drinking according to the laws of this country. Rod thought about his own 15 years old, no comparison. It was not just him. Many girls in the guild chose to live in dormitories, partly because it was convenient, and partly because they could not save money. Like Urza, if she wanted, she would definitely be able to buy a house in a short time. But she would rather spend 500,000 J every month to rent 5 dormitories to store her armor and various clothes. Then invest the remaining money in new armor, new clothes, and various desserts. Kana also has this ability, but she has a house left to her by her deceased mother and unknown father, so she doesn't work too hard. Girls like Myra who saved money with their brothers and sisters to settle down here must be good at managing the household in addition to their strong ability to make money. Rode asked, "It's not easy, right?" "Yes, at that time, in order to save enough money quickly, the three of us suffered a lot. If a person thinks that the hardship in the past is worth it and can laugh, does it mean that she is still happy now?" Myra said with a smile. "I worked hard during that time, and when I came to my senses, I was selected as an S-level candidate." "Good man, can S-level be obtained by working hard? I thought you were trying to compete with Urza, fighting every day, from the guild to the exam venue. After knocking down an innocent Kana halfway, you continued to fight Urza, and passed the exam after beating her. It's not that exaggerated." Myra laughed. "But it's almost the same. At that time, I heard that Urza was going to be an examiner, and I felt very angry all of a sudden. Now think about it, I was in a hurry to fight Urza, and I felt that my attitude towards Kana during the exam was too much. Kana is so pitiful. I haven't seen it." Rode didn't just want to see what they looked like when they were young. "Is there an album in the guild?" "Of course, and there is also Lisas's collection of paintings." "Let me think." Myra thought for a while. "It should be placed in a corner of the library. I'll look for it tomorrow." "Are you so interested?" "Of course, I'm not only curious about them, I'm also curious about what the demon looks like." "Oh." Myra stroked her cheek with one hand. "I feel a little shy. I looked a little different at that time. Then I'm looking forward to it even more." Rhodes said, "Could it be that he was dark, fat and pockmarked when he was a child, and he became so beautiful when he grew up?" Myra raised her handbag and pretended to hit him. Was this a compliment? Myra's house was an ordinary two-story building, and its style was not much different from the ordinary houses near the guild. When Rod sent her downstairs, the lights in the house were still on. That was Elfman waiting for her to come back. The lighted windows really felt different from the dark house when he went back. "Would you like to go in and sit down? It's late now. Maybe next time." Rod felt that if he went in now, he might have to fight with Elfman. There was no need for that. He summoned a river crab and sat on it, waving to Myra, "See you tomorrow." Myra stood at the door and responded, "See you tomorrow." Home. Rod was somewhat envious. The guild family was a kind of happiness, and his own small family was another kind of warmth. There was a cool night breeze blowing on the crab's back, and Rod waved his hand to summon Worm. Worm, which had grown to the size of a basketball, was already a qualified pillow. Rod hugged it, and it was warm and soft. Who? Worm struggled to get out of the clutches of the devil. This person suddenly sent it back before, and now suddenly summoned it. It was still angry. "I just sent you back to speed up the recovery of magic power." It was definitely not because he disliked the light bulb. The little horn on Worm's head drooped down, unbelieving, unhappy. Rod whispered the devil, "Fried eggs, scrambled eggs, poached eggs, egg custard, egg drop soup." Worm's little horn was raised up and tried to press down. Rod thought for a while, "Then I will help you scrub your bath, massage your back, and rub your stomach, how about it?" Hulyalu. Worm became happy and arched his back in Rod's arms. Chapter 100 was the big sister of my favorite house once a little gangster. "Good morning, Brother Goodman. Who is this?" When Rod went downstairs, he saw a lady busy with Goodman. "Good morning, this is my wife Molly." Goodman introduced his wife first, and then introduced Rod. "This is Mr. Rod who rented our second floor, whom I mentioned to you." "Hello, Mr. Rod, I heard from my husband that you are a very powerful magician." "Hello, I also heard from Brother Goodman that he has a virtuous and beautiful wife. I didn't expect you to be much better than he described." Mrs. Molly glanced at Goodman and said embarrassedly, "You are too flattering." Goodman gave her a thumbs up behind her, and then said seriously, "Because I might be very busy these days, I asked her to help. We can also go to the festival together later." Rod said with some envy, "You have such a good relationship." The couple whose children can help with cooking were actually a little shy when Rod said that. Rod said goodbye to the loving couple and headed for the guild. On the way, they met two wizards fighting and overturned a roadside stall. I wanted to intervene, but the boss actually scolded the two of them, and the two guys apologized and paid money properly. After being forgiven, they continued to fight in the middle of the road. Rod looked at the emblems on their bodies as expected, they were from Fairy Tale. He pulled his sleeves to cover his emblem and walked past the two people as if nothing had happened. Rod was not familiar with these people. Today's guild was a little quieter than yesterday, because Natsu still didn't have the energy to make a fuss. Happy ate his share of fish like a cat, and then went to get the ordinary food ordered by Natsu. Rod rubbed Natsu's cherry-colored hair and felt that it felt good. Why does it feel like Natsu's condition has become worse? Didn't he rest well yesterday? Natsu said weakly, I can't forgive you, Rod. Ah? What do you mean by can't forgive me? Isn't it that I can't forgive Laxus? Love. Because Rod left Natsu to Urza to take care of him yesterday. Happy ate Natsu's breakfast with relish. Ha ha ha, Rod laughed. If Urza is serious, she should also take care of people, right? Love. Because Urza felt pity for Natsu when she saw him in pain, so she knocked him out. Happy paused and added, 5 times. Sorry, it's my fault. Rod found that he underestimated the degree of Urza's derailment. He thought that at most it would be a game of armor hitting heads and bandage wrapping, but he didn't expect her to be so cruel. I dare not imagine if Urza becomes a mother in the future and her child falls down and cannot get up, will she draw her sword on the spot? Can't stand up? It seems that your leg is broken. Bear it, Mom will help you amputate. If you are afraid of pain, Mom can knock you out first and then amputate. Rod shuddered, Myra is still the best. Loki shouted in front of the counter, Rod, come here quickly, Sister Myra has something good to show you. Myra showed Rhodes the photo album and picture book in her hand. Have you found it? Rhodes looked at her with some expectation as she opened the picture book. The appearance of the guild a few years ago was presented to Rhodes page by page. Worm was so anxious that he circled around Rhodes' feet. As its body expanded, its jumping ability was greatly reduced. Now, let alone jumping onto the counter, it was difficult to get on the stool. Rod had to pick it up so that it could also watch together. Wow, how many years ago was this? Myra thought for a moment, about 4 or 5 years. This picture was drawn by Lidas when Natsu just picked up the harpy egg, and insisted that it was a dragon egg. Rod took a closer look, so this dragon is a harpy? The colors do match. Loki pointed at Natsu, Natsu's scarf has always been the same one. Myra said, because it was given to him by his adoptive father, it's a very important scarf. Rod skipped this somewhat sad topic. Gray really likes to take off clothes since he was a child, and Urza has also been wearing armor since she was a child. Loki said, Urza can also be so cute. Rod asked, Loki, when did you join the guild? Haven't you seen Urza's childhood? About 2 years ago, it feels like Urza was almost the same as now at that time. Loki was a little regretful. After a pause, Loki said, just looking at this painting, I feel that Macau was also very handsome at that time. Was Lidas bribed by him? Myra smiled and said, no, Macau was like this when he was young. The president hasn't changed much. Loki poked Rod with her elbow, hey, you have been watching for so long, you can't recognize which one is Sister Myra. Ah, that's not the case, it's just that the temperament is too different from now, I don't dare to believe it. Rod asked, Myra, did you have a bad relationship with Lidas at that time? No, Lidas painted very well, except for Habi, they are all exactly the same. Myra looked at herself in the painting and asked, how is it, are you scared? The gentle neighbor sister I like used to be a little gangster. It seems a bit like Xiaoziu He. Myra flipped through the collections and albums one by one, explaining what happened when she was painting. When she turned to her past photos, she would occasionally look at Rod's reaction. Rod was in a slightly complicated mood, and he found that he didn't know Myra well enough. He tried to remember these useless information, not only for Myra, but also for the interesting memories that everyone had. Iluza noticed this at some point and came over to look through it together. It feels like a lot of things have happened, and I feel a little nostalgic. When she spoke, Urza was looking at a picture of her standing in the middle with Natsu and Gray looking at both sides with their lips curled. She looked like she didn't want to take a photo with the other person, but the look of not daring to disobey Urza. Why do you keep even this kind of painting? Gray saw the painting of a big bump on his head at a glance. Myra said, because they are all precious memories, and they are very interesting. Yet. Urza folded her arms and nodded seriously. Only Gray didn't want to recall the things of that time. Even Laxus can be so cute. Loki found a small Laxus. Rod looked at the lively and cute Laxus and wondered, when did that guy become like this? Gray said, who knows, maybe it started after the president drove away his son, Laxus's father. Urza said, Gray, the president doesn't want us to talk about this. Rod patted Gray's shoulder and pointed behind him. Gray looked back and saw his clothes, and looked down at his big pants, when